The technique of insurrection carries through what politics has not accomplished. The gigantic growth of Bolshevism had undoubtedly weakened the attention paid to the military side of things. The passionate reproaches of Lenin were well founded enough. The military leadership proved incomparably weaker than the political. Could it indeed have been otherwise? For a number of months still, the new revolutionary government will show extreme awkwardness in all those cases where it is necessary to resort to arms. Even so, the military authorities of the governmental camp in Petrograd gave a very flattering judgment of the military leadership of the revolution. The insurrectionaries are preserving order and discipline, stated the War Ministry over the direct wire to headquarters immediately after the fall of the Winter Palace. There have been no cases at all of destruction or pogroms. On the contrary, patrols of insurrectionists have detained strolling soldiers. The plan of the insurrection was undoubtedly worked out in advance and carried through inflexibly and harmoniously. Not altogether from the notes as Sukhanov and Yaroslavsky have written, nor yet altogether without system, as the former has subsequently affirmed. Moreover, even in the court of the most austere critic, success is the best praise. Chapter 47. The Congress of the Soviet Dictatorship. In Smolny on the 25th of October, the most democratic of all parliaments in the world's history was to meet. Who knows, perhaps also the most important. Having got free of the influence of compromisist intellectuals, the local Soviets had sent up for the most part workers and soldiers. The majority of them were people without big names, but who had proved themselves in action and won lasting confidence in their own localities. From the active army it was almost exclusively rank-and-file soldiers who had run the blockade of army committees and headquarters and come here as delegates. A majority of them had begun to live a political life with the revolution. They had been formed by an experience of 8 months. They knew little, but knew it well. The outward appearance of the Congress proclaimed its makeup. The officers' chevrons, the eyeglasses and neckties of intellectuals to be seen at the first Congress had almost completely disappeared. A grey color prevailed uninterruptedly, in costumes and in faces. All had worn out their clothes during the war. Many of the city workers had provided themselves with soldiers' coats. The trench delegates were by no means a pretty picture, long unshaven, in old torn trench coats, with heavy papier on their dishevelled hair, often with cotton sticking out through a hole, with coarse weather-beaten faces, heavy cracked hands, fingers yellowed with tobacco, buttons torn off, belts hanging loose, and long unoiled boots wrinkled and rusty. The plebeian nation had for the first time sent up an honest representation made in its own image and not retouched. The statistics of this Congress, which assembled during the hours of insurrection, are very incomplete. At the moment of opening there were 650 delegates with votes, 390 fell to the lot of the Bolsheviks, by no means all members of the party, but they were of the flesh and blood of the masses, and the masses had no roads left but the Bolshevik road. Many of the delegates who had brought doubts with them were maturing fast in the red-hot atmosphere of Petrograd. How completely had the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries squandered the political capital of the February Revolution! At the June Congress of Soviets the compromisers had a majority of 600 votes out of the whole number of 832 delegates. Now the compromisist opposition of all shades made up less than a quarter of the Congress. The Mensheviks, with the national group adhering to them, amounted to only 80 members, about half of them lefts. Out of 159 social revolutionaries, according to other reports 190, about 3/5 were lefts, and moreover the right continued to melt fast during the very sitting of the Congress. Toward the end the total number of delegates, according to several lists, reached 900. But this figure, while including a number of advisory members, does not on the other hand include all those with votes. The registration was carried on intermittently, documents have been lost, the information about party affiliations was incomplete. In any case the dominant position of the Bolsheviks in the Congress remains indubitable. A straw vote taken among the delegates revealed that 505 Soviets stood for the transfer of all power to the Soviets, 86 for a government of the democracy, 55 for a coalition, 21 for a coalition, but without the cadets. Although eloquent even in this form, these figures give an exaggerated idea of the remains of the compromisers' influence. Those for democracy and coalition were Soviets from the more backward districts and least important points. From early in the morning of the 25th caucuses of the factions were held in Smolny. Only those attended the Bolshevik caucus who were free from fighting duties. The opening of the Congress was delayed. The Bolshevik leaders wanted to finish with the Winter Palace first. But the opposing factions, too, were in no hurry. They themselves had to decide what to do, and that was not easy. Hours passed. Sub-factions were disputing within the factions. The split among the social revolutionaries took place after a resolution to withdraw from the Congress had been rejected by 92 votes against 60. It was only late in the evening that the right and left social revolutionaries began to sit in different rooms. At 8 o'clock the Mensheviks demanded a new delay. They had too many opinions. Night came on. The operations at the Winter Palace were dragging out. But it became impossible to wait longer. It was necessary to say some clear word to the aroused and watchful nation. The revolution had taught the art of filling space. Delegates, guests, guards, jammed into the commencement hall of the noble maidens, making room for more and more. Warnings of the danger of the floors collapsing had no effect, nor did appeals to smoke a little less. All crowded closer and smoked twice as much. John Reed with difficulty fought his way through the noisy crowd around the doors. The hall was not heated, but the air was heavy and hot. Jamming the entries and the side exits, sitting on all the window sills, the delegates now patiently await the president's gong. Tsereteli, Chij, Chernov, none of them is on the platform. Only leaders of the second rank have come to their funeral. A short man in the uniform of a military doctor opens the session at 10:40 in the evening in the name of the Executive Committee. The Congress, he says, assembles in such exceptional circumstances that he, Dan, obeying the directions of the Central Executive Committee, will refrain from making a political speech. His party friends are now indeed under fire in the Winter Palace while loyally fulfilling their duty as ministers. The last thing these delegates are expecting is a blessing from the Central Executive Committee. They look up at the platform with hostility. If those people still exist politically, what have they got to do with us and our business? In the name of the Bolsheviks, a Moscow delegate, Avanasov, moves that the Presidium be elected upon a proportional basis, 14 Bolsheviks, 7 social revolutionaries, 3 Mensheviks, and 1 internationalist. The right immediately declines to enter the Presidium. Martov's group sits tight for the time being. It has not decided. 7 votes go over to the left social revolutionaries. The Congress watches these introductory conflicts with a scowl. Avanasov announces the Bolshevik candidates for the Presidium: Lenin, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Nogin, Sklyansky, Krylenko, Antonovov-Zinko, Ryazanov, Muranov, Lunacharsky, Kollontai, Stukha. The Presidium, writes Sukhanov, consisted of the principal Bolshevik leaders and 6 left social revolutionaries. Zinoviev and Kamenev were included in the Presidium as authoritative party names in spite of their active opposition to the insurrection, Rykov and Nogin as representatives of the Moscow Soviet, Lunacharsky and Kollontai as popular agitators of that period, Ryazanov as a representative of the trade unions, Muranov as an old worker Bolshevik who had carried himself courageously during the trial of the deputies of the State Duma, Stukha as head of the Lettish organization, Krylenko and Sklyansky as representatives of the army, Antonovov-Zinko as a leader of the Petrograd battles. The absence of Sverdlov's name is obviously explained by the fact that he himself drew up the list, and in the confusion nobody corrected it. It is characteristic of the party morals of the time that the whole headquarters of the opponents of the insurrection turned up in the Presidium: Zinoviev, Kamenev, Nogin, Rykov, Lunacharsky, Ryazanov. Of the left social revolutionaries, only the little fragile and courageous Spiridonova, who had served long years at hard labor for assassinating the subduer of the Tambovsk peasants, enjoyed an all-Russian renown. The left social revolutionaries had no other name. The rights, on the other hand, had now little or nothing but names left. The Congress greeted its presidium with enthusiasm. While the factions had been assembling and conferring, Lenin, with his makeup still on, in wig and big spectacles, was sitting in the passageway in the company of 2 or 3 Bolsheviks. On the way to a meeting of their faction, Dan and Skobelev stopped still opposite the table where the conspirators were sitting, stared at Lenin, and obviously recognized him. Time, then, to take the makeup off. But Lenin was in no hurry to appear publicly. He preferred to look round a little and gather the threads into his hands while remaining behind the scenes. In his Recollections of Lenin, published in 1924, Trotsky writes, "The first session of the Second Congress of Soviets was sitting in Smolny. Lenin did not appear here. He remained in one of the rooms of Smolny in which, as I remember, there was for some reason no furniture, or almost none. Later somebody spread blankets on the floor and put 2 cushions on them. Vladimir Ilyich and I took a rest there lying side by side. But in just a few minutes I was called, 'Dan is talking and you must answer him.' Returned after my reply, I again lay down beside Vladimir Ilyich, who of course had no thought of going to sleep. Was that indeed possible? Every 5 or 10 minutes somebody would run in from the assembly hall to tell us what was going on. The president's chair is occupied by Kamina, one of those phlegmatic types designed by nature herself for the office of chairman. There are 3 questions, he announces, on the order of the day: organization of a government, war and peace, convocation of the Constituent Assembly. An unusual, dull, alarming rumble breaks into the noise of the meeting from outside. This is Peter and Paul Fortress ratifying the order of the day with artillery fire. A high-tension current runs through the Congress, which now suddenly feels and realizes what it really is, the convention of a civil war. Lazovsky, an opponent of the insurrection, demanded a report from the Petrograd Soviet. But the Military Revolutionary Committee was a little behindhand. Replying artillery testified that the report was not ready. The insurrection was in full swing. The Bolshevik leaders were continually withdrawing to the rooms of the Military Revolutionary Committee to receive communications or give orders. Echoes of the fighting would burst up through the assembly like tongues of flame. When votes were taken, hands would be raised among bristling bayonets. A blue-gray acrid tobacco smoke hid the beautiful white columns and chandeliers. The verbal battles of the 2 camps were extraordinarily impressive against a background of cannon shots. Martov demanded the floor. The moment when the balance is still oscillating is his moment, this inventive statesman of eternal waverings. With his hoarse tubercular voice Martov makes instant rejoinder to the metallic voice of the guns: we must put a stop to military action on both sides. The question of power is beginning to be decided by conspiratorial methods. All the revolutionary parties have been placed before a fait accompli. A civil war threatens us with an explosion of counter-revolution. A peaceful solution of the crisis can be obtained by creating a government which will be recognized by the whole democracy. A considerable portion of the Congress applauds. Sukhanov remarks ironically, evidently many a Bolshevik, not having absorbed the spirit of the teachings of Lenin and Trotsky, would have been glad to take that course. The left social revolutionaries and a group of United Internationalists support the proposal of peace negotiations. The right wing, and perhaps also the close associates of Martov, are confident that the Bolsheviks will reject this proposal. They are wrong. The Bolsheviks send Lunacharsky to the tribune, the most peace-loving, the most velvety of their orators. The Bolshevik faction, he says, has absolutely nothing against Martov's proposal. The enemy are astonished. Lenin and Trotsky, in thus giving way a little to their own masses, comments Sukhanov, are at the same time cutting the ground from under the right wing. Martov's proposal is adopted unanimously. If the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries withdraw now, Runs the comment in Martov's group, they will bury themselves. It is possible to hope, therefore, that the Congress will take the correct road of creating a united democratic front. Vain hope. A revolution never moves on diagonals. The right wing immediately violates the just approved initiation of peace negotiations. The Menshevik Kharash, a delegate from the 12th Army with a captain's star on his shoulders, makes a statement: "These political hypocrites propose that we decide the question of power. Meanwhile it is being decided behind our backs. Those blows at the Winter Palace are driving nails in the coffin of the party which has undertaken such an adventure." The captain's challenge is answered by the Congress with a grumble of indignation. Lieutenant Kukin, who had spoken at the state conference in Moscow in the name of the front, tries here also to wield the authority of the army organizations. This Congress is untimely and even unauthorized. "In whose name do you speak?" shout the tattered trenchcoats, their credentials written all over them in the mud of the trenches. Kukin carefully enumerates 11 armies. But here this deceives nobody. At the front as at the rear the generals of compromise are without soldiers. The group from the front, continues the Menshevik lieutenant, declines to assume any responsibility for the consequences of this adventure. That means a complete break with the revolution. Henceforth the arena of struggle is transferred to the localities. That means fusion with the counter-revolution against the Soviets. And so the conclusion: the front group withdraws from this Congress. One after another the representatives of the right mount the tribune. They have lost the parishes and churches, but they still hold the belfries, and they hasten for the last time to pound the cracking bells. These socialists and democrats, having made a compromise by hook and crook with the imperialist bourgeoisie, today flatly refuse to compromise with the people in revolt. Their political calculations are laid bare. The Bolsheviks will collapse in a few days, they are thinking. We must separate ourselves from them as quickly as possible, even help to overthrow them, and thus to the best of our ability ensure ourselves and our future. In the name of the right Menshevik faction, Kinhuk, a former president of the Moscow Soviet and a future Soviet ambassador in Berlin, reads a declaration: "The military conspiracy of the Bolsheviks will plunge the country into civil dissension, demolish the Constituent Assembly, threaten us with a military catastrophe, and lead to the triumph of the counter-revolution. The sole way out, open negotiations with the provisional government for the formation of a power resting on all layers of the democracy." Having learned nothing, these people propose to the Congress to cross off the insurrection and return to Kerensky. Through the uproar, bellowing, and even hissing, the words of the representative of the right social revolutionaries are hardly distinguishable. The declaration of his party announces the impossibility of work in collaboration with the Bolsheviks, and declares the very Congress of Soviets, although convoked and opened by the Compromisist Central Executive Committee, to be without authority. This demonstration of the right wing does not cow anybody, but causes alarm and irritation. The majority of the delegates are too sick and tired of these bragging and narrow-minded leaders who fed them first with phrases and then with measures of repression. Can it be that the Dans, Kinhuks, and Kukins still expect to instruct and command us? A Lettish soldier, Peterson, with a tubercular flush on his cheeks and burning hatred in his eyes, denounces Kharash and Kukin as impostors. The revolution has had enough gab. We want action. The power should be in our hands. Let the impostors leave the Congress, the army is through with them. This voice tense with passion relieves the mind of the Congress, which has received nothing so far but insults. Other front-line soldiers rush to the support of Peterson. These Kukins represent the opinions of little gangs who have been sitting in the army committees since April. The army long ago demanded new elections. Those who live in the trenches are impatiently awaiting the transfer of power to the Soviets. But the right still hold the belfries. A representative of the Bund declares that all that has happened in Petrograd is a misfortune and invites the delegates to join the members of the Duma who have decided to march unarmed to the Winter Palace in order to die with the government. Jibes were to be heard in the general uproar, writes Sukhanov. Some coarse and some poisonous. The unctuous orator has obviously mistaken his audience. Enough from you. Deserters, shout the delegates, guests, red guards, and sentries at the door to the withdrawing delegates. Join Kornilov. Enemies of the people. The withdrawal of the rights did not leave any vacant space. Evidently the rank-and-file delegates had refused to join the officers and junkers for a struggle against the workers and soldiers. Only about 70 delegates, that is, a little more than half of the right-wing faction, went out. The waverers took their place with the intermediate groups who had decided not to leave the Congress. Whereas before the opening of the Congress the social revolutionaries of all tendencies had numbered not over 190 men, during the next few hours the number of left social revolutionaries alone rose to 180. They were joined by all those who had not yet decided to join the Bolsheviks although ready to support them. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries were quite ready to remain in a provisional government or some sort of a pre-parliament under any circumstances. Can one after all break with cultured society? But the Soviets, that is only the people. The Soviets are all right while you can use them to get a compromise with the bourgeoisie, but can one possibly think of tolerating Soviets which have suddenly imagined themselves masters of the country? The Bolsheviks were left alone, wrote the social revolutionary, Zenzinov, subsequently, and from that moment they began to rely only upon crude physical force. Moral principle undoubtedly slammed the door along with Dan and Gotz. Moral principle will march in a procession of 300 men with 2 lanterns to the Winter Palace, only to run into the crude physical force of the Bolsheviks and back down. The motion adopted by the Congress in favor of peace negotiations was left hanging in the air. If the rights had admitted the possibility of compromising with a victorious proletariat, they would have been in no hurry to break with the Congress. Martov could not have failed to understand this. Nevertheless he clung to the idea of a compromise, the thing upon which his whole policy always stands or falls. We must put a stop to the bloodshed, he begins again. Those are only rumors, voices call out. It is not only rumors that we hear, he answers. If you come to the windows you will hear cannon shots. This is undeniable. When the Congress quiets down, shots are audible without going to the windows. Martov's declaration, hostile through and through to the Bolsheviks, and lifeless in its arguments, condemns the revolution as accomplished by the Bolshevik party alone by the method of a purely military plot, and demands that the Congress suspend its labors until an agreement has been reached with all the socialist parties. To try to find the resultant of a parallelogram of forces in a revolution is worse than trying to catch your own shadow. At that moment there appeared in the Congress the Bolshevik faction of the City Duma, those who had refused to seek a problematic death under the walls of the Winter Palace. They were led by Joff, subsequently the first Soviet ambassador at Berlin. The Congress again crowded up, giving its friends a joyful welcome. But it was necessary to put up a resistance to Martov. This task fell to Trotsky. Now since the exodus of the rights, concedes Sukhanov, his position is as strong as Martov's is weak. The opponents stand side by side in the tribune, hemmed in on all sides by a solid ring of excited delegates. What has taken place, says Trotsky, is an insurrection, not a conspiracy. An insurrection of the popular masses needs no justification. We have tempered and hardened the revolutionary energy of the Petrograd workers and soldiers. We have openly forged the will of the masses to insurrection, and not conspiracy. Our insurrection has conquered, and now you propose to us, renounce your victory, make a compromise. With whom? I ask, with whom ought we to make a compromise? With that pitiful handful who just went out? Haven't we seen them through and through? There is no longer anybody in Russia who is for them. Are the millions of workers and peasants represented in this Congress, whom they are ready now as always to turn over for a price to the mercies of the bourgeoisie, are they to enter a compromise with these men? No, a compromise is no good here. To those who have gone out, and to all who made like proposals, we must say, you are pitiful isolated individuals, You are bankrupts, your role is played out. Go where you belong from now on, into the rubbish can of history. Then we will go, cries Martov without awaiting the vote of the Congress. Martov in anger and affectation, regrets Sukhanov, began to make his way from the tribune towards the door. And I began to gather together my faction for a conference in the form of an emergency session. It was not wholly a matter of affectation. The Hamlet of democratic socialism, Martov, would make a step forward when the revolution fell back as in July, but now when the revolution was ready for a tiger's leap, Martov would fall back. The withdrawal of the rights had deprived him of the possibility of parliamentary maneuvering, and that put him instantly out of his element. He hastened to abandon the Congress and break with the insurrection. Sukhanov replied as best he could. The faction split in half. Martov won by 14 votes against 12. Trotsky introduced a resolution, an act of indictment against the compromisers. They prepared the ruinous offensive of June 18. They supported the government of treason to the people. They screened the deception of the peasants on the land question. They carried out the disarming of the workers. They were responsible for the purposeless dragging out of the war. They permitted the bourgeoisie to deepen the economic ruin of the country. Having lost the confidence of the masses, they resisted the calling of a Soviet Congress, and finally, finding themselves in a minority, they broke with the Soviets. Here again the order of the day is suspended for a declaration. Really the patience of the Bolshevik Presidium has no bounds. The president of the Executive Committee of the Peasant Soviet has come to summon the peasants to abandon this untimely Congress, and go to the Winter Palace to die with those who were sent there to do our will. This summons to die in the ruins of the Winter Palace is getting pretty tiresome in its monotony. A sailor just arrived from the Aurora, ironically announces that there are no ruins, since they are only firing blanks from the cruiser. Proceed with your business in peace, he says. The soul of the Congress finds rest in the admirable black-bearded sailor, incarnating the simple and imperious will of the insurrection. Martov with his mosaic of thoughts and feelings belongs to another world. That is why he breaks with the Congress. Still another special declaration, this time half friendly. The right social revolutionaries, says Kamkov, have gone out, but we, the lefts, have remained. The Congress welcomes those who have remained. However, even they consider it necessary to achieve a united revolutionary front, and come out against Trotsky's sharp resolution shutting the door against a compromise with the moderate democracy. Here too the Bolsheviks made a concession. Nobody ever saw them before, it seems, in such a yielding mood. No wonder, they are the masters of the situation and they have no need to insist upon the forms of words. Again Lunacharsky takes the tribune. The weight of the task which has fallen upon us is not subject to any doubt, he says. A union of all the genuinely revolutionary elements of the democracy is necessary. But have we, the Bolsheviks, taken any steps whatever to repel the other groups? Did we not adopt Martov's proposal unanimously? For this we have been answered with accusations and threats. Is it not obvious that those who have left the Congress are ceasing even their compromisist work and openly going over to the camp of the Kornilovists? The Bolsheviks did not insist upon an immediate vote on Trotsky's resolution. They did not want to hinder the attempts to reach an agreement on a Soviet basis. The method of teaching by object lesson can be successfully applied even to the accompaniment of artillery. As before with the adoption of Martov's proposal, so now the concession of Kamkov only revealed the impotence of these conciliatory labor pains. However, in distinction from the left Mensheviks, the left social revolutionaries did not quit the Congress, they were feeling too directly the pressure of the villages in revolt. A mutual feeling out has taken place. The primary positions have been occupied. There comes a pause in the evolution of the Congress. Shall we adopt the basic decrees and create a Soviet government? It is impossible, the old government is still sitting there in the semi-darkness of a chamber in the Winter Palace, the only lamp on the table carefully barricaded with newspapers. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the morning the Presidium declares a half-hour recess. The Red Marshals employed the short delay accorded to them with complete success. A new wind was blowing in the atmosphere of the Congress when its sitting was renewed. Kamina read from the Tribune a telephonogram just received from Antonov. The Winter Palace has been captured by the troops of the Military Revolutionary Committee. With the exception of Kerensky, the whole provisional government with the dictator Kishkin at its head is under arrest. Although everybody had already learned the news as it passed from mouth to mouth, this official communication crashed in heavier than a cannon salute. The leap over the abyss dividing the revolutionary class from power has been made. Driven out of the palace of Kashisinskaya in July, the Bolsheviks have now entered the Winter Palace as rulers. There is no other power now in Russia but the power of the Soviets. A complex tangle of feelings breaks loose in applause and shouting, triumph, hope, but also anxiety. Then come new and more confident bursts of applause. The deed is done. Even the most favorable correlation of forces contains concealed surprises, but the victory becomes indubitable when the enemy's staff is made prisoner. Kamina impressively reads the list of those arrested. The better-known names bring hostile or ironic exclamations from the Congress. Especially bitter is the greeting of Turchenko, who has guided the foreign destinies of Russia. And Kerensky? Kerensky? It has become known that at 10 o'clock this morning he was orating without great success to the garrison of Gatchina. Where he went from there is not exactly known, rumor says to the front. The fellow travelers of the revolution feel bad. They foresee that now the stride of the Bolsheviks will become more firm. Somebody from the left social revolutionaries objects to the arrest of the socialist ministers. A representative of the United Internationalists offers a warning, lest the Minister of Agriculture Maslov turn up in the same cell in which he sat under the monarchy. He is answered by Trotsky, who was imprisoned during the ministry of Maslov in the same Kresty as under Nicholas. Political arrest is not a matter of vengeance, it is dictated by considerations of expediency. The government should be indicted and tried, first of all for its indubitable connection with Kornilov. The socialist ministers will be placed only under house arrest. It would have been simpler and more accurate to say that the seizure of the old government was dictated by the demands of the still unfinished struggle. It was a question of the political beheading of the hostile camp, and not of punishment for past sins. But this parliamentary query as to the arrests was immediately crowded out by another infinitely more important episode. The 3rd Bicycle Battalion sent by Kerensky against Petrograd had come over to the side of the revolutionary people. This too favorable news seemed unbelievable, but that was exactly what had happened. This selected military unit, the first to be chosen out from the whole active army, adhered to the insurrection before ever reaching the capital. If there had been a shade of restraint in its joy at the arrest of the ministers, the Congress was now seized with unalloyed and irrepressible rapture. The Bolshevik commissar of Tsarskoye Selo together with a delegate from the Bicycle Battalion ascended the tribune. They had both just arrived to make a report to the Congress. The garrison of Tsarskoye Selo is defending the approaches to Petrograd. The defensists withdrew from the Soviet. All the work rested upon us alone. Learning of the approach of the bicycle men, the Soviet of Tsarskoye Selo prepared to resist, but the alarm happily turned out to be false. Among the bicycle men are no enemies of the Congress of Soviets. Another battalion will soon arrive at Tsarskoye, and friendly greeting is already in preparation there. The Congress drinks down this report in great gulps. The representative of the bicycle men is greeted with a storm, a whirlwind, a cyclone. This 3rd Battalion, he reports, was suddenly sent from the southwestern front to the north under telegraphic orders for the defense of Petrograd. The bicycle men advanced with eyes blindfolded, only confusedly guessing what was up. At Peredolsk they ran into an echelon of the 5th Bicycle Battalion, also moving on the capital. At a joint meeting held right there at the station, it became clear that among all the bicyclists there is not one man to be found who would consent to take action against his brothers. It was jointly decided not to submit to the government. I tell you concretely, says the bicycle soldier, we will not give the power to a government at the head of which stand the bourgeoisie and the landlords. That word concretely, introduced by the revolution into the everyday language of the people, sounded fine at this meeting. How many hours was it since they were threatening the Congress from that same tribune with punishment from the front? Now the front itself had spoken its concrete word. Suppose the army committees do sabotage the Congress. Suppose the rank-and-file soldier mass only succeeds in getting its delegates there rather as an exception. Suppose in many regiments and divisions they have not yet learned to distinguish a Bolshevik from a social revolutionary. Never mind. The voice from Peredolsk is the authentic, unmistakable, irrefutable voice of the army. From this verdict there is no appeal. The Bolsheviks, and they only, had understood in time that the soldier cook of the bicycle battalion infinitely better represented the front than all the Karashes and Kukins with their wilted credentials. A portentous change occurred here in the mood of the delegates. They began to feel, writes Sukhanov, that things were going to go smoothly and well, that the horrors promised on the right would not after all be so terrible, and that the leaders might be correct in everything else too. The unhappy Mensheviks selected this moment to draw attention to themselves. They had not yet, it seems, withdrawn. They had been considering in their faction what to do. Out of a desire to bring after him the wavering groups, Kapelinsky, who had been appointed to inform the Congress of the decision adopted, finally spoke aloud the most candid reason for breaking with the Bolsheviks. Remember that the troops are riding towards Petrograd, we are threatened with catastrophe. What? Are you still here? The question was shouted from all corners of the hall. Why, you went out once. The Mensheviks moved in a tiny group towards the entrance, accompanied by scornful farewells. We went out, grieves Sukhanov, completely untying the hands of the Bolsheviks, turning over to them the whole arena of the revolution. It would have made little difference if they had stayed. In any case they went to the bottom. The waves of events closed ruthlessly over their heads. It was time for the Congress to address a manifesto to the people, but the session continued to consist only of special declarations. Events simply refused to fit into the order of the day. At 5:17 in the morning Krylenko, staggering tired, made his way to the tribune with a telegram in his hand. The 12th Army sends greetings to the Congress and informs it of the creation of a military revolutionary committee which has undertaken to stand guard in the northern front. Attempts of the government to get armed help have broken against the resistance of the army. The commander-in-chief of the northern front, General Cherimazov, has submitted to the committee. The commissar of the provisional government, Vodinsky, has resigned, and awaits a substitute. Delegations from the echelons moved against Petrograd have one after another announced to the Military Revolutionary Committee their solidarity with the Petrograd garrison. Pandemonium, says Reed, men weeping, embracing each other. Lunacharsky at last got a chance to read a proclamation addressed to the workers, soldiers, and peasants. But this was not merely a proclamation. By its mere exposition of what had happened and what was proposed, this hastily written document laid down the foundations of a new state structure. The authority of the compromisist Central Executive Committee is at an end. The provisional government is deposed. The Congress assumes the power, the Soviet government proposes immediate peace. It will transfer the land to the peasants, democratize the army, establish control over production, promptly summon the Constituent Assembly, guarantee the right of the nations of Russia to self-determination. The Congress resolves that all power in the localities goes over to the Soviets. Every phrase as it is read turns into a salvo of applause. Soldiers, be on your guard. Railway workers, stop all echelons sent by Kerensky against Petrograd. The fate of the revolution and the fate of the democratic peace is in your hands. Hearing the land mentioned, the peasants pricked up their ears. According to its constitution, the Congress represented only Soviets of workers and soldiers, but there were delegates present from individual peasant Soviets. They now demanded that they be mentioned in the document. They were immediately given a right to vote. The representative of the Petrograd Peasant Soviet signed the proclamation with both hands and both feet. A member of Avksentiev's executive committee, Berezin, silent until now, stated that out of 68 peasant Soviets replying to a telegraphic questionnaire, one half had expressed themselves for a Soviet government, the other half for the transfer of power to the Constituent Assembly. If this was the mood of the provincial Soviets, half composed of governmental functionaries, could there be any doubt that a future peasant Congress would support the Soviet power? While solidifying the rank-and-file delegates, the proclamation frightened and even repelled some of the fellow travelers by its irrevocableness. Small factions and remnants again filed through the tribune. For the third time a group of Mensheviks, obviously the most leftward now, broke away from the Congress. They withdrew, it seems, only in order to be in a position to save the Bolsheviks, otherwise you will destroy yourselves and us and the revolution. The president of the Polish Socialist Party, Lapinski, although he remained at the Congress in order to defend his point of view to the end, gave essential adherence to the declaration of Martov: the Bolsheviks will not be able to wield the power which they are assuming. The United Jewish Workers' Party abstained from the vote, likewise the United Internationalists. How much, though, did all these united amount to altogether? The proclamation was adopted almost unanimously, only 2 dissenting, with 12 abstaining. The delegates had hardly strength left to applaud. The session finally came to an end at about 6 o'clock. A grey and cold autumn morning was dawning over the city. The hot spots of the campfires were fading out in the gradually lightening streets. The graying faces of the soldiers and the workers with rifles were concentrated and unusual. If there were astrologers in Petrograd, they must have observed portentous signs in the heavens. The capital awoke under a new power. The everyday people, the functionaries, the intellectuals, cut off from the arena of events, rushed for the papers early to find out to which shore the wave had tossed during the night. But it was not easy to make out what had happened. To be sure, the papers reported the seizure by conspirators of the Winter Palace and the ministers, but only as a passing episode. Kerensky has gone to headquarters, the fate of the government will be decided by the front. Reports of the Soviet Congress reproduce only the declarations of the right wing, enumerate those who withdrew, and expose the impotence of those who remained. The political editorials, written before the seizure of the Winter Palace, exude a cloudless optimism. The rumors of the street do not wholly coincide with the tone of the newspapers. Whatever you say, the ministers are after all locked up in the fortress. Reinforcements from Kerensky are not yet in sight. Functionaries and officers confer anxiously. Journalists and lawyers ring each other up. Editors try to collect their thoughts. The drawing room oracles say, we must surround the usurpers with a blockade of universal contempt. Storekeepers don't know whether to do business or refrain. The new authorities give orders to do business. The restaurants open, the tramcars move, the banks languish with evil forebodings, the seismograph of the stock exchange describes a convulsive curve. Of course the Bolsheviks will not hold out long, but they may do damage before they tumble. The reactionary French journalist, Claudinette, wrote on this day, the victors are singing a song of victory. And quite rightly too. Among all these blabbers they alone acted. Today they are reaping the harvest. Bravo! Fine work! The Mensheviks estimated the situation quite otherwise. 24 hours have passed since the victory of the Bolsheviks, wrote Dan's paper, and the historic fates have already begun to take their cruel revenge. Around them is an emptiness created by themselves. They are isolated from all. The entire clerical and technical machinery refuses to serve them. They are sliding at the very moment of their triumph into the abyss. The liberal and compromisist circles, encouraged by the sabotage of the functionaries and their own light-mindedness, believed strangely in their own impunity. They spoke and wrote of the Bolsheviks in the language of the July days. Hirelings of Wilhelm, the pockets of the Red Guard full of German marks, German officers in command of the insurrection. The new government had to show these people a firm hand before they began to believe in it. The more unbridled papers were detained already on the night of the 26th. Some others were confiscated on the following day. The socialist press for the time being was spared. It was necessary to give the left social revolutionaries, and also some elements of the Bolshevik party, a chance to convince themselves of the groundlessness of the hope for coalition with the official democracy. The Bolsheviks developed their victory amid sabotage and chaos. A provisional military headquarters, organized during the night, undertook the defense of Petrograd in case of an attack from Kerensky. Military telephone men were sent to the central exchange where a strike had begun. It was proposed to the armies that they create their own military revolutionary committees. Gangs of agitators and organizers, freed by the victory, were sent to the front and to the provinces. The central organ of the party wrote, "The Petrograd Soviet has acted, it is the turn of the other Soviets." News came during the day which has especially disturbed the soldiers. Kornilov has escaped. As a matter of fact, the lofty captive, who had been living in Bykhov, guarded by Tekhintsi, loyal to him, and kept in touch with all events by Kerensky's headquarters, decided on the 26th that things were taking a serious turn, and without the slightest hindrance from anybody abandoned his pretended prison. The connections between Kerensky and Kornilov were thus again obviously confirmed in the eyes of the masses. The Military Revolutionary Committee summoned the soldiers and the revolutionary officers by telegram to capture both former commanders-in-chief and deliver them in Petrograd. As had the Tauride Palace in February, so now Smolny became the focal point for all functions of the capital and the state. Here all the ruling institutions had their seat. Here orders were issued and hither people came to get them. Hence a demand went out for weapons, and hither came rifles and revolvers confiscated from the enemy. Arrested people were brought in here from all ends of the city. The injured began to flow in seeking justice. The bourgeois public and its frightened cab drivers made a great yoke-shaped detour to avoid the Smolny region. The automobile is a far more genuine sign of present-day sovereignty than the orb and scepter. Under the regime of dual power, the automobiles had been divided between the government, the Central Executive Committee and private owners. Now all confiscated motors were dragged into the camp of the insurrection. The Smolny district looked like a giant military garage. The best of automobiles smoked in those days from the low-grade petrol. Motorcycles chugged impatiently and threateningly in the semi-darkness. Armored cars shrieked their sirens. Smolny seemed like a factory, a railroad, and power station of the revolution. A steady flood of people poured along the sidewalks of the adjoining streets. Bonfires were burning at the outer and inner gates. By their wavering light armed workers and soldiers were belligerently inspecting passes. A number of armored cars stood shaking with the action of their own motors in the court. Nothing wanted to stop moving, machines or people. At each entrance stood machine guns abundantly supplied with cartridge belts. The endless, weakly lighted, gloomy corridors echoed with the tramping of feet, with exclamations and shouts. The arriving and departing poured up and down the broad staircase. And this solid human lava would be cut through by impatient and imperative individuals. Smolny workers, couriers, commissars, a mandate or an order lifted high in their hand, a rifle on a cord slung over their shoulder, or a portfolio under their arm. The Military Revolutionary Committee never stopped working for an instant. It received delegates, couriers, volunteer informers, devoted friends, and scoundrels. It sent commissars to all corners of the town, set innumerable seals upon orders and commands and credentials, all this in the midst of intersecting inquiries, urgent communications, the ringing of telephone bells and the rattle of weapons. People utterly exhausted of their force, long without sleep or eating, unshaven, in dirty linen, with inflamed eyes, would shout in hoarse voices, gesticulate fantastically, and if they did not fall half dead on the floor, it seemed only thanks to the surrounding chaos which whirled them about and carried them away again on its unharnessed wings. Adventurers, crooks, the worst offscouring of the old regime, would sniff about and try to get a pass to Smolny. Some of them succeeded. They knew some little secret of administration, who has the key to the diplomatic correspondence, how to write an order on the treasury, where to get gasoline or a typewriter, and especially where the best court wines are kept. They did not all find their cell or bullet immediately. Never since the creation of the world have so many orders been issued, by word of mouth, by pencil, by typewriter, by wire, one following after the other, thousands and myriads of orders, not always issued by those having the right, and rarely to those capable of carrying them out. But just here lay the miracle, that in this crazy whirlpool there turned out to be an inner meaning. People managed to understand each other. The most important and necessary things got done. Replacing the old web of administration, the first threads of the new were strung, the revolution grew in strength. During that day, the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks was at work in Smolny. It was deciding the problem of the new government of Russia. No minutes were kept, or they have not been preserved. Nobody was bothering about future historians, although a lot of trouble was being prepared for them right there. The evening session of the Congress was to create a cabinet of ministers. Ministers. What a sadly compromised word. It stinks of the high bureaucratic career, the crowning of some parliamentary ambition. It was decided to call the government the Soviet of People's Commissars, that at least had a fresher sound. Since the negotiations for a coalition of the entire democracy had come to nothing, the question of the party and personal staff of the government was simplified. The left social revolutionaries minced and objected. Having just broken with the party of Kerensky, they themselves hardly knew what they wanted to do. The Central Committee adopted the motion of Lenin as the only thinkable one, to form a government of Bolsheviks only. Martov knocked at the door of the session in the capacity of intercessor for the arrested socialist ministers. Not so long ago he had been interceding with the socialist ministers for the imprisoned Bolsheviks. The will had made quite a sizable turn. Through one of its members sent out to Martov for negotiations, most probably Kamina, the Central Committee confirmed the statement that the socialist ministers would be transferred to house arrest. Apparently they had been forgotten in the rush of business, or perhaps had themselves declined privileges, adhering even in the Trubetskoy bastion to the principle of ministerial solidarity. The Congress opened its session at 9 o'clock in the evening. The picture on the whole was but little different from yesterday: fewer weapons, less of a jam. Sukhanov, now no longer a delegate, was able to find himself a free seat as one of the public. This session was to decide the questions of peace, land, and government. Only 3 questions: end the war, give the land to the people, establish a socialist dictatorship. Kamina began with a report of the work done by the Presidium during the day: the death penalty at the front introduced by Kerensky abolished, complete freedom of agitation restored, orders given for the liberation of soldiers imprisoned for political convictions, and members of land committees, all the commissars of the provisional government removed from office, orders given to arrest and deliver Kerensky and Kornilov. The Congress approved and ratified these measures. Again some remnants of remnants took the floor, to the impatient disapproval of the hall. One group announced that they were withdrawing at the moment of the victory of the insurrection and not at the moment of its defeat. Others bragged of the fact that they had decided to remain. A representative of the Donets miners urged immediate measures to prevent Kaldin from cutting the north off from coal. Some time must pass, however, before the revolution learns to take measures of such scope. Finally it becomes possible to take up the first point on the order of the day. Lenin, whom the Congress has not yet seen, is given the floor for a report on peace. His appearance in the tribune evokes a tumultuous greeting. The trench delegates gaze with all their eyes at this mysterious being whom they had been taught to hate and whom they have learned without seeing him to love. Now Lenin, gripping the edges of the reading stand, let little winking eyes travel over the crowd as he stood there waiting, apparently oblivious to the long rolling ovation, which lasted several minutes. When it finished, he said simply, "We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order." The minutes of the Congress are not preserved. The parliamentary stenographers, invited in to record the debates, had abandoned Smolny, along with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. That was one of the first episodes in the campaign of sabotage. The secretarial notes have been lost without a trace in the abyss of events. There remain only the hasty and tendentious newspaper reports, written to the tune of the artillery or the grinding of teeth in the political struggle. Lenin's speeches have suffered especially. Owing to his swift delivery and the complicated construction of his sentences, they are not easily recorded even in more favorable conditions. That initial statement which John Reed puts in the mouth of Lenin does not appear in any of the newspaper accounts. But it is wholly in the spirit of the orator. Reed could not have made it up. Just in that way Lenin must surely have begun his speech at the Congress of Soviets, simply, without unction, with inflexible confidence, "We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order." But for this it was first of all necessary to end the war. From his exile in Switzerland Lenin had thrown out the slogan, "Convert the imperialist war into a civil war." Now it was time to convert the victorious civil war into peace. The speaker began immediately by reading the draft of a declaration to be published by the government still to be elected. The text had not been distributed, technical equipment being still very weak. The Congress drank in every word of the document as pronounced. The workers' and peasants' government created by the revolution of October 24 to 25, and resting upon the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, proposes to all the warring peoples and their governments to open immediate negotiations for a just, democratic peace. Just conditions exclude annexations and indemnities. By annexations is to be understood the forceful accession of alien peoples or the retention of them against their will, either in Europe or in remote lands over the seas. Herewith the government declares that it by no means considers the above indicated conditions of peace ultimative, that is, it agrees to examine any other conditions, demanding only the quickest possible opening of negotiations and the absence of any secrecy in their conduct. On its part the Soviet government abolishes secret diplomacy and undertakes to publish the secret treaties concluded before October 25, 1917. Everything in those treaties directed toward the accruing of profit and privilege to the Russian landlords and capitalists, and the oppression of other peoples by the Great Russians, the government declares unconditionally and immediately annulled. In order to enter upon negotiations, it is proposed to conclude an immediate armistice, for not less than 3 months at least. The workers' and peasants' government addresses its proposals simultaneously to the governments and peoples of all warring countries, especially the conscious workers of the 3 most advanced countries, England, France, and Germany, confident that it is they who will help us successfully carry through the business of liberating the toilers and the exploited masses of the population from all slavery and all exploitation. Lenin limited himself to brief comments on the text of the declaration. We cannot ignore the governments, for then the possibility of concluding peace will be delayed, but we have no right not to appeal at the same time to the people. The people and the governments are everywhere at variance, and we ought to help the people interfere in the matter of war and peace. We will, of course, defend in all possible ways our program of peace without annexations or indemnities, but we ought not to present our conditions in the form of an ultimatum, as that will make it easier for the governments to refuse to negotiate. We will consider also every other proposal. Consider does not mean that we will accept it. The manifesto issued by the compromisers on March 14 proposed to the workers of other countries to overthrow the bankers in the name of peace. However, the compromisers themselves not only did not demand the overthrow of their own bankers, but entered into league with them. Now we have overthrown the government of the bankers. That gives us a right to summon the other peoples to do the same. We have every hope of victory. It must be remembered that we live not in the depths of Africa, but in Europe, where everything can become quickly known. The guarantee of victory Lenin sees, as always, in converting the national into an international revolution. The workers' movement will get the upper hand and lay down the road to peace and socialism. The left social revolutionaries sent up a representative to present their adherence to the declaration. Its spirit and meaning are close and understandable to us. The United Internationalists were for the declaration, but only on condition that it be issued by a government of the entire democracy. Lapinski, speaking for the Polish left Mensheviks, welcomed the healthy proletarian realism of the document. Dzerzhinsky for the social democracy of Poland and Lithuania, Stukha for the social democracy of Latvia, Kasukas for the Lithuanian social democracy, adhered to the declaration without qualification. The only objection was offered by the Bolshevik, Arameev, who demanded that the peace conditions be given the character of an ultimatum, otherwise they may think that we are weak, that we are afraid. Lenin decisively, even fiercely, objected to the ultimative presentation of the conditions. In that way, he said, we will only make it possible for our enemies to conceal the whole truth from the people, to hide the truth behind our irreconcilability. You say that our not presenting an ultimatum will show our impotence. It is time to have done with bourgeois falsities in politics. We need not be afraid of telling the truth about our weariness. The future disagreements of Brest-Litovsk gleam out for a moment already in this episode. Kamina asked all who were for the proclamation to raise their delegates' cards. One delegate, writes Reed, dared to raise his hand against, but the sudden sharp outburst around him brought it swiftly down. The appeal to the peoples and governments was adopted unanimously. The deed was done. And it impressed all the participants by its close and immediate magnitude. Sukhanov, an attentive although also prejudiced observer, noticed more than once at that first session the listlessness of the Congress. Undoubtedly the delegates, like all the people, indeed, were tired of meetings, congresses, speeches, resolutions, tired of the whole business of marking time. They had no confidence that this Congress would be able and know how to carry the thing through to the end. Will not the gigantic size of the task and the insuperable opposition compel them to back down this time too? An influx of confidence had come with the news of the capture of the Winter Palace, and afterward with the coming over of the bicycle men to the insurrection. But both these facts still had to do with the mechanics of insurrection. Only now was its historic meaning becoming clear in action. The victorious insurrection had built under this Congress of workers and soldiers an indestructible foundation of power. The delegates were voting this time not for a resolution, not for a proclamation, but for a governmental act of immeasurable significance. Listen, nations. The revolution offers you peace. It will be accused of violating treaties. But of this it is proud. To break up the leagues of bloody predation is the greatest historic service. The Bolsheviks have dared to do it. They alone have dared. Pride surges up of its own accord. Eyes shine. All are on their feet. No one is smoking now. It seems as though no one breathes. The presidium, the delegates, the guests, the sentries, join in a hymn of insurrection and brotherhood. Suddenly, by common impulse, the story will soon be told by John Reed, observer and participant, chronicler and poet of the insurrection. We found ourselves on our feet, mumbling together into the smooth lifting unison of the Internationale. A grizzled old soldier was sobbing like a child. Alexandra Kollontai rapidly winked the tears back. The immense sound rolled through the hall, burst windows and doors and soared into the quiet sky. Did it go altogether into the sky? Did it not go also to the autumn trenches, that hatch work upon unhappy, crucified Europe, to her devastated cities and villages, to her mothers and wives in mourning? Arise ye prisoners of starvation! Arise ye wretched of the earth! The words of the song were freed of all qualifications. They fused with the decree of the government, and hence resounded with the force of a direct act. Everyone felt greater and more important in that hour. The heart of the revolution enlarged to the width of the whole world. We will achieve emancipation. The spirit of independence, of initiative, of daring, those joyous feelings of which the oppressed in ordinary conditions are deprived, the revolution had brought them now, with our own hand. The omnipotent hand of those millions who had overthrown the monarchy and the bourgeoisie would now strangle the war. The Red Guard from the Viborg district, the grey soldier with his scar, the old revolutionist who had served his years at hard labor, the young black-bearded sailor from the Aurora, all vowed to carry through to the end this last and deciding fight. We will build our own new world. We will build. In that word eagerly spoken from the heart was included already the future years of the Civil War and the coming 5-year periods of labor and privation. Who was nothing shall be all. All. If the actualities of the past have often been turned into song, why shall not a song be turned into the actuality of the future? Those trench coats no longer seemed the costumes of galley slaves. The papoki with their holes and torn cotton took a new aspect above those gleaming eyes. The race of man shall rise again. Is it possible to believe that it will not rise from the misery and humiliation, the blood and filth of this war? The whole Presidium, with Lenin at its head, stood and sang with excited enraptured faces and shining eyes. Thus testifies a septic, gazing with heavy feelings upon an alien triumph. How much I wanted to join it, confesses Sukhanov, to fuse in one feeling and mood with that mass and its leaders. But I could not. The last sound of the anthem died away, but the Congress remained standing, a fused human mass enchanted by the greatness of that which they had experienced. And the eyes of many rested on the short, sturdy figure of the man in the tribune with his extraordinary head, his high cheekbones and simple features, altered now by the shaved beard, and with that gaze of his small, slightly Mongol eyes which looked straight through everything. For 4 months he had been absent. His very name had almost separated itself from any living image. But no. He was not a myth. There he stood among his own, how many now of his own, holding the sheets of a message of peace to the peoples of the world in his hand. Even those nearest, those who knew well his place in the party, for the first time fully realized what he meant to the revolution, to the people, to the peoples. It was he who had taught them, it was he who had brought them up. Somebody's voice from the depth of the hall shouted a word of greeting to the leader. The hall seemed only to have awaited the signal. Long live Lenin! The anxieties endured, the doubts overcome, pride of initiative, triumph of victory, gigantic hopes, all poured out together in one volcanic eruption of gratitude and rapture. The skeptical observer dryly remarks, undoubted enthusiasm of mood. They greeted Lenin, shouted hurrah, threw their caps in the air. They sang the funeral march in memory of the victims of the war, and again applause, shouts, throwing of caps in the air. What the Congress experienced during those minutes was experienced on the next day, although less compactly, by the whole country. It must be said, writes Stankiewicz, in his memoirs, that the bold gesture of the Bolsheviks, their ability to step over the barbed wire entanglements which had for 4 years divided us from the neighboring peoples, created of itself an enormous impression. Baron Budberg expresses himself more crudely but no less succinctly in his diary. The new government of Comrade Lenin went off with a decree for immediate peace. This was now an act of genius for bringing the soldier masses to his side. I saw this in the mood of several regiments which I made the rounds of today. The telegram of Lenin on an immediate 3 months armistice and then peace, created a colossal impression everywhere, and evoked stormy joy. We have now lost the last chance of saving the front. By saving the front which they had ruined, those men had long ceased to mean anything but saving their own social positions. If the revolution had had the determination to step over the barbed wire entanglements in March and April, it might still have soldered the army together for a time, provided the army was at the same time reduced to half or a third its size, and thus created for its foreign policy a position of exceptional force. But the hour of courageous action struck only in October, when to save even a part of the army for even a short period was unthinkable. The new government had to load upon itself the debt, not only for the war of Tsarism, but also for the spendthrift light-mindedness of the provisional government. In this dreadful, and for all other parties hopeless, situation, only Bolshevism could lead the country out on an open road, having uncovered through the October Revolution inexhaustible resources of national energy. Lenin is again in the tribune, this time with the little sheets of a decree on land. He begins with an indictment of the overthrown government and the compromisist parties, who by dragging out the land question have brought the country to a peasant revolt. Their talk about pogroms and anarchy in the country rings false with cowardly deceit. Where and when have pogroms and anarchy been caused by reasonable measures? The draft of the decree has not been multigraphed for distribution. The speaker has the sole rough draft in his hands, and it is written so badly, Sukhanov remembers, that Lenin stumbles in the reading, gets mixed up, and finally stops entirely. Somebody from the crowd jammed around the tribune comes to his help. Lenin eagerly yields his place and the undecipherable paper. These rough spots did not, however, in the eyes of that plebeian parliament diminish by an iota the grandeur of which was taking place. The essence of the decree is contained in 2 lines of the first point: the landlord's property in the land is annulled immediately and without any indemnity whatever. The landlord, upponage, monastery, and church estates with all their goods and chattels are given in charge of the town land committees and county soviets of peasant deputies until the Constituent Assembly. The confiscated property is placed as a national possession under the protection of the local soviets. The land of the rank-and-file peasants and rank-and-file Cossacks is protected against confiscation. The whole decree does not come to more than 30 lines. It smashes the Gordian knot with a hammer. To the fundamental text certain broader instructions are adjoined, borrowed wholly from the peasants themselves. In Izvestia of the Peasant Soviet there had been printed on August 19 the summary of 242 instructions given by the electors to their representatives at the First Congress of Peasant Deputies. Notwithstanding that it was the social revolutionaries who prepared these collated instructions, Lenin did not hesitate to attach the document in its entirety to his decree for guidance in carrying out the great land transformation. The collated instructions read: the right to private property in the land is annulled forever. The right to use the land is accorded to all citizens, desiring to cultivate it with their own labor. Hired labor is not permitted. The use of the land must be equalized, that is, the land is to be divided among the toilers according to local conditions on the basis of standards either of labor or consumption. Under a continuation of the bourgeois regime, to say nothing of a coalition with the landlords, these social revolutionary instructions remained a lifeless utopia, where they did not become a conscious lie. Even under the rule of the proletariat, they did not become realizable in all their sections. But the destiny of the instructions radically changed with a change in the attitude toward them of the governmental power. The workers' state gave the peasants a period in which to try out their self-contradictory program in action. The peasants want to keep their small properties, wrote Lenin in August, standardize them on a basis of equality, and periodically re-equalize them. Let them do it. No reasonable socialist will break with the peasant poor on that ground. If the lands are confiscated, that means that the rule of the banks is undermined. If the equipment is confiscated, that means that the rule of capital is undermined. The rest, with a transfer of political power to the proletariat, will be suggested by practice. A great many people, and not only enemies but friends, have failed to understand this far-sighted, and to a certain extent pedagogical, approach of the Bolshevik Party to the peasantry and its agrarian program. The equal distribution of the land, objected Rosa Luxemburg for example, has nothing in common with socialism. The Bolsheviks, it goes without saying, had no illusion upon this point. On the contrary, the very construction of the decree bears witness to the critical vigilance of the legislator. Whereas the collated instructions say that all the land, both that of the landlords and the peasants, is converted into national property, the basic decree does not commit itself at all as to the new form of property in the land. Even a none too pedantic jurist would be horrified at the fact that the nationalization of the land, a new social principle of world historic importance, is inaugurated in the form of a list of instructions adjoined to a basic law. But there was no reactionary slovenliness here. Lenin wanted as little as possible to tie the hands of the party and the Soviet power a priori in a still unexplored historic realm. Here again he united unexampled audacity with the greatest caution. It still remained to determine in experience how the peasants themselves would understand the conversion of the land into the property of the whole people. Having made so long a dash forward, it was necessary to fortify the positions also in case a retreat should become necessary. The distribution of the landlord's land among the peasants, while not in itself a guarantee against bourgeois counter-revolution, made impossible in any case a feudal monarchic restoration. It would be possible to speak of socialist perspectives only after the establishment and successful preservation of the proletarian power. And this power could preserve itself only by giving determined cooperation to the peasant in carrying out his revolution. If the distribution of the land would strengthen the socialist government politically, it was then wholly justified as an immediate measure. The peasant had to be taken as the revolution found him. Only a new regime could re-educate him, and not at once, but in the course of a generation, with the help of a new technique and a new organization of industry. The decree together with the instructions meant that the dictatorship of the proletariat assumed an obligation not only to take an attentive attitude toward the interests of the land laborer, but also to be patient of his illusions as a petty proprietor. It was clear in advance that there would be a number of stages and turning points in the agrarian revolution. The collated instructions were anything but the last word. They represented merely a starting point which the workers agreed to occupy while helping the peasants to realize their progressive demands, and warning them against false steps. "We must not ignore," said Lenin in his speech, "the resolutions of the lower ranks of the people, even though we are not in agreement with them. We must give full freedom to the creative capacity of the popular masses. The essence of the thing is that the peasantry should have full confidence that there are no more landlords in the country, and let the peasants themselves decide all questions and build their own life." Opportunism? No, it was revolutionary realism. Before even the applause was over, a right social revolutionary, Pianik, arrived from the Peasants' Executive Committee and took the floor with a furious protest on the subject of the socialist ministers being under arrest. "During the last days," cried the orator pounding the table as though beside himself, "a thing is on foot which has never happened in any revolution. Our comrades, members of the Executive Committee, Maslov and Solazhkin, are locked up in a prison. We demand their immediate release. If one hair falls from their heads," threatened another messenger in a military coat. To the Congress they both seemed like visitors from another world. At the moment of the insurrection there were about 800 men in prison in Dvinsk, charged with Bolshevism, in Minsk about 6,000, in Kiev 535, for the most part soldiers. And how many members of the peasant committees were under lock and key in various parts of the country? Finally a good share of the delegates to this very Congress, beginning with the Presidium, had passed through the prisons of Kerensky since July. No wonder the indignation of the friends of the provisional government could not pluck at any heartstrings in this assembly. To complete their bad luck a certain delegate, unknown to anybody, a peasant from Tver, with long hair and a big sheepskin coat, rose in his place, and having bowed politely to all 4 points of the compass, adjured the Congress in the name of his electors not to hesitate at arresting Avksentiev's executive committee as a whole. Those are not peasants' deputies, but cadets. Their place is in prison. So they stood facing each other, these two figures, the social revolutionary Pianik, experienced parliamentarian, favorite of ministers, hater of Bolsheviks, and the nameless peasant from Tver who had brought Lenin a hearty salute from his electors. Two social strata, two revolutions. Pianik was speaking in the name of February, the Tver peasant was fighting for October. The Congress gave the delegate in a sheepskin coat a veritable ovation. The emissaries of the Executive Committee went away swearing. The resolution of Lenin is greeted by the social revolutionary faction as a triumph of their ideas, announces Kalagov, but in view of the extraordinary importance of the question we must take it up in caucus. A maximalist, representative of the extreme left wing of the disintegrated Social Revolutionary Party, demands an immediate vote. We ought to give honor to a party which on the very first day and without any blabber brings such a measure to life. Lenin insisted that the intermission should be at any rate as short as possible. News so important to Russia should be in print by morning. No filibustering. The decree on land was not only, indeed, the foundation of the new regime, but also a weapon of the revolution, which had still to conquer the country. It is not surprising that Reed records at that moment an imperative shout breaking through the noise of the hall: 15 agitators wanted in room 17 at once. To go to the front. At 1 o'clock in the morning a delegate from the Russian troops in Macedonia enters a complaint that the Petersburg governments one after the other have forgotten them. Support for peace and land from the soldiers in Macedonia is assured. Here is a new test of the mood of the army, this time from a far corner of southeastern Europe. And here Kamina announces, the 10th Bicycle Battalion, summoned by the government from the front, entered Petrograd this morning, and like its predecessors has adhered to the Congress of Soviets. The warm applause testifies that no amount of these confirmations of its power will seem excessive to the Congress. After the adoption, unanimously and without debate, of a resolution declaring it an affair of honor of the local Soviets not to permit Jewish or any other pogroms on the part of the criminal element, a vote is taken on the draft of the land law. With 1 vote opposed and 8 abstaining, the Congress adopts with a new burst of enthusiasm the decree putting an end to serfdom, the very foundation stone of the old Russian culture. Henceforth the agrarian revolution is legalized, and therewith the revolution of the proletariat acquires a mighty basis. A last problem remains, the creation of a government. Kamina reads a proposal drawn up by the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks. The management of the various branches of the state life is allotted to commissions who are to carry into action the program announced by the Congress of Soviets in close union with the mass organization of working men and women, sailors, soldiers, peasants, and clerical employees. The governmental power is concentrated in the hands of a collegium composed of the presidents of these commissions, to be called the Soviet of People's Commissars. Control over the activities of the government is vested in the Congress of Soviets and its Central Executive Committee. 7 members of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party were nominated to the First Council of People's Commissars, Lenin as head of the government, without portfolio, Rykov as People's Commissar of the Interior, Miliutin as head of the Department of Agriculture, Nogin as Chief of Commerce and Industry, Trotsky as head of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Lomov of Justice, Stalin, President of a Commission on the Affairs of the Nationalities, Military and Naval Affairs were allotted to a committee consisting of Antonovo, Vzinko, Krylenko, and Dybenko. The head of the Commissariat of Labor is to be Shlyapnikov, the chief of the Department of Education, Lunakarsky. The heavy and ungrateful task of Minister of Provisions is laid upon Theodorovich, the posts and telegraph upon the worker, Glebov. The position of People's Commissar of Communications is not yet allotted, the door being left open here for an agreement with the organizations of the railroad workers. All 15 candidates, 4 workers and 11 intellectuals have behind them years of imprisonment, exile and emigrant life. 5 of them have been imprisoned even under the regime of the Democratic Republic. The future Prime Minister had only the day before emerged from the Democratic underground. Kamina and Zinoviev did not enter the Council of People's Commissars. The former was selected for president of the new Central Executive Committee, the latter for editor of the official organ of the Soviets. As Kamina read the list of commissars, writes Reed, there were bursts of applause after each name, Lenin's and Trotsky's especially. Sukhanov adds also that of Lunakarsky. A long speech against the proposed staff of the government was made by a representative of the United Internationalists. Avilov, once a Bolshevik, a litterateur from Gorky's paper. He conscientiously enumerated the difficulties standing before the revolution in the sphere of domestic and foreign politics. We must clearly realize whither we are going. Before the new government stand all the old questions, of bread and of peace. If it does not solve these problems it will be overthrown. There is little grain in the country, it is in the hands of the well-to-do peasants, there is nothing to give in exchange for grain, industry is on the decline, fuel and raw material are lacking. To collect the grain by force is a difficult, long, and dangerous task. It is necessary, therefore, to create a government which will have the sympathy not only of the poor but also of the well-to-do peasantry. For this a coalition is necessary. it will be still harder to obtain peace. The governments of the Entente will not answer the proposal of the Congress for an immediate armistice. Even without that, the Allied ambassadors are planning to leave. The new government will be isolated, its peace initiative will be left hanging in the air. The popular masses of the warring countries are still far from revolution. The consequences may be either extermination of the revolution by the troops of the Hohenzollern or a separate peace. The peace terms in both cases can only be the worst possible for Russia. These difficulties can be met only by a majority of the people. The unfortunate thing is the split in the democracy. The left half wants to create a purely Bolshevik government in Smolny, and the right half is organizing in the City Duma a committee of public safety. To save the revolution, it is necessary to form a government from both groups. A representative of the left social revolutionaries, Karelin, spoke to the same effect. It is impossible to carry out the program adopted without those parties which have withdrawn from the Congress. To be sure, the Bolsheviks are not to blame for their withdrawal. But the program of the Congress ought to unite the entire democracy. We do not want to take the road of isolating the Bolsheviks, for we understand that with the fate of the Bolsheviks is bound up the fate of the whole revolution. Their ruin will be the ruin of the revolution. If they, the left social revolutionaries, have nevertheless declined the invitation to enter the government, their purpose is a good one, to keep their hands free for mediation between the Bolsheviks and the parties which have abandoned the Congress. In such mediations, the left social revolutionaries see their principal task at the present moment. The left social revolutionaries will support the work of the new government in solving urgent problems. At the same time, they vote against the proposed government. In a word, the young party has got mixed up as badly as it knows how. Trotsky rose to defend a government of Bolsheviks only, writes Sukhanov, himself wholly in sympathy with Avilov and having inspired Karelin behind the scenes. He was very clear, sharp, and in much absolutely right. But he refused to understand in what consisted the center of the argument of his opponents. The center of the argument consisted of an ideal diagonal. In March they had tried to draw it between the bourgeoisie and the compromisist Soviets. Now Sukhanov dreamed of a diagonal between the compromisist democracy and the dictatorship of the proletariat. But revolutions do not develop along diagonals. They have tried to frighten us more than once with a possible isolation of the left wing, said Trotsky. Some days back, when the question of insurrection was first openly raised, they told us that we were headed for destruction. And in reality, if you judged the grouping of forces by the political press, then insurrection threatened us with inevitable ruin. Against us stood not only the counter-revolutionary bands, but also the defensists of all varieties. The left social revolutionaries, only one wing of them courageously worked with us in the Military Revolutionary Committee. The rest occupied a position of watchful neutrality. And nevertheless, even with these unfavorable circumstances, and when it seemed that we were abandoned by all, the insurrection triumphed. If the real forces were actually against us, how could it happen that we won the victory almost without bloodshed? No, it is not we who are isolated, but the government and the so-called Democrats. With their wavering, their compromising, they have erased themselves from the ranks of the authentic democracy. Our great superiority as a party lies in the fact that we have formed a coalition with the class forces, creating a union of the workers and poorest peasants. Political groupings disappear, but the fundamental interests of the classes remain. That party conquers which is able to feel out and satisfy the fundamental demands of a class. We pride ourselves upon the coalition of our garrison, chiefly composed of peasants, with the working class. This coalition has been tried by fire. The Petrograd garrison and proletariat went hand in hand into that great struggle which is the classic example in the history of revolutions among all peoples. Avilov has spoken of the vast difficulties which stand before us. To remove those difficulties, he proposes that we form a coalition. But he makes no attempt to lay bare his formula and tell us what coalition. A coalition of groups, or classes, or simply a coalition of newspapers. They tell us the split in the democracy is a misunderstanding. When Kerensky is sending shock troops against us, when with the consent of the Central Executive Committee we are deprived of the telephone at the most critical moment of our struggle with the bourgeoisie, when they deal us blow after blow, is it possible to talk of misunderstanding? Avilov says to us, there is little bread, we must have a coalition with the defensists. Do you imagine that this coalition will increase the quantity of bread? The problem of bread is the problem of a program of action. The struggle with economic collapse demands a definite system from below, and not political groupings on top. Avilov speaks of a union with the peasantry, but again of what peasantry is he talking? Today and right here, a representative of the peasants of Tver province demanded the arrest of Avksentiev. We must choose between this Tver peasant and Avksentiev who has filled the prisons with members of the peasant committees. A coalition with the Kulak elements of the peasantry we firmly reject in the name of a coalition of the working class and the poorer peasant. We are with the Tver peasants against Avksentiev. We are with them to the end and inseparably. Whoever now chases the shadow of coalition is totally cutting himself off from life. The social revolutionaries will lose support among the masses to the extent that they venture to oppose our party. Every group which opposes the party of the proletariat, with whom the village poor have united, cuts himself off from the revolution. Openly and before the face of the whole people we raised the banner of insurrection. The political formula of this insurrection was, all power to the Soviets, through the Congress of Soviets. They tell us, you did not await the Congress with your uprising. We thought of waiting, but Kerensky would not wait. The counter-revolutionists were not dreaming. We as a party considered this our task, to make it genuinely possible for the Congress of Soviets to seize the power. If the Congress had been surrounded with Junkers, how could it have seized the power? In order to achieve this task, a party was needed which would wrench the power from the hands of the counter-revolution and say to you, here is the power and you've got to take it. Notwithstanding that the defensists of all shades stopped at nothing in their struggle against us, we did not throw them out. We proposed to the Congress as a whole to take the power. How utterly you distort the perspective, when after all that has happened you talk from this tribune of our irreconcilability. When a party surrounded with a cloud of gunpowder smoke, comes up to them and says, let us take the power together, they run to the City Duma and unite there with open counter-revolutionists. They are traitors to the revolution with whom we will never unite. For the struggle for peace, says Avilov, we must have a coalition with the compromisers. At the same time he acknowledges that the Allies do not want to make peace. The Allied imperialists laughed, says Avilov, at the oleomargarine delegate Skobelev. Nevertheless, if you form a bloc with the oleomargarine Democrats, the cause of peace is assured. There are two roads in the struggle for peace. One road is to oppose to the Allied and enemy governments the moral and material force of revolution. The other is a bloc with Skobelev, which means a bloc with Turichenko and complete subjection to Allied imperialism. In our proclamation on peace we address ourselves simultaneously to the governments and the peoples. That is purely formal symmetry. Of course we do not think to influence the imperialist governments with our proclamations, although as long as they exist we cannot ignore them. We rest all our hope on the possibility that our revolution will unleash the European revolution. If the revolting peoples of Europe do not crush imperialism, then we will be crushed, that is indubitable. Either the Russian Revolution will raise the whirlwind of struggle in the West, or the capitalists of all countries will crush our revolution. There is a third road, says a voice from the benches. The third road, answers Trotsky, is the road of the Central Executive Committee, on the one hand sending delegates to the West European workers, and on the other forming a union with the Kishkins and Konovalovs. That is a road of lies and hypocrisy which we will never enter. Of course we do not say that only the day of insurrection of the European workers will be the day that the peace treaty is signed. This also is possible, that the bourgeoisie, frightened by an approaching insurrection of the oppressed, will hasten to make peace. The dates are not set. The concrete forms cannot be foretold. It is important and it is necessary to define the method of struggle, a method identical in principle both in foreign and domestic politics. A union of the oppressed here and everywhere, that is our road. The delegates of the Congress, says John Reed, greeted him with an immense crusading acclaim, kindling to the daring of it, with the thought of championing mankind. At any rate it could not have entered the minds of any Bolshevik at that time to protest against placing the fate of the Soviet Republic, in an official speech in the name of the Bolshevik Party, in direct dependence upon the development of the international revolution. The dramatic law of this Congress was that each significant act was concluded or even interrupted, by a short intermission during which a figure from the other camp would suddenly appear upon the stage and voice a protest, or a threat, or present an ultimatum. A representative of the Victual, the executive committee of the Railroad Workers' Union, now demanded the floor immediately and on the instant. He must needs throw a bomb into the assembly before the vote was taken on the question of power. The speaker, in whose face Reed saw implacable hostility, began with an accusation. His organization, the strongest in Russia, had not been invited to the Congress. "It was the Central Executive Committee that did not invite you," was shouted at him from all sides. But he continued, "And be it known that the original decision of the Victual to support the Congress of Soviets has been revoked." The speaker hastened to read an ultimatum already distributed by telegraph throughout the country. The Victual condemns the seizure of power by one party. The government ought to be responsible before the entire revolutionary democracy. Until the creation of a democratic government only the Victual will control the railroad lines. The speaker adds that counter-revolutionary troops will not be admitted to Petrograd, but in general the movement of troops will henceforth take place only at the direction of the old Central Executive Committee. In case of repressions directed against the railroad workers, the Victual will deprive Petrograd of food. The Congress bristled under the blow. The chiefs of the railroad union were trying to converse with the representatives of the people as one government with another. When the workers, soldiers, and peasants take the administration of the state into their hands, the Victual presumes to give commands to the workers, soldiers, and peasants. It wants to change into petty cash the overthrown system of dual power. In thus attempting to rely not upon its numbers, but upon the exceptional significance of railroads in the economy and culture of the country, these Democrats of the Victual exposed the whole frailty of the criterion of formal democracy upon the fundamental issues of a social struggle. Truly revolution has a genius for education. At any rate the moment for this blow was not badly chosen by the compromisers. The faces of the Presidium were troubled. Fortunately the Victual was by no means unconditional boss on the railroads. In the local districts the railroad workers were members of the city Soviets. Even here at the Congress the ultimatum of the Victual met resistance. "The whole mass of the railroad workers of our district," said the delegate from Tashkent, "have expressed themselves in favor of the transfer of power to the Soviets." Another delegate from railroad workers declared the Victual a political corpse. That doubtless was exaggerated. Relying upon the rather numerous upper layers of railroad clerks, the Victual had preserved more life force than the other higher-up organizations of the compromisers. But it belonged indubitably to the same type as the Army Committees or the Central Executive Committee. Its star was swiftly falling. The workers were everywhere distinguishing themselves from the clerical employees, the lower clerks were opposing themselves to the higher. The impudent ultimatum of the Victual would undoubtedly hasten these processes. "No, the station masters can't hold back the locomotive of the October Revolution. There can be no questioning the legal rights of this Congress," declared Kamina with authority. The quorum of the Congress was established not by us, but by the old Central Executive Committee. The Congress is the highest organ of the workers and soldier masses. A simple return to the order of the day. The Council of People's Commissars was ratified by an overwhelming majority. Avilov's resolution, according to the excessively generous estimate of Sukhanov, got 150 votes, chiefly left social revolutionaries. The Congress then unanimously confirmed the membership of the new Central Executive Committee. Out of 101 members, 62 Bolsheviks, 29 left social revolutionaries. The Central Executive Committee was to complete itself in the future with representatives of the peasant Soviets and the re-elected army organizations. The factions who had abandoned the Congress were granted the right to send their delegates to the Central Executive Committee on the basis of proportional representation. The agenda of the Congress was completed. The Soviet government was created. It had its program. The work could begin. And there was no lack of it. At 5:15 in the morning Kamina closed the Constituent Congress of the Soviet regime. To the stations. Home. To the front. To the factories and barracks. To the mines and the far-off villages in the decrees of the Soviet, the delegates will carry the leaven of the proletarian revolution to all corners of the country. On that morning the central organ of the Bolshevik Party, again under the old name Pravda, wrote, "They wanted us to take the power alone, so that we alone should have to contend with the terrible difficulties confronting the country. So be it. We take the power alone, relying upon the voice of the country and counting upon the friendly help of the European proletariat. But having taken the power, we will deal with the enemies of revolution and its saboteurs with an iron hand. They dreamed of a dictatorship of Kornilov. We will give them the dictatorship of the proletariat." Chapter 48. Conclusion. A remarkable consecutiveness of stages is to be observed in the development of the Russian Revolution, and this for the very reason that it was an authentic popular revolution, setting in motion tens of millions. Events succeeded each other as though obeying laws of gravitation. The correlation of forces was twice verified at every stage. First the masses would demonstrate the might of their assault, then the possessing classes, attempting revenge, would reveal their isolation the more clearly. In February the workers and soldiers of Petrograd rose in insurrection, not only against the patriotic will of all the educated classes, but also contrary to the reckonings of the revolutionary organizations. The masses demonstrated that they were unconquerable. Had they themselves been aware of this, they would have become the government. But there was not yet a strong and authoritative revolutionary party at their head. The power fell into the hands of the petty bourgeois democracy tinted with a protective socialist coloration. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries could make no other use of the confidence of the masses but to summon to the helm the liberal bourgeoisie, who in this turn could only place the power slipped to them by the compromisers at the service of the interests of the Entente. In the April days the indignation of the regiments and factories again without the summons of any party, brought them out on the streets of Petrograd to resist the imperialist policy of the government wished on them by the compromisers. This armed demonstration attained an appearance of success. Milyukov, the leader of Russian imperialism, was removed from the government. The compromisers entered the government, superficially as plenipotentiaries of the people, in reality as callboys of the bourgeoisie. Without having decided one of the problems which had evoked the revolution, the coalition government violated in June the de facto armistice that had been established on the front, throwing the troops into an offensive. By this act the February regime, already marked by the declining trust of the masses in the compromisers, dealt itself a fatal blow. The period opened of direct preparation for the Second Revolution. At the beginning of July the government, having all the possessing and educated classes behind it, was prosecuting every revolutionary manifestation whatever as treason to the fatherland and aid to the enemy. The official mass organizations, the Soviets, the social patriotic parties, were struggling against a demonstration with all their power. The Bolsheviks for tactical reasons were trying to restrain the workers and soldiers from coming into the streets. Nevertheless the masses came out. The movement proved unrestrainable and universal. The government was nowhere to be seen. The compromisers hid. The workers and soldiers proved masters of the situation in the capital. Their offensive went to pieces, however, owing to the inadequate readiness of the provinces and the front. At the end of August all the organs and institutions of the possessing classes stood for a counter-revolutionary overturn, the diplomats of the Entente, the banks, the leagues of landed proprietors and industrialists, the cadet party, the staffs, the officers, The big press. The organizer of the overturn was no other than the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, with the officer apparatus of an army of millions to rely on. Military detachments specially selected from all fronts were thrown against Petrograd under pretense of strategic considerations and by secret agreement with the head of the government. In the capital everything, it seemed, was prepared for the success of the enterprise. The workers had been disarmed by the authorities with the help of the compromisers. The Bolsheviks were under a steady rain of blows. The more revolutionary regiments had been removed from the city. Hundreds of specially selected officers were concentrated in shock brigades. With the officer schools and Cossack detachments they should constitute an impressive force. And what happened? The plot, patronized it would seem by the gods themselves, barely came in contact with the revolutionary people when it scattered in dust. These two movements, at the beginning of July and the end of August, relate to each other as a theorem and its converse. The July days demonstrated the might of the self-dependent movement of the masses. The August days laid bare the complete impotence of the ruling groups. This correlation signalized the inevitability of a new conflict. The provinces and the front were meanwhile drawing closer to the capital. This predetermined the October victory. The ease with which Lenin and Trotsky overthrew the last coalition government of Kerensky, wrote the cadet, Nabokov, revealed its inward impotence. The degree of this impotence was an amazement at that time even to well-informed people. Nabokov himself seems hardly aware that it was a question of his impotence, that of his class, of his social structure. Just as from the armed demonstration of July the curve rises to the October insurrection, so the movement of Kornilov seems a dress rehearsal of the counter-revolutionary campaign undertaken by Kerensky in the last days of October. The sole military force against the Bolsheviks found at the front by the Democratic Commander-in-Chief after his flight under cover of the little American flag, was that same 3rd Cavalry Corps which 2 months before had been designated by Kornilov for the overthrow of Kerensky himself. The commander of the corps was still the Cossack general, Krasnov, militant monarchist placed in this post by Kornilov. A more appropriate commander for the defense of democracy was not to be found. Moreover, nothing was left of the corps but its name. It had been reduced to a few Cossack squadrons, who after an unsuccessful attempt to take the offensive against the Reds near Petrograd, fraternized with the revolutionary sailors and turned Krasnov over to the Bolsheviks. Kerensky was obliged to take flight, both from the Cossacks and the sailors. Thus 8 months after the overthrow of the monarchy the workers stood at the head of the country. And they stood firmly. Who would believe, wrote one of the Russian generals, Zalesky, expressing his indignation at this, that the janitor or watchman of the court building would suddenly become Chief Justice of the Court of Appeals. Or the hospital orderly manager of the hospital, the barber a big functionary, yesterday's ensign the commander-in-chief, yesterday's lackey or common laborer burgomaster, yesterday's train oiler chief of division or station superintendent, yesterday's locksmith head of the factory. Who would believe it? They had to believe it. It was impossible not to believe it, when ensigns routed the generals, when burgomasters from the ranks of common labor put down the resistance of yesterday's lords, train oilers regulated transport, and locksmiths as directors revived industry. The chief task of a political regime, according to an English aphorism, is to put the right people in the right positions. How does the experiment of 1917 look from this point of view? During the first 2 months Russia was ruled, through right of monarchic succession, by a man inadequately endowed by nature who believed in saints' mummies and submitted to Rasputin. During the next 8 months the liberals and Democrats attempted from their governmental high places to prove to the people that the revolution had been accomplished in order that all should remain as before. No wonder those people passed over the country like wavering shadows leaving no trace. From the 25th of October the man at the head of Russia was Lenin, the greatest figure in Russian political history. He was surrounded by a staff of assistants who, as their most spiteful enemies acknowledge, knew what they wanted and how to fight for their aims. Which of these 3 systems, in the given concrete conditions, proved capable of putting the right people in the right positions? The historic ascent of humanity, taken as a whole, may be summarized as a succession of victories of consciousness over blind forces, in nature, in society, in man himself. Critical and creative thought can boast of its greatest victories up to now in the struggle with nature. The physico-chemical sciences have already reached a point where man is clearly about to become master of matter. But social relations are still forming in the manner of the Coral Islands. Parliamentarism illumined only the surface of society, and even that with a rather artificial light. In comparison with monarchy and other heirlooms from the cannibals and cave dwellers, democracy is of course a great conquest, but it leaves the blind play of forces in the social relations of men untouched. It was against this deeper sphere of the unconscious that the October Revolution was the first to raise its hand. The Soviet system wishes to bring aim and plan into the very basis of society, where up to now only accumulated consequences have reigned. Enemies are gleeful that 15 years after the revolution the Soviet country is still but little like a kingdom of universal well-being. Such an argument, if not really to be explained as due to a blinding hostility, could only be dictated by an excessive worship of the magic power of socialist methods. Capitalism required 100 years to elevate science and technique to the heights and plunge humanity into the hell of war and crisis. To socialism its enemies allow only 15 years to create and furnish a terrestrial paradise. We took no such obligation upon ourselves. We never set these dates. The process of vast transformations must be measured by an adequate scale. But the misfortunes which have overwhelmed living people? The fire and bloodshed of the Civil War? Do the consequences of a revolution justify in general the sacrifices it involves? The question is teleological and therefore fruitless. It would be as well to ask in face of the difficulties and griefs of personal existence, is it worthwhile to be born? Melancholy reflections have not so far, however, prevented people from bearing or being born. Even in the present epoch of intolerable misfortune only a small percentage of the population of our planet resorts to suicide. But the people are seeking the way out of their unbearable difficulties in revolution. Is it not remarkable that those who talk most indignantly about the victims of social revolutions are usually the very ones who, if not directly responsible for the victims of the World War, prepared and glorified them, or at least accepted them? It is our turn to ask, did the war justify itself? What has it given us? What has it taught? It will hardly pay now to pause upon the assertions of injured Russian proprietors that the revolution led to the cultural decline of the country. That aristocratic culture overthrown by the October Revolution was in the last analysis only a superficial imitation of higher Western models. Remaining inaccessible to the Russian people, it added nothing essential to the treasure store of humanity. The October Revolution laid the foundation of a new culture taking everybody into consideration, and for that very reason immediately acquiring international significance. Even supposing for a moment that owing to unfavorable circumstances and hostile blows the Soviet regime should be temporarily overthrown, the inexpugnable impress of the October Revolution would nevertheless remain upon the whole future development of mankind. The language of the civilized nations has clearly marked off two epochs in the development of Russia. Where the aristocratic culture introduced into world parlance such barbarisms as Tsar, pogrom, knout, October has internationalized such words as Bolshevik, Soviet, and Piatalitka. This alone justifies the proletarian revolution, if you imagine that it needs justification. The End. Volume 3, Note to the Appendices. Besides our historic references on the theory of permanent revolution, we have transferred into this appendix 2 independent chapters, Some Legends of the Bureaucracy, and Socialism in a Separate Country. The chapter on legends is dedicated to the critical restoration of a series of facts and episodes of the October Revolution distorted by the epigone historians. One of the incidental aims of this chapter is to make it impossible for lazy minds, instead of working over the factual material, to quiet themselves with the cheap a priori conclusion that the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. The chapter Socialism in a Separate Country is dedicated to the most important question concerning the ideology and program of the Bolshevik Party. The question here historically illumined by us, not only still preserves all its theoretical interest, but has in recent years acquired a first-class practical importance. We have separated these two chapters from the general text, of which they form an integral part, only for the benefit of the reader not accustomed to concern himself with secondary disputes or theoretical problems. If however a tenth, or even a hundredth, of the readers of this book take the trouble to read attentively this appendix, the author will feel abundantly rewarded for the great labor he has performed. It is through thoughtful, work-loving, and critical minds that the truth in the long run makes its way to broader circles. Volume 3, Appendix 1. Supplementary Essay, Some Legends of the Bureaucracy. The conception of the October Revolution developed in this book was set forth by the author more than once during the early years of the Soviet regime, although to be sure only in its general features. In order to delineate his thought more clearly, he sometimes gave it a quantitative expression. The task of the overturn, he wrote, was 3/4 if not 9/10 completed before the 25th of October by the method of silent or dry insurrection. If you do not give these figures more importance than figures could pretend to in such a matter, the idea itself remains absolutely unquestionable. But since the revaluation of values began, our conception has been bitterly criticized in this particular. If on the 9th of October a 9/10 victorious insurrection was already an accomplished fact, wrote Kamina, then how shall we estimate the intellectual capacities of those who were sitting in the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks, and on the 10th of October deciding in heated debates whether to make an insurrection or not, and if so when? What shall we say of the people who assembled on the 16th of October, and again estimated the chances for an insurrection? Oh yes, it seems that it was already accomplished on the 9th of October silently and legally, so silently indeed that neither the party nor the Central Committee knew about it. This superficially so effective argument, which is canonized in the epigone literature and has politically outlived its author, is in reality an impressive piling up of mistakes. On the 9th of October the insurrection could not possibly have been a 9/10 accomplished fact, for on that day the question of the transfer of the garrison had just been raised in the Soviet and it was impossible to know how the thing would develop in the future. It was for this reason that on the next day, the 10th, when insisting on the importance of this question of the transfer of the troops, Trotsky had not yet sufficient grounds to demand that the conflict between the garrison and its command form the basis of the whole plan. Only during the next 2 weeks of stubborn day-by-day work did the chief task of the insurrection, the firm winning over to the people's side of the government troops, become 3/4 if not 9/10 accomplished. This was not so on the 10th, nor yet even on the 16th of October, when the Central Committee took up for a second time the question of insurrection and when Krylenko did quite definitely present as a keynote the question of the garrison. But even if the revolution had been 9/10 victorious on the 9th, as Kamina erroneously presents our thought, this fact could have been reliably ascertained, not by guessing, but only by action, that is, by making an insurrection. The intellectual capacity of the members of the Central Committee would not, even in that purely hypothetical case, have been in the least compromised by their participation in heated debates on the 10th and 16th of October. However, even supposing that the members of the Central Committee could have unquestionably assured themselves by an a priori calculation that the victory was actually 9/10 won, it would still have remained necessary to accomplish the last tenth, and that would have demanded just as much attention as though it were 10/10. How many almost won battles and insurrections does history present, battles and insurrections which led to defeat only because they were not pushed through in good season to the complete defeat of the enemy? And finally, Kamina is ingenious enough to forget this too: the sphere of activity of the Military Revolutionary Committee was Petrograd only. However important the capital may have been, the rest of the country did nevertheless exist. And from this point of view the Central Committee had sufficient ground for carefully weighing the chances of the insurrection, not only on the 10th and the 16th, but also on the 26th, that is, after the victory in Petrograd. Kamina, in the argument we are discussing, comes to the defense of Lenin. All the epigones defend themselves under this imposing pseudonym. How could Lenin, he asks, have fought so passionately for an insurrection, if it was already 9/10 accomplished. But Lenin himself wrote at the beginning of October, "It is quite possible that right now we might seize the power without an insurrection." In other words, Lenin postulated that the silent revolution had already taken place before the 9th of October, and moreover not by 9 but by 10/10. He understood, however, that this optimistic hypothesis could only be verified in action. For that reason Lenin said in the same letter, "If we cannot seize power without an insurrection, then we must make an insurrection immediately." It was this question that was discussed on the 10th and 16th, and on other days. The recent Soviet histories have completely erased from the October Revolution the extremely important and instructive chapter about the disagreements between Lenin and the Central Committee, both upon the basic matter of principle in which Lenin was right, and also upon those particular, but very important, questions upon which the Central Committee was right. According to the new doctrine, neither Lenin nor the Central Committee could make a mistake, and consequently there could have been no conflict between them. In those cases where it becomes impossible to deny that there was a disagreement, it is, in obedience to a general prescription, laid at the door of Trotsky. The facts speak otherwise. Lenin insisted upon raising an insurrection in the days of the Democratic Conference. Not one member of the Central Committee supported him. A week later Lenin proposed to Smilga to organize an insurrectionary headquarters in Finland, and strike a blow at the government from that point with the sailors. Again 10 days later he insisted that the Northern Congress become the starting point of an insurrection. Nobody at the Congress supported this proposal. At the end of September Lenin considered the postponement of the insurrection for 3 weeks, until the Congress of Soviets, fatal. Nevertheless the insurrection, deferred to the eve of the Congress, was accomplished while the Congress was in session. Lenin proposed that the struggle begin in Moscow, assuming that there it would be resolved without a fight. As a matter of fact, the insurrection in Moscow, notwithstanding the preceding victory in Petrograd, lasted 8 days and cost many victims. Lenin was no automaton of infallible decisions. He was only a man of genius, and nothing human was alien to him, therein included the capacity to make mistakes. Lenin said this of the attitude of epigones to the great revolutionists: after their deaths, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to speak, to render a certain homage to their names, in order thus the more safely to betray them in action. The present epigones demand that Lenin be acknowledged infallible in order the more easily to extend the same dogma to themselves. What characterized Lenin as a statesman was a combination of bold perspectives with a meticulous estimation of tiny facts and symptoms. Lenin's isolation did not prevent him from defining with incomparable penetration the fundamental stages and turns of the movement, but it deprived him of the possibility of making timely estimates of episodic factors and temporary changes. The political situation was in general so favorable to an insurrection as to admit several different possibilities of victory. If Lenin had been in Petrograd and had carried through at the beginning of October his decision in favor of an immediate insurrection without reference to the Congress of Soviets, he would undoubtedly have given the carrying out of his own plan a political setting which would have reduced its disadvantageous features to a minimum. But it is at least equally probable that he would himself in that case have come round to the plan actually carried out. We have given in a separate chapter our estimate of the role of Lenin in the general strategy of the revolution. To point our idea in regard to Lenin's tactical proposals, we will add that without Lenin's pressure, without his urgings, his suggestions, his variant plans, it would have been infinitely more difficult to get over onto the road toward insurrection. Had Lenin been in Smolny during the critical weeks, the general leadership of the insurrection, and that not only in Petrograd but Moscow, would have been on a considerably higher level. But Lenin as an émigré, could not take the place of Lenin in Smolny. Lenin himself felt most keenly of all the inadequacy of his tactical orientation. He wrote on September 24 in Rabaki Put, "The growth of a new revolution is obviously in progress. We know little unfortunately of the breadth and rapidity of this growth." These words are both a reproach to the party leaders and a complaint of his own lack of information. When recalling in his letter the most important rules of insurrection, Lenin did not forget to add, "This is all approximate of course and merely for illustration." On the 8th of October, Lenin wrote to the Northern Regional Congress of Soviets, "I will try to appear with my advice from the sidelines in case the probable insurrection of the workers and soldiers of Petersburg soon takes place, but it has not yet taken place." Lenin began his polemic against Zinoviev and Kamenev with these words. A publicist set somewhat aside by the will of destiny from the main line of history constantly incurs the risk of coming in late or being uninformed, especially when his writings are delayed in publication. Here again a complaint against his isolation together with a reproach to the editors who had delayed the publicist of those articles which they judged too incisive, or had thrown out the prickliest passages. A week before the insurrection, Lenin wrote in a conspirative letter to the members of the party, "As to the raising of the question of insurrection now, so near to the 20th of October, I cannot judge from a distance just how much of the thing has been spoiled by the strike-breaking performance in the non-party press." The words "from a distance" are underlined by Lenin himself. But how does the Epigone school explain the disaccord between the tactical proposals of Lenin and the actual course of the insurrection in Petrograd? It gives to the conflict an anonymous and formless character, or it passes by the disagreements altogether, declaring them unworthy of attention, or it tries to refute facts indestructibly established, or it puts the name Trotsky where Lenin was talking about the Central Committee as a whole or the opponents of insurrection within the Central Committee, or, finally, it combines all these methods, not bothering about whether they are mutually consistent or not. The conduct of the October insurrection, writes Stalin, may be considered a model of strategy. To transgress this requirement leads to a dangerous mistake called loss of tempo, when the party falls behind the course of events or runs ahead, giving rise to a danger of failure. The attempt of one group of the comrades to begin the insurrection with the arrest of the Democratic Conference in August 1917 must be considered an example of this loss of tempo, an example of how not to choose the moment of insurrection. The designation "one group of the comrades" in these lines means Lenin. Nobody but Lenin proposed that the insurrection begin with the arrest of the Democratic Conference, and nobody supported his proposal. Stalin recommends the tactical plan of Lenin as an example of how not to choose the moment of insurrection. But the anonymous form of his account permits Stalin at the same time to deny flatly that there was any disagreement between Lenin and the Central Committee. Yaroslavsky has a still simpler way of getting out of the difficulty. "It is not a question of particulars, of course," he writes, "it is not a question whether the insurrection began in Moscow or Petrograd. The thing is that the whole course of events demonstrated the correctness of Lenin's line, the correctness of the line of our party." This ingenious historian simplifies his task to an extraordinary degree. That October verified the strategy of Lenin, and demonstrated in particular how important had been his April victory over the ruling stratum of old Bolsheviks, is indubitable. But if in a general way there is no question about where to begin, when to begin, and how to begin, then, to be sure, nothing is left of the episodic disagreements with Lenin, or for that matter of tactics in general. In John Reed's book there is a story that on the 21st of October the leaders of the Bolsheviks held a second historic conference at which, as Reed was told, Lenin said, "The 24th of October is too soon to act. We must have an all-Russian basis for the insurrection, and on the 24th not all the delegates will have come to the Congress. On the other hand, the 26th will be too late to act. We must act on the 25th, the day of the opening of the Congress." Reed was an extraordinarily keen observer, able to transcribe upon the pages of his book the feelings and passions of the deciding days of the revolution. It was for this reason that Lenin in his day desired that the incomparable chronicle of Reed be distributed in millions of copies in all the countries of the world. But work done in the heat of events, notes made in corridors, on the streets, beside campfires, conversations and fragmentary phrases caught on the wing, and that too with the need of a translator, all these things made particular mistakes unavoidable. This story of a session of October 21 is one of the most obvious mistakes in Reed's book. The argument about the need of an all-Russian Soviet foundation for the insurrection could not possibly belong to Lenin, for Lenin more than once described the running after such a foundation as nothing more or less than complete idiocy or complete betrayal. Lenin could not have said that the 24th was too early, for ever since the end of September he had considered inadmissible a postponement of the insurrection for one unnecessary day. It might come too late, he said, but in that matter it is now impossible to be premature. However, aside from these political considerations, decisive enough in themselves, Reed's story is refuted by the simple fact that on the 21st there was no second historic conference of any kind. Such a conference could not fail to leave traces in the documents and memories of the other participants. There were only two conferences with Lenin present, on the 10th and the 16th. Reed could not have known this. But the documents since published leave no place for the historic session of October 21st. The Epigone historians have not hesitated, however, to include the obviously erroneous testimony of Reed in all the official publications. By this means they have achieved a specious calendar coincidence of Lenin's directives with the actual course of events. To be sure, in doing this the official historians put Lenin in the position of incomprehensibly and hopelessly contradicting himself. But essentially, you must understand, they are not here concerned about Lenin. The Epigones have simply converted Lenin into their own historic pseudonym, and are unceremoniously making use of him in order to establish their own infallibility ex post facto. But the official historians go even farther than this in the business of driving facts into the required line of march. Thus Yaroslavsky writes in his History of the Party, at the session of the Central Committee on the 24th of October, the last session before the insurrection, Lenin was present. The officially published minutes, containing a complete list of those present, testify that Lenin was absent. Lenin and Kamenev were delegated to negotiate with the left social revolutionaries, writes Yaroslavsky. The minutes say that this task was allotted to Kamenev and Berezin. But it ought to be obvious without any minutes that the Central Committee would not have put upon Lenin this secondary diplomatic task. That decisive session of the Central Committee took place in the morning. Lenin did not arrive at Smolny until night. A member of the Petrograd Committee, Sveshnikov, relates how Lenin went out somewhere in the evening leaving a note in his room stating that he had gone at such and such a time. When we learned this we were frightened to death for Illich. Only late in the evening did it become known in the district that Lenin had gone to the Military Revolutionary Committee. Most surprising of all, however, is the fact that Yaroslavsky ignores a political and human document of first-class importance, a letter to the leaders of the districts written by Lenin during the hours when the open insurrection had already essentially begun. Comrades, I am writing these lines on the evening of the 24th. With all my power I want to convince the comrades that everything now hangs upon a thread, that questions are now in order which will not be decided by conferences, not by congresses but solely by the people, by the mass, by the struggle of the armed masses. It is necessary at any possible cost this very evening, this very night, to arrest the government, disarming the Junkers, etc. Lenin feared to such an extent the irresolution of the Central Committee, that he was trying at the very last moment to organize a pressure on it from below. It is necessary, he writes, that all districts, all regiments, all forces mobilize on the instant and send delegations immediately to the Military Revolutionary Committee, to the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks, with this insistent demand, in no case leave the power in the hands of Kerensky and Co. until the 25th, not in any case, but settle the thing today without fail, this evening or night. While Lenin was writing these lines, the regiments and districts he was summoning to mobilize for pressure on the Military Revolutionary Committee were already mobilized by the Military Revolutionary Committee for the seizure of the city and the overthrow of the government. From this letter, every line of which quivers with anxiety and passion, it is at least evident that Lenin could not have proposed on the 21st to defer the insurrection until the 25th. Nor have been present at the morning session of the 24th when it was decided to take the offensive immediately. There is in this letter nevertheless a puzzling element. How could it happen that Lenin, in hiding in the Vyborg district, did not know until evening about a decision of such exceptional importance. From the account of Sveshnikov, as also from other sources, it is evident that communications with Lenin were kept up during that day through Stalin. It can only be assumed that, not having appeared at the morning session of the Central Committee, Stalin also did not know until evening of the decision adopted. The immediate cause of Lenin's alarm may have been the rumors consciously and persistently circulated during that day from Smolny, that until the decision of the Congress of Soviets no decisive steps would be taken. On the evening of that day, at an emergency session of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky said, in his report on the activities of the Military Revolutionary Committee, an armed conflict today or tomorrow is not included in our plan, on the threshold of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. We think that the Congress will carry out our slogan with greater power and authority. But if the government wants to use that span of life which still remains to it, 24, 48, or 72 hours, in order to take the offensive against us, we will answer with a counter-offensive, blow for blow, steel against iron. Such was the leitmotif of that whole day. These defensive announcements had for their purpose to lull at the last moment before the blow the none too lively vigilance of the enemy. It was in all probability this maneuver which gave Dan his grounds for assuring Kerensky on the night before the 25th that the Bolsheviks had no intention at all of making an immediate insurrection. But on the other hand, Lenin too, if one of these sedative declarations from Smolny happened to reach him, may, in his state of tension and distrust, have taken a military trick for good money. Ruses form a necessary element of the art of war. It is a bad ruse, however, which may incidentally deceive one's own camp. Had it been a question of summoning masses wholesale into the streets, those words about the next 72 hours might have proven a fatal act. But on the 24th the uprising no longer had need of any general revolutionary summons. The armed detachments designated for the seizure of the principal points of the capital were under arms and awaiting from the commanders, who were in telephone communication with the nearest revolutionary headquarters, the signal to attack. In these circumstances the double-edged ruse of the revolutionary headquarters was entirely in place. Whenever the official investigators run into an unpleasant document they change its address. Thus Yakovlev writes, the Bolsheviks did not surrender to constitutional illusions, but rejected the proposals of Trotsky to accommodate the insurrection necessarily to the Second Congress of Soviets, and seized the power before the opening of the Congress of Soviets. Just what proposal of Trotsky is here spoken of, where and when it was considered, what Bolsheviks rejected it, of this the author has nothing to say, and not accidentally. We should search in vain among the minutes, or among any memoirs whatever, for any indication of a proposal of Trotsky to accommodate the insurrection necessarily to the Second Congress of Soviets. The ground of this assertion of Yakovlev is a slightly conventionalist misunderstanding long ago explained away by no other than Lenin himself. As is evident from memoirs published long ago, Trotsky had more than once since the beginning of September pointed out to those opposed to insurrection that appointing the date for the Congress of Soviets was for the Bolsheviks equivalent to appointing the insurrection. This did not mean, of course, that the uprising must not occur except upon the decision of the Congress of Soviets. There could be no talk of such childish formalism. It was a question of the outside date, of the impossibility of deferring it to an indefinite time after the Congress. Through whom and in what form these disputes in the Central Committee reached Lenin, is not clear from the documents. An interview with Trotsky, who was too much in view of the enemy, would have been too great a risk for Lenin. In his attitude of caution at that time he may therefore have feared that Trotsky would place his emphasis upon the Congress and not upon the insurrection, or in any case that he would not put up the necessary resistance to the constitutional illusions of Zinoviev and Kamina. Lenin may have been anxious also about the new members of the Central Committee little known to him, the former Mezryansky, Joff, and Uritsky. There is direct evidence of this in a speech of Lenin at a session of the Petrograd Committee on November 1 after the victory. The question was raised at the session about an offensive. I had fears of opportunism from the side of the internationalist fusionists, but these were dissipated, In our party, however, members did not agree. This grieved me deeply. According to his own words, Lenin became convinced on the 10th that not only Trotsky, but also Joff and Uritsky, who were under Trotsky's immediate influence, were decisively in favor of insurrection. The question of dates in general was raised for the first time at that session. When, then, and by whom, was a proposal of Trotsky not to begin the insurrection without a preliminary decision of the Congress of Soviets rejected. As though with a special view to enlarge still further the radius of confusion, the official investigators, with their references to an apocryphal decision of October 21, attribute, as we have seen, exactly the same proposal to Lenin. At this point Stalin bursts into the argument with a new version which refutes Yakovlev, but along with him also much more. It seems, according to Stalin, that the postponement of the insurrection to the day of the Congress, that is, to the 25th, met no intrinsic objection from Lenin, but the thing was spoiled by the publication in advance of the date of insurrection. Here let us give the floor, however, to Stalin himself. The mistake of the Petrograd Soviet in openly designating and publishing abroad the date of the insurrection could not be corrected except by an actual insurrection before this legal date of insurrection. This assertion is disarming in its inconsistency. As though in those disputes with Lenin it was a question of choosing between the 24th and 25th of October. As a matter of fact, Lenin wrote almost a month before the insurrection, "To wait for the Congress of Soviets is complete idiocy, for it means letting weeks pass. But weeks and even days now decide everything." Where, and when, and from which side, did the Soviet publish abroad the date of the insurrection? It is difficult even to invent motives which might induce it to perform so nonsensical an act. In reality it was not the insurrection, but the opening of the Congress of Soviets, which was publicly and in advance set for the 25th, and this was done not by the Petrograd Soviet but by the Compromisist Central Executive Committee. From this fact, and not from a pretended indiscretion of the Soviet, certain inferences were to be drawn by the enemy. The Bolsheviks, if they do not intend to retire from the scene, must attempt to seize the power at the moment of the Congress. It flowed from the logic of things, we wrote subsequently, that we appointed the insurrection for October 25. The thing was so understood by the whole bourgeois press. Stalin has converted his confused recollection of this logic of things into an indiscreet publishing abroad of the day of the insurrection. It is thus that history is being written. On the second anniversary of the revolution, the author of this book, referring in the sense just explained, to the fact that the October insurrection was, so to speak, appointed in advance for a definite date, for October 25, and was accomplished upon exactly that date, added, "We should seek in vain in history for another example of an insurrection which was accommodated in advance by the course of things to a definite date." That assertion was erroneous. The insurrection in Paris of August 10, 1792, was also appointed approximately a week in advance for a definite date, and also not through indiscretion but through the logic of events. On August 3 the Legislative Assembly resolved that the petitions of the Paris sections demanding the overthrow of the king should be taken up on the 9th. In thus naming the day of the debate, writes Jors, who has observed many things which escape the attention of the old historians, it also named the day of the insurrection. Danton, the leader of the sections, took a defensive position. If a revolution breaks out, he insistently declared, it will be an answer to the treachery of the government. This handing over of the question by the sections to the consideration of the Legislative Assembly was by no means a constitutional illusion, it was merely a method of preparing an insurrection, and therewith a legal cover for it. The sections, as is well known, rose in support of their position at the signal of the fire gong with arms in their hands. The traits of similarity in these two revolutions, separated by an interval of 125 years, are by no means accidental. Both insurrections took place not at the beginning of a revolution, but in its second stage, a fact which made them politically far more conscious and deliberate. In both cases the revolutionary crisis had reached a high stage of maturity. The masses were well aware of the irrevocableness and close approach of the uprising. The demand for unity of action forced them to concentrate their attention upon a definite legal date as the focus of the approaching events. The leaders subordinated themselves to this logic of the mass movement. When already in command of the political situation, with the victory already almost in their hands, they adopted what seemed to be a defensive position, provoking a weakened enemy. They laid upon him in advance the responsibility for the approaching conflict. It is in this way that insurrection takes place at a date appointed in advance. These assertions of Stalin, so striking in their inappropriateness, a number of them have been cited in the preceding chapters, show how little he has thought over the events of 1917 in their inner connection, and what summary traces they have left in his memory. How shall we explain this? It is well known that people make history without understanding its laws, just as they digest food without understanding the physiology of digestion. But it would seem that this ought not to apply to political leaders, above all to leaders of a party acting on a program grounded in science. However, it is a fact that many revolutionists, having taken part in a revolution in prominent positions, reveal very soon after an inability to comprehend the inner meaning of the thing which happened with their direct participation. The extraordinary abundant literature of epigonism gives the impression that these colossal events roll over human brains and crush them as a steamroller would crush arms and legs. To a certain degree this is true, and excessive psychical tension does quickly consume people. Another circumstance, however, is far more important. A victorious revolution radically changes the situation of yesterday's revolutionists. It lulls their scientific curiosity, reconciles them to rubber stamp phrases, moves them to estimate past days under the influence of the new interests. Thus a web of bureaucratic legend more and more thickly obliterates the real configuration of events. In 1924 the author of this book, in his work entitled Lessons of October, tried to explain why Lenin in leading the party to insurrection was compelled to struggle so violently against the right wing represented by Zinoviev and Kamina. Stalin objected to this. Were there disagreements at that time in our party? Yes, there were. But these were exclusively practical in character, notwithstanding the assertions of Trotsky, who is trying to discover a right and left wing of the party. Trotsky asserts that in the person of Kamina and Zinoviev we had in October a right wing of our party. How did it happen that the disagreement with Kamina and Zinoviev lasted only a few days? There was no split and the disagreements lasted only a few days because, and only because, we had in the person of Kamina and Zinoviev Leninist Bolsheviks. Did not Stalin in exactly the same way 7 years earlier, 5 days before the insurrection, accuse Lenin of excessive sharpness, and assert that Zinoviev and Kamina stood upon the common ground of Bolshevism? Throughout all Stalin's zigzags there is a certain thread of consistency, resulting not from a thought-out philosophy but from the general mold of his character. 7 years after the revolution, just as on the eve of the insurrection he conceives the depth of the disagreements in the party in the same vague way. The touchstone of a revolutionary political leader is the question of the state. In their letter against the insurrection of October 11 Zinoviev and Kamina wrote, "With correct tactics we can win a third, yes and more than a third, of the seats in the Constituent Assembly. The Constituent Assembly plus the Soviet, that is the combined type of state institution toward which we are traveling." The correct tactics meant a renunciation of the conquest of power by the proletariat. The combined type of state meant a combination of the Constituent Assembly, in which the bourgeois parties would constitute 2/3, with the Soviets, where the party of the proletariat was in command. This type of combined state subsequently formed the basis of Hilferding's idea of including the Soviets in the Weimar Constitution. General Lissingen, commandant of the Mark of Brandenburg, in forbidding the formation of Soviets on November 7, 1918, on the ground that institutions of this kind conflict with the existing state order, showed at least a great deal more penetration than the Austro-Marxists and the German Independent Party. Lenin gave warning in April that the Constituent Assembly would sink into a subordinate place. However, neither he himself nor the party as a whole ever during the year 1917 formally renounced the idea of democratic representation, it being impossible to declare confidently in advance how far the revolution would go. It was assumed that having seized the power, the Soviets would succeed soon enough in winning the army and the peasants so that the Constituent Assembly, especially after a broadening of the electorate, would give a majority to the Bolsheviks, and merely supply a formal sanction to the Soviet regime. In this sense Lenin sometimes spoke of a combined type of state, that is, of an accommodation of the Constituent Assembly to the Soviet dictatorship. The thing actually developed along different lines. In spite of Lenin's insistence, the Central Committee could not make up its mind after the conquest of power to postpone for a few weeks the call for the Constituent Assembly, although without this it was impossible either to broaden the electorate or, what is most important, give the peasants a chance to redefine their relation to the social revolutionaries and the Bolsheviks. The Constituent Assembly came into conflict with the Soviet and was dissolved. The hostile camps represented in the Constituent Assembly entered upon a civil war which lasted for years. In the system of Soviet dictatorship not even a secondary place was found for democratic representation. The question of the combined type was withdrawn in fact. Theoretically, however, it retained all its importance, as was subsequently proven by the experiment of the Independent Party in Germany. In 1924 when Stalin, obedient to the demands of an inter-party struggle, first attempted to make an independent appraisal of the past, he came to the defense of Zinoviev's combined state, supporting himself in this with a reference to Lenin. Trotsky does not understand the peculiarities of Bolshevik tactics when he snorts at the theory of a combination of the Constituent Assembly with the Soviets as Hilferdingism, wrote Stalin in his characteristic manner. Zinoviev, whom Trotsky is ready to turn into a Hilferdingist, wholly and completely shares the point of view of Lenin. This means that 7 years after the theoretical and political battles of 1917, Stalin had completely failed to understand that with Zinoviev as with Hilferding it was a question of bringing into accord and reconciling the powers of two classes, the bourgeoisie through the Constituent Assembly and the proletariat through the Soviets, whereas with Lenin it was question of combining two institutions expressing the power of one and the same class, the proletariat. The idea of Zinoviev, as Lenin explained at the time, was opposed to the very foundation of the Marxian teaching about the state. With the power in the hands of the Soviets, wrote Lenin against Zinoviev and Kamina on October 17, the combined type would be accepted by everybody. But to drag in under the title combined type a refusal to transfer the power to the Soviets, is it possible to find a parliamentary expression for that? We see, then, that in order to evaluate this idea of Zinoviev, which Stalin declares to be a peculiarity of Bolshevik tactics supposedly not understood by Trotsky, Lenin found it difficult even to find a parliamentary expression, although he was not distinguished by an excessive squeamishness in these matters. A little over a year later Lenin wrote, applying the same thought to Germany, the attempt to combine the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie with the dictatorship of the proletariat is a complete renunciation both of Marxism and of socialism in general. Could Lenin indeed have written otherwise? The combined type of Zinoviev was essentially an attempt to eternalize the dual power, that is, a revival of the experiment completely exhausted by the Mensheviks. And if Stalin in 1924 was still standing on the same ground with Zinoviev on this question, it means that in spite of his adherence to the theses of Lenin, he has nevertheless remained at least halfway true to that philosophy of dual power which he himself developed in his report of March 29, 1917, the roles have been divided. The Soviet has in fact taken the initiative in the revolutionary transformation. The provisional government has in fact taken the role of fortifier of the conquests of the revolutionary people. The mutual relations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are here defined as a simple division of labor. During the last week before the insurrection Stalin was obviously maneuvering between Lenin, Trotsky, and Sverdlov, on the one hand, and Kamina and Zinoviev on the other. That editorial declaration of the 20th which defended the opponents of insurrection against Lenin's blows, could not, especially from the pen of Stalin, have been accidental. In questions of intra-party maneuvering he was a past master. Just as in April, after Lenin's arrival, Stalin cautiously pushed Kamina forward, and himself waited on the sidelines in silence before again joining battle, so now on the eve of the insurrection he was obviously making ready, in case of possible failure, a retreat along the Kamina and Zinoviev line. Stalin moved along that road up to the limit beyond which it would have entailed a break with the majority of the Central Committee. That prospect frightened him. At the session of the 21st, Stalin repaired his half-destroyed bridge to the left wing of the Central Committee by moving that Lenin prepare the theses upon fundamental questions for the Congress of Soviets and that Trotsky make the political report. Both these motions were unanimously adopted. Having thus ensured himself on the left, Stalin at the last moment withdrew into the shadow. He would wait. All the newest historians, beginning with Yaroslavsky, carefully steer around the fact that Stalin was not present at the session of the Central Committee in Smolny on the 24th, and did not take upon himself any function in the organization of the insurrection. Nevertheless, this fact, indisputably established by the documents, characterizes better than anything else the political personality of Stalin and his methods. Since 1924, innumerable efforts have been made to fill up the vacant space representing October in the political biography of Stalin. This has been done by means of two pseudonyms, the Central Committee and the Practical Center. We shall not understand either the mechanics of the October leadership, or the mechanics of the latest epigone legends, unless we approach a little more closely the personal staff of the Central Committee of that time. Lenin, the recognized leader, authoritative for all but, as the facts show, far from a dictator in the party, for a period of 4 months had taken no direct part in the work of the Central Committee, and upon a number of tactical questions was in sharp opposition to it. The most prominent leaders in the old Bolshevik nucleus, standing at a great distance from Lenin but also from those who came after them, were Zinoviev and Kamina. Zinoviev was in hiding as well as Lenin. Before October, Zinoviev and Kamina had come into determined opposition to Lenin and the majority of the Central Committee. That removed them both from the ranks. Of the old Bolsheviks, Sverdlov had come swiftly to the front, but he was then still a newcomer in the Central Committee. His organizing talent developed fully only later during the years of the construction of the Soviet state. Dzerzhinsky, who had recently joined the party, was distinguished by his revolutionary temperament, but made no pretense to independent political authority. Bukharin, Rykov, and Nogin were living in Moscow. Bukharin was considered a gifted but unreliable theoretician. Rykov and Nogin were opponents of the insurrection. Lomov, Bubnov, and Miliutin were hardly counted upon by anybody in deciding big questions. Moreover, Lomov was working in Moscow, Miliutin was on the road. Joff and Uritsky had been closely associated in their émigré past with Trotsky, and were working in agreement with him. The young Smilga was working in Finland. This composition and inner situation of the Central Committee sufficiently explains why until Lenin's return to direct leadership the party headquarters did not play and could not play even in the slightest degree the role it was to assume subsequently. The minutes show that the most important questions, that about the Congress of Soviets, the garrison, the Military Revolutionary Committee, were not discussed in advance in the Central Committee and did not issue from its initiative, but arose in Smolny out of the practical activity of the Soviet, and were worked over in the circle of Soviet leaders, oftenest with the participation of Sverdlov. Stalin, generally speaking, did not show up in Smolny. The more decisive the pressure of the revolutionary masses became and the greater the scope assumed by events, the more Stalin would keep in the background, the paler would become his political thought, the weaker his initiative. It was so in 1905, it was so in the fall of 1917. The same thing has been repeated subsequently every time great historic questions have arisen on the world arena. When it became clear that the publication of the minutes of the Central Committee for 1917 only laid bare an October gap in the biography of Stalin, the bureaucratic historians created the legend of the Practical Center. An explanation of this story, widely popularized during these last years, becomes a necessary element of any critical history of the October Revolution. At the conference of the Central Committee in Lesny on the 16th of October, One of the arguments against forcing the insurrection was to point out that we have not yet even a center. At Lenin's suggestion, the Central Committee decided straightway, at that hasty sitting in a back corner, to make good the lack. The minutes read, the Central Committee organizes a military revolutionary center consisting of the following members: Sverdlov, Stalin, Bubnov, Uritsky, and Dzerzhinsky. This center becomes a constituent part of the Revolutionary Soviet Committee. This resolution, which everybody had forgotten, was first discovered in the archives M 1924. It began to be quoted as a most important historic document. Thus Yaroslavsky wrote, "This organ guided all the organizations which took part in the insurrection." Those words and no other reveal frankly enough the goal of this whole ex post facto construction. But Stalin has written still more frankly, in the staff of the Practical Center summoned to lead the insurrection, Trotsky, strangely enough, was not included. In order to be in a position to develop this idea, Stalin was compelled to omit the second half of the resolution. This center becomes a constituent part of the Revolutionary Soviet Committee. If you bear in mind that the Military Revolutionary Committee was headed by Trotsky, it is not hard to understand why the Central Committee was content with naming the new workers who were to help those already standing in the center of the work. Neither Stalin nor Yaroslavsky has ever explained, moreover, why the Practical Center was first remembered in 1924. Between the 16th and 20th of October, as we have seen, the insurrection conclusively took the Soviet road. The Military Revolutionary Committee from the moment of its birth had the direct leadership not only of the garrison, but of the Red Guard, which from October 13 on was subject to the Petrograd Executive Committee. No place remained for any other directing center. Neither in the minutes of the Central Committee, nor in any other material whatever relating to the second half of October, can you discover the slightest trace of the activity of this supposedly so important institution. Nobody makes a report of its labors, no tasks are allotted to it, its very name is never pronounced by anybody, although its members are present at sessions of the Central Committee, and take part in the decision of questions which ought to come directly within the competence of a practical center. Sveshnikov, a member of the Petrograd Committee of the party, who was almost continually on communication duty in Smolny during the second half of October, must at least have known where to go for practical directions upon the problems of the insurrection. Here is what he writes: the Military Revolutionary Committee was born. From the moment of its birth the various elements of the revolutionary activity of the proletariat acquired a guiding center. Kyrov, well known to us from the February days, tells how the Vyborg district tensely awaited the signal from Smolny. At nightfall came the answer of the Military Revolutionary Committee: prepare the Red Guard for battle. Kyrov at the moment of starting the open insurrection knew nothing of any other center. One could cite to the same effect the memoirs of Sadovsky, Podvoisky, Antonov, Mikhanashian, Blagonravov, and other direct participants in the uprising. Not one of them remembers that practical center which according to Yaroslavsky is supposed to have guided all the organizations. And finally even Yaroslavsky confines himself in his history to a bare statement of the creation of the center. Of its activity he has not a word to say. The conclusion follows of itself: a directing center of which those who were directed know nothing, does not exist in the eyes of history. But still more direct evidence of the fictitiousness of the practical center can be adduced. At a session of the Central Committee on the 20th of October, Sverdlov read a declaration of the military organization of the Bolsheviks, containing, as is evident from the debate, a demand that the leaders of the military organization be brought in when questions of the insurrection were being decided. Joff moved that this demand be rejected. Everybody who wants to work can join the Revolutionary Center under the Soviet. Trotsky offered a milder formulation of Joff's motion: all our organizations can join the Revolutionary Center and there take up in our faction all questions interesting them. The decision, which was adopted in this form, shows that there was but one revolutionary center, that affiliated with the Soviet, that is, the Military Revolutionary Committee. If any other center for leading the insurrection had existed, somebody ought at least to have remembered about its existence. but nobody remembered it, not even Sverdlov, whose name stood first on the staff of the Practical Center. The minutes of October 24 are, if possible, still more instructive upon this point. During the hours immediately preceding the seizure of the city, not only was there no talk of the Practical Center of the insurrection, but the very resolution creating it had so completely passed into oblivion in the whirlwind of the 8 days intervening, that, upon a motion of Trotsky, Sverdlov, Dzerzhinsky, and Bubnov, were appointed to be at the disposal of the Military Revolutionary Committee, those very members of the Central Committee, who, according to the decision of October 16, should already and without this motion have become a part of the staff of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The possibility of such a misunderstanding is explained by the fact that the Central Committee, having barely emerged from its underground existence, was still in organization and methods far from the all-powerful, all-embracing chancellery of recent years. The main part of the equipment of the Central Committee was carried by Sverdlov in his side pocket. In those hot times no few episodic institutions were created during the last moments of a session and immediately drowned in oblivion. At the session of the Central Committee on October 7 there was created a Bureau of Information on the Struggle with the Counter-Revolution. That was the cipher designation of the first organ created for working on the problems of the insurrection. As to its personnel the minutes read, 3 are elected from the Central Committee to the Bureau, Trotsky, Sverdlov, Bubnov, and they are directed to create the Bureau. Did this first practical center of the insurrection exist? Obviously not, since it has left no traces. The political bureau created at the session of the 10th also proved unviable and revealed itself in absolutely nothing, doubtful if it met even once. In order that the Petrograd organization of the party, the direct leader of the work in the districts, should not become separated from the Military Revolutionary Committee, Trotsky, at the suggestion of Lenin, who liked a system of double or triple insurance, was included for the critical week in the highest administrative organ of the Petrograd Committee. However, this decision also remained only a paper one, never one session was held with Trotsky present. The so-called Practical Center met the same fate. As an independent institution it was never intended to exist, but it did not exist even as an auxiliary organ. Of the 5 men appointed to the staff of the center, Dzerzhinsky and Uritsky entered completely into the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee only after the overturn. Sverdlov played an immense role in connecting the Military Revolutionary Committee with the party. Stalin took no part at all in the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee and never appeared at its meetings. In the innumerable documents and testimonies of witnesses and participants, as also in the most recent memoirs, Stalin's name is not once to be met with. In the official compendium of the history of the revolution a special volume is devoted to October, grouping, on the basis of days, all the factual information from newspapers, minutes, archives, memoirs of participants, etc. Notwithstanding that this compendium was published in 1925, when the revision of the past was already in full swing, the index at the back of the book accompanies Stalin's name with only one number, and when we open the book at the corresponding page we find again this same text of the decision of the Central Committee about the Practical Center, with the mention of Stalin as one of its 5 members. We should seek in vain in that volume, crowded as it is with even third-class materials, for any information as to just what work Stalin did in October, whether on the stage of the center or off it. To define the political physiognomy of Stalin in one word, he was always a centrist in Bolshevism. That is, he tended organically to occupy an intermediate position between Marxism and opportunism. But this was a centrist who feared Lenin. Any fragment of Stalin's orbit up to 1924 can always be explained as a product of 2 forces, his own centrist character and the revolutionary pressure of Lenin. The worthlessness of centrism should reveal itself most fully under the test of great historic events. Our situation is self-contradictory, said Stalin on October 20 in justification of Zinoviev and Kamenev. In reality the self-contradictory character of centrism made it impossible for Stalin to occupy any independent position in the revolution. On the other hand, those traits which paralysed him at the great turning point of history, watchful waiting and empirical maneuvering, must necessarily assure him a genuine ascendancy when the mass movement begins to ebb and the functionary comes to the front with his zeal to consolidate what has been attained, that is, primarily to ensure his own position against new disturbances. The functionary, ruling in the name of a revolution, has need of revolutionary prestige. In his capacity as an old Bolshevik, Stalin proved the most suitable incarnation of this prestige imaginable. In crowding out the masses, the collective functionary says to them, "It is we who did this for you." He begins to take a free hand not only with the present, but also with the past. The functionary historian makes over history, repairs biographies, creates reputations. It was necessary to bureaucratize the revolution before Stalin could become its crown. In the personal destiny of Stalin, which has outstanding interest for a Marxian analysis, we have a new refraction of the law of all revolutions. The development of a regime created by an uprising inevitably passes through periods of ebb and flow measured by years, and in this process the periods of moral reaction bring to the front those figures who by reason of all their fundamental qualities did not play, and could not play, a leading role in the times of the revolutionary offensive. The bureaucratic revision of the history of the party and the revolution is taking place under Stalin's direct supervision. The signposts of this work clearly mark off the stages in the development of the Soviet machine. On the 6th of November 1918, Stalin wrote in an anniversary article in Pravda, "The inspirer of the revolution from beginning to end was the Central Committee of the party headed by Comrade Lenin." Vladimir Ilyich was then living in Petrograd in a conspirative apartment in the Vyborg district. On the evening of October 24 he was summoned to Smolny for the general leadership of the movement. All the work of practical organization of the insurrection was conducted under the immediate leadership of the president of the Petrograd Soviet, Comrade Trotsky. It is possible to declare with certainty that the swift passing of the garrison to the side of the Soviet, and the skillful direction of the work of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the party owes principally and first of all to Comrade Trotsky. Comrades Antonov and Podvoisky were Comrade Trotsky's chief assistants. Neither the author of this book nor, we must imagine, Lenin, who was recovering from a social revolutionary bullet, gave attention in those days to this retrospective distribution of roles and merits. The article stood forth in a new light only some years later when it revealed the fact that Stalin had already, in those difficult autumn months of 1918, been preparing, still with extraordinary caution, a new picture of the party leadership in October. The inspirer of the revolution from beginning to end was the Central Committee of the party headed by Comrade Lenin. That phrase is a polemic against those who considered, and quite rightly, that the real inspirer of the insurrection was Lenin, acting to a considerable degree in conflict with the Central Committee. At that period Stalin was still unable to conceal his own October waverings otherwise than under the impersonal pseudonym of the Central Committee. His two following statements, that Lenin was living in a conspirative apartment in Petrograd, and that he was called to Smolny on the evening of the 24th for the general leadership of the movement, were designed to weaken the impression prevailing in the party that the leader of the insurrection had been Trotsky. The subsequent phrases dedicated to Trotsky sound in the political acoustics of today like a panegyric. In reality they were the very least that Stalin could say. They were what he was compelled to say in order to disguise his polemical hints. The complex construction and careful defensive coloring of this Jubilee article themselves convey no bad impression of the general opinion prevailing in the party at that time. In this article, by the way, there is absolutely no mention of the practical center. On the contrary, Stalin categorically asserts that all the work of practical organization of the insurrection was conducted under the immediate leadership of Trotsky. But Trotsky, we recall, was not a member of the practical center. We have heard, however, from Yaroslavsky that it was this organ which guided all the organizations which took part in the insurrection. The solution of this self-contradiction is simple. In 1918 the events were still too fresh in the minds of all, and the attempt to fish up out of the minutes that resolution about a center which never existed could not have been successful. In 1924 when much was already forgotten, Stalin explained in the following manner why Trotsky was not a member of the Practical Center. We must say that Trotsky played no special role in the October Revolution and could not have done so. In that year Stalin flatly declared it to be the task of the historians to destroy the legend of the special role of Trotsky in the October insurrection. How then does Stalin reconcile this new version with his own article of 1918? Very simply, he has forbidden anybody to quote his former article. Historians who try to steer a middle course between the Stalin of 1918 and the Stalin of 1924 are promptly expelled from the party. There exists, however, more authoritative testimonies than this first anniversary article of Stalin. In the notes to the official edition of the works of Lenin, under the word Trotsky we read, after the Petrograd Soviet went Bolshevik he was elected its president and in that capacity organized and led the insurrection of October 25 th. Thus the legend of the special role was firmly established in the collected works of Lenin during the life of their author. In the official reference books you can follow from year to year this process of revising the historic material. Thus in 1925, when the campaign against Trotsky was already in full swing, the official yearbook, the Communist Almanac, could still write, in the October Revolution Trotsky took the most active and leading part. In October 1917 he was elected president of the Petrograd Revolutionary Committee which organized the armed insurrection. In the edition of 1926, in place of this there occurs a brief neutral remark in October 1917 was president of the Leningrad Revolutionary Committee. Since 1927 the Stalin School has put forward a brand new story which has been incorporated in all the Soviet textbooks. Being an opponent of socialism in one country, Trotsky must have been essentially an opponent of the October Revolution, but by good luck there existed the Practical Center which carried the thing through to a happy ending. The ingenious historian has only neglected to explain why the Bolshevik Soviet elected Trotsky president, and why the same Soviet, guided by the party, placed Trotsky at the head of the Military Revolutionary Committee. Lenin was not credulous, especially in matters which involved the fate of the revolution. You could never set him at rest with verbal assurances. At a distance he was inclined to interpret every symptom in a bad sense. He finally believed that the thing was being rightly conducted when he saw it with his own eyes, that is, when he arrived in Smolny. Trotsky tells about this in his recollections published in 1924. I remember the enormous impression it made upon Lenin when he learned that I had called out a company of the Litovsky Regiment with a written order to guarantee the publication of our party and Soviet papers. Lenin was in rapture, and expressed his feeling in exclamations, laughter, and rubbing of his hands. Afterward he became more silent, reflected a moment and said, well, it can be done that way too. Just take the power. I understood that only at that moment had he finally become reconciled to the fact that we had refused to seize the power by way of a conspirative plot. Up to the last hour he was fearing that the enemy would cut off our road and catch us unaware. Only now, did he feel at rest and finally sanction the course which events were taking. This story too was subsequently disputed. Nevertheless it has indestructible support in the objective situation. On the evening of the 24th Lenin experienced a last gust of alarm, which seized him with such force that he made a belated attempt to mobilize the soldiers and workers for pressure upon Smolny. How violently his mood must have changed when in Smolny a few hours later he found out the actual situation. Is it not obvious that he could not help marking the end of his anxiety, his direct and indirect reproaches addressed to Smolny, at least with a few phrases, a few words. There was no need of complicated explanations. To each of the two meeting face to face in that not altogether ordinary moment, the sources of the misunderstanding were perfectly understandable. And now they were dissolved. No use returning to them. One phrase was enough, it can be done that way. That meant, maybe I sometimes went too far in urgency and suspicion, but I guess you understand, who wouldn't understand? Lenin was not inclined to sentimentality. One phrase from him, it can be done that way, with a special kind of smile, was plenty enough to set aside the incidental misunderstandings of yesterday and firmly tie the knots of confidence. Lenin's mood on the 25th reveals itself with utter clarity in the resolution introduced by him through Volodarsky, in which the insurrection is described as in rare degree bloodless and in rare degree successful. The fact that Lenin took upon himself this appraisal of the insurrection, scanty in words as always with him, but very high in substance, was not an accident. It was just he himself, the author of Advice from the Sidelines, whom he considered most free to pay a tribute not only to the heroism of the masses, but to the services of the leaders. It is hardly possible to doubt that Lenin had additional psychological motives for this. He had continually feared the too slow course taken by Smolny, and he hastened now to be the first to recognize its advantages as revealed in action. From the moment Lenin appeared in Smolny, he naturally took his place at the head of all the work, political, organizational, and technical. On the 29th an insurrection of Junkers took place in Petrograd. Kerensky was moving against Petrograd at the head of a number of Cossack squadrons. The Military Revolutionary Committee was confronted with the task of defense. Lenin guided this work. In his recollections Trotsky writes, "A swift success is as disarming as a defeat." Never to lose sight of the underlying thread of events, after each success to say to yourself, nothing is yet attained, nothing is yet assured, 5 minutes before a decisive victory to carry on with the same vigilance, the same energy and the same high pressure, as 5 minutes before the beginning of an armed action, 5 minutes after the victory, and before the first triumphant cries have died away, to say to yourself, the conquest is not yet assured, we must not lose a minute. Such was the approach, such was the manner of action, such the method of Lenin, such the organic substance of his political character, his revolutionary spirit. The above-mentioned session of the Petrograd Committee on November 1, where Lenin spoke of his unjustified fears in regard to the Mezrayancy, was devoted to the question of a coalition government with the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries. The right wing, Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, Lunarkarsky, Ryazanov, Miliutin and others, insisted upon a coalition after the victory. Lenin and Trotsky spoke decisively against any coalition which should extend beyond the frame of the Second Congress of Soviets. The disagreements, declared Trotsky, were pretty deep before the insurrection, in the Central Committee and wide circles of our party. The same thing was said then as now after the victorious insurrection. We will have, you see, no technical machinery. The colors were laid on thick then in order to frighten us, just as they are now, in order to prevent our making use of the victory. Hand in hand with Lenin, Trotsky waged against the partisans of coalition the same struggle which he had waged before against the opponents of insurrection. Lenin said at that same session, an accord? I can't talk about it seriously. Trotsky long ago said that a union was impossible. Trotsky understood this, and since that time there has been no better Bolshevik. Among the more important conditions of an accord, the social revolutionaries and Mensheviks put forward a demand for the removal from the government of the two figures most hateful to them, those primarily guilty of the October insurrection, Lenin and Trotsky. The attitude of the Central Committee and the party to this demand was such that Kamina, the extreme partisan of an accord, personally ready, even for this concession, considered it necessary to declare at the session of the Central Executive Committee of November 2, it is proposed to exclude Lenin and Trotsky. That proposal would behead our party, and we do not accept it. The revolutionary point of view, for insurrection and against coalition with the compromisers, was called in the workers' districts the point of view of Lenin and Trotsky. These words, as documents and minutes testify, became an everyday expression. At the moment of crisis within the Central Committee, a large conference of women workers in Petrograd unanimously adopted a resolution hailing the policy of the Central Committee of our party, led by Lenin and Trotsky. As early as November 1917, Baron Budberg writes in his diary of the New Duumbers, Lenin and Trotsky. When in December a group of social revolutionaries decided to cut off the head of the Bolsheviks, it was clear to them, according to Boris Sokolov, one of the conspirators, that the most pernicious and important Bolsheviks are Lenin and Trotsky. It is with them we must begin. During the years of the Civil War those two names were always spoken inseparably, as though they were one person. Parvus, once a revolutionary Marxist and afterward a malicious enemy of the October Revolution, wrote in 1919, Lenin and Trotsky, that is a collective name for all those who out of idealism have taken the Bolshevik road. Rosa Luxemburg, who severely criticized the policy of the October Revolution, applied her criticism alike to Lenin and Trotsky. She wrote, Lenin and Trotsky with their friends were the first to give an example to the world proletariat. And they still remain the only ones who can exclaim with Hutton, I dared this. In October 1918 at the triumphal session of the Central Executive Committee Lenin read a quotation from the foreign bourgeois press. The Italian workers, he said, are acting as though they would let nobody but Lenin and Trotsky travel in Italy. Such testimonies are innumerable. They recur as a leitmotif throughout the first years of the Soviet regime and the Communist International. Participants and observers, friends and enemies, those near and those far away, have tied together the activities of Lenin and Trotsky in the October Revolution with so firm a knot that the epigone historians will not succeed either in untying it or chopping it apart. Volume 3, Appendix 2. Socialism in a separate country? The industrially more developed country shows the less developed only the image of its own future. This statement of Marx, which takes its departure methodologically not from world economy as a whole but from the single capitalist country as a type, has become less applicable in proportion as capitalist evolution has embraced all countries regardless of their previous fate and industrial level. England in her day revealed the future of France, considerably less of Germany, but not in the least of Russia and not of India. The Russian Mensheviks, however, took this conditional statement of Marx unconditionally. Backward Russia, they said, ought not to rush ahead, but humbly to follow the prepared models. To this kind of Marxism the liberals also agreed. Another no less popular formula of Marx, no social formation disappears before all the productive forces have developed for which it has room, takes its departure, on the contrary, not from the country taken separately, but from the sequence of universal social structures. The Mensheviks, however, taking this statement from the point of view of the single state, drew the conclusion that Russian capitalism has still a long road to travel before it will reach European or American level. But productive forces do not develop in a vacuum. You cannot talk of the possibilities of a national capitalism, and ignore on the one hand the class struggle developing out of it, or on the other its dependence upon world conditions. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie by the proletariat grew out of actual Russian capitalism, thereby reducing to nothing its abstract economic possibilities. The structure of industry, and also the character of the class struggle in Russia were determined to a decisive degree by international conditions. Capitalism had reached a point on the world arena where it ceased to justify its costs of production, understanding these not in the commercial but the sociological sense. Tariffs, militarism, crises, wars, diplomatic conferences, and other scourges, swallow up and squander so much creative energy that in spite of all achievements in technique there remains no room for the further growth of prosperity and culture. The superficially paradoxical fact that the first victim to suffer for the sins of the world system was the bourgeoisie of a backward country, is in reality quite according to the laws of things. Marx had already indicated its explanation for his epoch. Violent outbursts take place sooner in the extremities of the bourgeois organism than the heart, because here regulation is more possible. Under the monstrous burdens of imperialism that state must necessarily fall first which has not yet accumulated a large national capital, but to which world competition offers no special privileges. The collapse of Russian capitalism was a local avalanche in a universal social formation. A correct appraisal of our revolution, said Lenin, is possible only from an international point of view. We have attributed the October Revolution in the last analysis not to the fact of Russia's backwardness, but to the law of combined development. The historical dialectic knows neither naked backwardness nor chemically pure progressiveness. It is all a question of concrete correlations. The present-day history of mankind is full of paradoxes, not so colossal as the arising of a proletarian dictatorship in a backward country, but of similar historic type. The fact that the students and workers of backward China are eagerly assimilating the doctrine of materialism, while the labor leaders of civilized England believe in the magic potency of churchly incantations, proves beyond a doubt that in certain spheres China has outstripped England. But the contempt of the Chinese workers for the medieval dull witness of MacDonald, does not permit the inference that in her general development China is higher than Great Britain. The economic and cultural superiority of the latter can be expressed in exact figures. The impressiveness of these figures does not, however, preclude the possibility that the workers of China may win the power before the workers of Great Britain. A dictatorship of the Chinese proletariat in its turn will be far from entailing the building of socialism within the boundaries of the Great Chinese Wall. Scholastic, pedantically, single-track, or too short national criteria are no good in our epoch. World development forced Russia out of her backwardness and her Asiaticness. Outside the web of this development, her further destiny cannot be understood. The bourgeois revolutions were directed in similar degree against feudal property relations and against the particularism of the provinces. Nationalism stood beside liberalism on their liberating banners. Western humanity long ago wore out such baby shoes. The productive forces of our time have outgrown not only the bourgeois forms of property, but also the boundaries of national states. Liberalism and nationalism have become in like degree fetters upon world economy. The proletarian revolution is directed both against private property in the means of production and against the national splitting up of world economy. The struggle of the Eastern peoples for independence is included in this world process and will subsequently merge with it. The creation of a national socialist society, if such a goal were in a general way attainable, would mean an extreme reduction of the economic power of men. But for that very reason it is unattainable. Internationalism is not an abstract principle but the expression of an economic fact. Just as liberalism was national, so socialism is international. Starting from the worldwide division of labor, the task of socialism is to carry the international exchange of goods and services to its highest development. No revolution has ever anywhere wholly coincided with the conceptions of it formed by its participants, nor could it do so. Nevertheless, the ideas and aims of those engaged in the struggle form a very important constituent element of a revolution. This is especially true of the October Revolution, for never in all the past have the conceptions of a revolution in the minds of revolutionists approached so closely to the actual essence of the events as in 1917. A work on the October Revolution would remain unfinished if it did not answer with all possible historic accuracy the question, how did the party in the very heat of the events represent to itself the further development of the revolution, and what did the party expect from it? This question acquires a greater significance, the more past days become darkened by the play of new interests. Policies are always seeking support in the past, and if they do not get it as a voluntary offering they not infrequently undertake to extract it by force. The present official policy of the Soviet Union rests upon the theory of socialism in a separate country as the alleged traditional viewpoint of the Bolshevik Party. The younger generations, not only of the Communist International but indeed of all other parties, are being brought up in the conviction that the Soviet power was won in the name of the creation of an independent socialist society in Russia. Historic reality has nothing in common with this myth. Up to 1917 the party never admitted even the idea that the proletarian revolution might be achieved in Russia before it was achieved in the West. For the first time in the April conference, under pressure of circumstances then completely laid bare, the party recognized as its task the seizure of power. Although opening a new chapter in the history of Bolshevism, this recognition had nothing in common with the perspective of an independent socialist society. On the contrary, the Bolsheviks categorically rejected as a caricature the idea imputed to them by the Mensheviks of creating a peasant socialism in a backward country. The dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia was for the Bolsheviks a bridge to a revolution in the West. The problem of a socialist transformation of society was proclaimed to be in its very essence international. Only in 1924 did a change occur upon this fundamental question. It was then first proclaimed that the building of socialism is wholly realizable within the limits of the Soviet Union independently of the evolution of the rest of mankind, if only the imperialists do not overthrow the Soviet power by military intervention. This new theory was immediately endowed with retroactive force. If in 1917, declared the epigones, the party had not believed in the possibility of creating an independent socialist society in Russia, it would have had no right to take the power. In 1926 the Communist International officially condemned the non-acceptance of the theory of socialism in a separate country, extending this condemnation to the whole past, beginning with the year 1905. Three series of ideas were thenceforth declared hostile to Bolshevism. Denial of the possibility of the Soviet Union's maintaining itself for an indefinite length of time in a capitalist environment, denial of the possibility of its overcoming with its own power, and within its national boundaries, the contradiction between city and country, denial of the possibility of creating a shut-in socialist society. It will be possible, according to the new school, to defend the inviolability of the Soviet Union even without revolutions in other countries by way of the neutralization of the bourgeoisie. The collaboration of the peasantry in the sphere of socialist construction must be acknowledged as assured. Dependence upon world economy has been liquidated by the October Revolution and the economic successes of the Soviets. A refusal to accept these three propositions is Trotskyism, a doctrine incompatible with Bolshevism. The task of the historian here becomes one of ideological restoration. He must dig out the genuine views and aims of the Revolutionary Party from under subsequent political accumulations. Despite the briefness of the periods succeeding each other, this task is very much like the deciphering of a palimpsest, for the constructions of the epigone school are by no means always superior to those theological ingenuities for whose sake the monks of the 7th and 8th centuries destroyed the parchment and papyrus of the classics. In general, throughout this book we have avoided burdening the text with innumerable quotations, but the present essay, owing to the essence of its task, will have to supply the reader with the genuine texts, and that too, on a sufficient scale to exclude the very idea of their having been artificially selected. We must let Bolshevism speak with its own tongue. Under the regime of the Stalin bureaucracy it is deprived of this possibility. The Bolshevik Party was from the day of its birth a party of revolutionary socialism. But it necessarily saw its immediate historic task in the overthrow of Tsarism and the inauguration of a democratic structure. The principal content of the revolution was to be a democratic solution to the agrarian problem. The socialist revolution was pushed away into a sufficiently remote or at least indefinite future. It was considered irrefutable that this revolution might take its place practically upon the order of the day only after the victory of the proletariat in the West. This postulate, forged by Russian Marxism in its struggle with Narodnikyism and anarchism, was one of the solidest possessions of the party. There followed certain hypothetical considerations. In case the democratic revolution assumes a mighty scope in Russia, it may give a direct impetus to the socialist revolution in the West, and this will enable the Russian proletariat to come to power afterward with a swifter pace. The general historic perspective remained unchanged even in this more favorable version. The course of development was only accelerated and the dates brought near. It was in the spirit of these views that Lenin wrote in September 1905, "From the democratic revolution we will immediately begin to pass over, and in the exact measure of our strength, the strength of a conscious and organized proletariat, we will begin to pass over to the socialist revolution. We stand for a continuous revolution. We will not stop halfway." This quotation, surprising as it may be, has been employed by Stalin in order to identify the old prognosis of the party with the actual course of events in 1917. It only remains incomprehensible why the cadres of the party were taken unawares by the April theses of Lenin. In reality the struggle of the proletariat for power was to develop, according to the old conception, only after the agrarian problem had been solved within the framework of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The trouble was that the peasantry, satisfied in their land hunger, would have no impulse to support a new revolution. And since the Russian working class, being an obvious minority in the country, would not be able to win the power with its own forces. Lenin quite consistently considered it impossible to talk of a dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia before the victory of the proletariat in the West. The complete victory of the present revolution, wrote Lenin in 1905, will be the end of the democratic overturn and the beginning of a decisive struggle for the socialist revolution. A realization of the demands of the contemporary peasantry, the complete shattering of the reaction, the winning of a democratic republic, will be the complete end of the revolutionism of the bourgeoisie, and even of the petty bourgeoisie. It will be the beginning of the real struggle of the proletariat for socialism. By petty bourgeoisie is here meant primarily the peasantry. Under these conditions whence arises the slogan continuous revolution? Lenin answers as follows: the Russian revolutionists, standing on the shoulders of a whole series of revolutionary generations in Europe, have the right to dream that they will succeed in achieving with a completeness never before seen the whole democratic transformation, all of our minimum program. And if that succeeds, then the revolutionary conflagration will set fire to Europe. The European worker will rise in his turn and show us how it is done. Then the revolutionary rising of Europe will have a retroactive effect upon Russia, and the epoch of several revolutionary years will become an epoch of several revolutionary decades. The independent content of the Russian Revolution, even in its highest development, does not transcend the boundaries of a bourgeois democratic revolution. Only a victorious revolution in the West can open the era of the struggle for power even for the Russian proletariat. That conception was fully in force in the party up to April 1917. If you throw aside episodic accumulations, polemical exaggerations, and individual mistakes, the essence of the dispute about the question of permanent revolution from 1905 till 1917 reduces itself, not to the question whether the Russian proletariat after winning the power could build a national socialist society. About this not one Russian Marxist ever uttered a peep until 1924, but to the question whether a bourgeois revolution really capable of solving the agrarian problem was still possible in Russia, or whether for the accomplishment of this work a dictatorship of the proletariat would be needed. What part of his earlier views did Lenin revise in his April theses? He did not for a moment renounce either the doctrine of the international character of the socialist revolution, or the idea that the transfer to the socialist road could be realized in backward Russia only with the direct cooperation of the West. But Lenin did here for the first time declare that the Russian proletariat, owing to the very backwardness of the national conditions, might come to power before the proletariat of the advanced countries. The February Revolution proved powerless to solve either the agrarian problem or the national problem. The peasantry and the oppressed peoples of Russia in their struggle for democratic goals were obliged to support the October Revolution. Only because the Russian petty bourgeois democracy was unable to carry out that historic work performed by its older sister in the West, did the Russian proletariat gain access to the power before the Western proletariat. In 1905, Bolshevism intended only after the achievement of the democratic tasks to pass over to the struggle for dictatorship of the proletariat. In 1917 the dictatorship of the proletariat grew out of the non-achievement of the democratic tasks. But the combined character of the Russian Revolution did not stop there. The conquest of power by the working class automatically removed the dividing line between program minimum and program maximum. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, but only there, the growing over of democratic into socialist problems became inevitable, notwithstanding that the workers of Europe had not yet succeeded in showing us how it is done. This change of revolutionary order between West and East, with all its importance for the fate of Russia and the whole world, has nevertheless a historically limited import. No matter how far the Russian Revolution skipped ahead, its dependence upon the world revolution has not disappeared nor even decreased. The possibility of a growth of democratic into socialist reforms is directly created by a combination of domestic conditions, chief among them the interrelation of the proletariat and the peasantry. But in the last instance the limits of socialist transformation are determined by the condition of economy and politics on the world arena. No matter how great the national spurt, it does not make possible a jump over the planet. In its condemnation of Trotskyism, the Communist International has attacked with special force the opinion that the Russian proletariat, having come to the helm and not meeting support from the West, will come into hostile conflicts with the broad masses of the peasantry with whose cooperation it came to power, even if you consider that the historic experiment has completely refuted this prognosis, formulated by Trotsky in 1905, when not one of his present critics even admitted the idea of a dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia. Even in that case, it remains an indisputable fact that this view of the peasantry as an unreliable and treacherous ally was a common property of all Russian Marxists including Lenin. The actual tradition of Bolshevism has nothing in common with the doctrine of predetermined harmony of interest between workers and peasants. On the contrary, the criticism of this petty bourgeois theory was always a most important element in the long struggle of the Marxists with the Narodniks. Once the epoch of democratic revolution in Russia is past, wrote Lenin in 1905, then it will be ridiculous even to talk of the united will of proletariat and peasantry. The peasantry, as a land-owning class, will play the same treacherous, unstable role in this struggle that the bourgeoisie is now playing in the struggle for democracy. To forget that is to forget socialism, to deceive oneself and others about the genuine interests and tasks of the proletariat. In working out for his own use in 1905 a scheme of the correlation of classes during the course of the revolution, Lenin characterized in the following words the situation which must be formed after the liquidation of landlord proprietorship: the proletariat is already struggling to preserve the democratic conquests for the sake of the socialist revolution. This struggle would be almost hopeless for the Russian proletariat alone, and its defeat would be inevitable, if the European socialist proletariat did not come to the help of the Russian proletariat. At that stage the liberal bourgeoisie and the well-to-do peasantry will organize a counter-revolution. The Russian proletariat plus the European proletariat will organize the revolution. In these circumstances the Russian proletariat may win a second victory. The cause is then not lost. The second victory will be the socialist revolution in Europe. The European workers will show us how it is done. During approximately the same days Trotsky wrote, "The contradiction in the situation of a workers' government in a backward country with the peasant population an overwhelming majority can find its solution only on an international scale, in the arena of the world revolution of the proletariat." It is these words that Stalin subsequently quoted in order to show the vast gulf separating the Leninist theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat from the theory of Trotsky. The quotations testify, however, that, in spite of indubitable differences between the revolutionary conceptions of Lenin and Trotsky at that time, it was exactly upon the question of the unstable and treacherous role of the peasantry that their views already in those far days essentially coincided. In February 1906 Lenin writes, "We support the peasant movement to the end, but we ought to remember that this is the movement of another class, not that class which can and will achieve the socialist revolution. The Russian Revolution," he declares in April 1906, "has enough forces of its own to conquer. But it has not enough forces to retain the fruits of its victory, for in a country with an enormous development of small-scale industry, the small-scale commodity producers, among them the peasants, will inevitably turn against the proletarian when he goes from freedom towards socialism. In order to prevent a restoration, the Russian Revolution has need, not of a Russian reserve, it has need of help from outside. Is there such a reserve in the world? There is, the socialist proletariat in the West. In various combinations but fundamentally without change these thoughts are carried through all the years of the reaction and the war. There is no need to multiply examples. The party's conception of the revolution must have received its most finished and succinct form in the heat of the revolutionary events. If the theoreticians of Bolshevism were before the revolution already inclining towards socialism in a separate country, this theory would necessarily have come to full bloom in the period of the direct struggle for power. Did it prove so in reality? The year 1917 will give the answer. When departing for Russia after the February Revolution, Lenin wrote in a farewell letter to the Swiss workers, "The Russian proletariat cannot with its own forces victoriously achieve the socialist revolution. But it can, improve the situation in which its chief, its reliable ally, the European and American socialist proletariat, will enter the decisive battle. The resolution of Lenin ratified by the April conference reads, "The proletariat of Russia, taking action in one of the most backward countries of Europe among the masses of a petty peasant population, cannot set itself the goal of an immediate realization of the socialist transformation." Although in these initial lines firmly clinging to the theoretical tradition of the party, the resolution does, however, take a decisive step on a new road. It declares, the impossibility of an independent socialist transformation in peasant Russia does not in any case give us the right to renounce the conquest of power, not only for the sake of democratic tasks, but also in the name of a series of practically ripened steps towards socialism, such as the nationalization of land, control over the banks and so forth. Anti-capitalist measures may receive a further development thanks to the presence of the objective premises of a socialist revolution, in the more highly developed of the advanced countries. This must be our starting point. To talk only of Russian conditions, explains Lenin in his speech, is a mistake. What tasks will rise before the Russian proletariat in case the worldwide movement brings us face to face with a social revolution? That is the principal question taken up in this resolution. It is clear that the new point of departure occupied by the party in April 1917, after Lenin had won his victory over the democratic limitedness of the old Bolsheviks, is as different from the theory of socialism in a separate country as heaven is from earth. In all organizations of the party whatever, whether in the capital or the provinces, we meet henceforth the same formulation of the question. In the struggle for power we must remember that the further fate of the revolution as a socialist revolution will be determined by the victory of the proletariat of the advanced countries. This formula was opposed by nobody, was, on the contrary, the presupposition of all disputes as a proposition equally acknowledged by all. At the Petrograd conference of the party on July 16, Kharitonov, one of those Bolsheviks who had come with Lenin on the sealed train, declared, "We are saying everywhere that if there is no revolution in the West, our cause will be lost." Kharitonov is not a theoretician, he is an average party agitator. In the minutes of that same conference we read, Pavlov calls attention to the general proposition advanced by the Bolsheviks that the Russian Revolution will flourish only when it shall be supported by the world revolution, which is conceivable only as a socialist revolution. Tens and hundreds of Kharitonovs and Pavlovs were developing the fundamental idea of the April conference. It never came into the head of anybody to oppose or correct them. The 6th Congress of the party, taking place at the end of July, defined the dictatorship of the proletariat as a conquest of power by the workers and poorest peasants. Only these classes will in reality promote the growth of the international proletariat revolution, which is to put an end not only to the war but also to capitalist slavery. The speech of Bukharin was built upon the idea that a worldwide socialist revolution is the sole way out of the existing situation. If the revolution in Russia conquers before a revolution breaks out in the West, we will have to kindle the fire of the worldwide socialist revolution. Stalin too was at that time compelled to pose the question in much the same way. The moment will come when the workers will rise and unite round them the poor layers of the peasantry, raise the banner of the workers' revolution, and open an era of socialist revolution in the West. A Moscow regional conference which met at the beginning of August permits us best of all to glance into the laboratory of the party thought. In the principal report, setting forth the decisions of the 6th Congress, Sokhonikov, a member of the Central Committee, said, "It is necessary to explain that the Russian Revolution must take the offensive against world imperialism or be destroyed, be strangled by that same imperialism." A number of delegates expressed themselves to the same effect. Vitolin, "We must get ready for a social revolution which will be the stimulus to the development of social revolution in Western Europe." Delegate Belensky, "If you decide the question within national limits, then we have no way out." Sokhonikov has said rightly that the Russian Revolution will conquer only as an international revolution. In Russia the conditions are not yet ripe for socialism, but if the revolution begins in Europe then we will follow Western Europe. Stukov, the proposition that the Russian Revolution will conquer only as an international revolution cannot be subject to doubt. The socialist revolution is possible only on a general world scale. All are in agreement upon three fundamental propositions: the workers' state cannot stand unless it overthrows imperialism in the West. In Russia the conditions are not yet ripe for socialism. The problem of socialist revolution is international in essence. If alongside these views, which were to be condemned in 7 or 8 years as heresy, there had existed in the party other views now recognized as orthodox and traditional, they would certainly have found expression in that Moscow conference, and in the Congress of the party which preceded it. But neither the principal speaker nor those who took part in the debate, nor the newspaper reports, suggest by a word the presence in the party of Bolshevik views opposing these Trotskyist ones. At the General City Conference in Kiev preceding the party congress, the principal speaker, Gorovets, said, "The struggle for the salvation of our revolution can be waged only on an international scale. Two prospects lie before us: if the revolution conquers, we will create the transitional state to socialism; if not, we will fall under the power of international imperialism." After the party congress, at the beginning of August, Pyatakov said at a new conference in Kiev, "From the very beginning of the revolution we have asserted that the destiny of the Russian proletariat is completely dependent upon the course of the proletarian revolution in the West. We are thus entering the stage of permanent revolution." Commenting on Pyatakov's report, Gorovets, already known to us, declared, "I am in complete accord with Pyatakov in his definition of our revolution as permanent." Pyatakov: "The sole possible salvation for the Russian Revolution lies in a world revolution which will lay down the foundation for the social overturn." But perhaps these two speakers represented a minority? No. Nobody opposed them upon this fundamental question. In the elections for the Kiev Committee these two received the largest number of votes. We may, then, consider it fully established that at a general party conference in April, at the Congress of the Party in July, and at conferences in Petrograd, Moscow, and Kiev, those very views were set forth and confirmed by the voting which were later to be declared incompatible with Bolshevism. More than that, not one voice was raised in the party which might be interpreted as a presentiment of the future theory of socialism in a separate country, even to the degree that in the Psalms of King David foretastes have been discovered of the Gospel of Christ. On the 13th of August, the central organ of the party explained, "Full power to the Soviets, although far from as yet meaning socialism, would in any case break the resistance of the bourgeoisie and, independence upon the existing productive forces and the situation in the West, would guide and transform the economic life in the interests of the toiling masses. Having thrown off the fetters of capitalist government, the revolution would become permanent, that is, continuous. It would apply the state power, not in order to consolidate the regime of capitalist exploitation, but in order to overcome it. Its final success on this road would depend upon the successes of the proletariat revolution in Europe." Such was and remains the sole perspective of the further development of the revolution. The author of this article was Trotsky, who wrote it in Kresty prison. The editor of the paper that published it was Stalin. The significance of the quotation is defined already in the mere fact that the term permanent revolution had been used in the Bolshevik Party up to 1917 exclusively to designate the point of view of Trotsky. A few years later Stalin will declare, "Lenin struggled against the theory of permanent revolution to the end of his days." Stalin himself at any rate did not struggle. The article appeared without any editorial comment whatever. 10 days later Trotsky wrote again in the same paper, "Internationalism for us is not an abstract idea, but a directly guiding, deeply practical principle. A permanent decisive success is unthinkable for us outside the European Revolution." Again Stalin did not object. Moreover 2 days later he himself repeated it, "Let them know that only in union with the workers of the West, only after shaking loose the foundations of capitalism in the West, can we count upon the triumph of the revolution in Russia." By the triumph of the revolution is meant not the building of socialism, of that there was still no talk at all, but only the winning and holding of power. The bourgeoisie, wrote Lenin in September, is shouting about the inevitable defeat of the commune in Russia, that is, the defeat of the proletariat if it wins the power. We must not be frightened by these shouts. Having conquered the power, the proletariat of Russia has every chance of holding it and bringing Russia through to the victorious revolution in the West. The perspective of the revolution is here defined with utter clearness, to hold the power until the beginning of the socialist revolution in Europe. This formula was not hastily thrown out, Lenin repeats it from day to day. He sums up his program article, "Will the Bolshevik be able to hold the state power?" In these words, there is no power on earth which can prevent the Bolsheviks, if they do not let themselves be frightened and succeed in seizing the power, from holding it until the victory of the worldwide socialist revolution. The right wing of the Bolsheviks demanded a coalition with the compromisers, citing the fact that the Bolsheviks alone could not hold the power. Lenin answered them on November 1, that is, after the revolution, they say that we alone will not hold the power, etc. But we are not alone. Before us is all Europe. We must begin. In this dialogue of Lenin with the right wing, it becomes especially clear that the idea of the independent creation of a socialist society in Russia never even came into the head of any of the disputants. John Reed tells how at one of the Petrograd meetings at the Obukhovsky factory a soldier from the Romanian front shouted, "We will hold on with all our might until the peoples of the whole world rise to help us." This formula did not fall from the sky, and it was not thought of either by the nameless soldier or by Reed. It was grafted into the masses by Bolshevik agitators. The voice of the soldier from the Romanian front was the voice of the party, the voice of the October Revolution. The Declaration of Rights of the Toilers and the Exploited Peoples, the fundamental state program introduced in the name of the Soviet power into the Constituent Assembly, proclaimed the task of the new structure to be the establishment of a socialist organization of society and the victory of socialism in all countries. The Soviet power will proceed resolutely along this road until the complete victory of the international workers' insurrection against the yoke of capital. This Leninist Declaration of Rights, not formally annulled to this day, converted the permanent revolution into a fundamental law of the Soviet Republic. If Rosa Luxemburg, who in her prison was following with passionate and jealous attention the deeds and words of the Bolsheviks, had caught in them a shadow of National Socialism, she would have sounded the alarm at once. In those days she was very sternly, in the essence mistakenly, criticizing the policies of the Bolsheviks. But no. Here is what she wrote about the general line of the party: the fact that the Bolsheviks in their policy have steered their course entirely towards the world revolution of the proletariat is precisely the most brilliant testimony to their political farsightedness, their principled firmness and the bold scope of their policy. It is just these views, which Lenin was developing from day to day, which were preached in the central organ of the party under Stalin's editorship, which inspired the speeches of agitators great and small, which were repeated by soldiers from far-off sectors of the front, which Rosa Luxemburg considered the highest testimony to the political farsightedness of the Bolsheviks. It is just these views which the bureaucracy of the Communist International condemned in 1926. The views of Trotsky and his followers upon the fundamental question of the character and perspectives of our revolution, says a resolution of the 7th Plenum of the Communist International, have nothing in common with the views of our party, with Leninism. Thus the epigones of Bolshevism have done away with their own past. If anybody really struggled in 1917 against the theory of permanent revolution, it was the cadets and compromisers. Miliukov and Dan exposed the revolutionary illusions of Trotskyism as the chief cause of the collapse of the revolution of 1905. In his introductory speech at the Democratic Conference, Chij scourged the effort to put out the fire of the capitalist war by converting the revolution into a socialist and world revolution. On the 13th of October, Kerensky said in the pre-parliament, "There is now no more dangerous enemy of the revolution, the democracy, and all the conquests of freedom, than those who, under the guise of deepening the revolution and converting it into a permanent social revolution, are perverting, and it seems have already perverted, the masses." Chij and Kerensky were enemies of the permanent revolution for the same reason that they were enemies of the Bolsheviks. At the Second Congress of Soviets, at the moment of the seizure of power, Trotsky said, "If the people of Europe do not rise and crush imperialism, we will be crushed, that is indubitable. Either the Russian Revolution will raise the whirlwind of struggle in the West, or the capitalists of all countries will strangle our revolution." "There is a third road," shouted a voice from the benches. Was this perhaps Stalin's voice? No, it was the voice of a Menshevik. It was some years before Bolsheviks discovered that third road. As a result of innumerable repetitions in the international Stalinist press, it is considered in a great variety of political circles almost established that two conceptions lay at the bottom of the Brest-Litovsk disagreements. One had as its point of departure the possibility not only of holding out, but of building socialism with the inner forces of Russia, the other rested its hope exclusively on an insurrection in Europe. In reality, this contrast of views was created some years later, and its author did not take the trouble to bring his invention into the most superficial accord with the historic documents. To be sure, this would have been no easy task. All the Bolsheviks without a single exception were at one in the Brest period in thinking that if a revolution did not break out in Europe in the very near future, the Soviet Republic was doomed to destruction. Some counted the time in weeks, others in months, nobody counted it in years. From the very beginning of the Russian Revolution, wrote Bukharin on January 28, 1918, the Party of the Revolutionary Proletariat has declared, either the international revolution, unleashed by the revolution in Russia, will strangle the war and capital, or international capital will strangle the Russian Revolution. But was not Bukharin, who then headed the advocates of revolutionary war with Germany, attributing the views of his faction to the whole party? However natural such a supposition may be, it is flatly contradicted by the documents. The minutes of the Central Committee for 1917 and the beginning of 1918, published in 1929, in spite of abridgments and a tendentious editing, offer invaluable testimony upon this question too. At the session of January 11, 1918, Comrade Sergeyev points out that all the orators are agreed upon the fact that our socialist republic is threatened with destruction in the failure of a socialist revolution in the West. Sergeyev stood for the position of Lenin, that is, for signing the peace. Nobody contradicted Sergeyev. All three of the contending groups competed in appealing to one and the same general premise: without a world revolution we will not pull through. Stalin, to be sure, introduced a special note into the debate. He based the necessity of signing a separate peace upon the fact that, there is no revolutionary movement in the West, there are no facts, there is only a potentiality, and we can't figure on potentialities. Although still far from the theory of socialism in a separate country, he nevertheless clearly revealed in these words his organic distrust of the international movement. We cannot figure on potentialities. Lenin immediately drew aside in certain parts from this Stalinist support. It is true that the revolution in the West has not yet begun, he said. However, if in view of this we should change our tactics, then we should be traitors to international socialism. If he, Lenin, favored an immediate separate peace, it was not because he did not believe in the revolutionary movement in the West, and still less because he believed in the viability of an isolated Russian revolution. It is important for us to hold out until the coming of a general socialist revolution, and we can achieve this only by signing the peace. The meaning of the Brest capitulation was summed up for Lenin in the words breathing spell. The minutes testify that after this warning from Lenin, Stalin sought an opportunity to correct himself. Session of February 23, 1918. Comrade Stalin. We also are staking our play upon a revolution, but you are reckoning in weeks, and in months. Stalin here repeats verbatim the formula of Lenin. The distance between the two wings in the Central Committee on the question of the world revolution was the distance between weeks and months. When defending the signing of the Brest Peace at the 7th Congress of the party in March 1918, Lenin said, "It is absolutely true that without a German revolution we will perish. We will perish perhaps not in Petersburg nor in Moscow, but in Vladivostok, or some other remote place whither we will have to retreat. But in any case, under all possible or conceivable eventualities, if the German Revolution does not begin, we perish. It is not only a question of Germany, however. International imperialism, which represents a gigantic actual power, could in no case and under no conditions live side by side with the Soviet Republic. Here a conflict would be inevitable. Here is the greatest historic problem, the necessity of evoking an international revolution. In the secret decision adopted, we read, the Congress sees the most reliable guarantee of the consolidation of the socialist revolution which has won the victory in Russia only in its conversion into an international workers' revolution. Some days later Lenin made a report to the Congress of Soviets, worldwide imperialism and the triumphal march of a social revolution cannot live side by side. On April 23 he said at a session of the Moscow Soviet, our backwardness has pushed us forward, and we shall perish if we cannot hold out until we meet a mighty support on the part of the insurrectionary workers of other countries. We must retreat even to the Urals, he writes in May 1918, for that is the sole chance of winning time for the maturing of the revolution in the West. Lenin was clearly aware of the fact that the dragging out of the negotiations at Brest would make harder the conditions of peace. But he put the revolutionary international tasks higher than the national ones. On June 28, 1918, notwithstanding episodic disagreements with Trotsky on the subject of signing the peace, Lenin said at a Moscow conference of trade unions, when it came to the Brest negotiations, the exposures of Comrade Trotsky came out before the whole world, and did not this policy bring it about that in the enemy country, in wartime an enormous revolutionary movement broke out? A week later in a report of the Council of People's Commissars to the Fifth Congress of Soviets, he returns to the same question, we fulfilled our duty before all the peoples, through our Brest delegation headed by Comrade Trotsky. A year later Lenin recalled, in the epoch of the Brest Peace, the Soviet power placed the world dictatorship of the proletariat and the world revolution higher than any national sacrifices, no matter how heavy they might be. What meaning? Asked Stalin. When time had erased from his memory the never very definite distinctions between ideas, what meaning can Trotsky's assertion that revolutionary Russia could not stand in the face of a conservative Europe have? It can have only one meaning: Trotsky does not feel the inward might of our revolution. In reality the whole party was unanimous in the conviction that before the face of a conservative Europe the Soviet Republic could not stand. But that was only the reverse side of a conviction that a conservative Europe could not stand before the face of revolutionary Russia. In negative form it expressed an unconquerable faith in the international power of the Russian Revolution. And fundamentally the party was not mistaken. Conservative Europe did not at any rate wholly stand. The German Revolution, even betrayed as it was by the social democracy, was still strong enough to trim the claws of Ludendorff and Hoffmann. Without this operation the Soviet Republic could hardly have avoided destruction. But even after the destruction of German militarism, no change was made in the general appraisal of the international situation. Our efforts will inevitably lead to a worldwide revolution, said Lenin at a session of the Central Executive Committee at the end of July 1918. Things stand in such a way that, having gotten out of the war with one alliance, immediately experienced the assault of imperialism from the other side. In August, when civil war was spreading on the Volga with the participation of the Czechoslovaks, Lenin said at a meeting in Moscow, our revolution began as a universal revolution. The proletarian masses will guarantee the Soviet Republic a victory over the Czechoslovaks and the possibility of holding out until the worldwide socialist revolution breaks out. To hold out until the outbreak of revolution in the West, such as before is the formula of the party. In those same days Lenin wrote to the American workers, we are in a besieged fortress until other armies of the International Socialist Revolution come to our aid. He expressed himself still more categorically in November, the facts of world history have shown that the conversion of our Russian Revolution into a socialist revolution was not an adventure but a necessity, for there was no other choice. Anglo-French and American imperialism will inevitably strangle the independence and freedom of Russia unless worldwide socialist revolution, unless worldwide Bolshevism, conquers. To repeat the words of Stalin, Lenin obviously did not feel the inner might of our revolution. The first anniversary of the revolution is past. The party has had time to look round. And nevertheless, in his report to the 8th Congress of the party in March 1919, Lenin again declares, "We live not only in a state but in a system of states, and the existence of the Soviet Republic side by side with imperialist states for an extended period is unthinkable. In the end either one or the other will conquer." On the third anniversary, which coincided with the rout of the Whites, Lenin recalled and generalized, "If on that night someone had told us that in 3 years, this would be our victory, nobody, not even the most cocksure optimist, would have believed it. We knew then that our victory would be a victory only when our cause should conquer the whole world, for we began our work counting exclusively upon world revolution." More unassailable testimony could not be asked. At the moment of the October Revolution, the most cocksure optimist not only did not dream of creating National Socialism, but did not believe in the possibility of defending the revolution without direct help from outside. We began our work counting exclusively upon world revolution. In order to guarantee the victory in a 3 years' fight over legions of enemies, neither the party nor the Red Army had need of the myth of socialism in a separate country. The world's situation took a more favorable form than could have been expected. The masses revealed an extraordinary capacity for sacrifices in the name of the new goals. The leaders skillfully made use of the contradictions of imperialism during the first and most difficult period. As a result, the revolution revealed more stability than the most cocksure optimist had anticipated. But even so, the party wholly preserved its former international position. If it hadn't been for the war, Lenin explained in January 1918, we would have seen a union of the capitalists of the whole world, a consolidation on the basis of the struggle against us. Why throughout weeks and months, after October, did we get a chance to pass so easily from triumph to triumph, he asked at the 7th Congress of the party. Only because a specially formed international conjuncture temporarily protected us from imperialism. In April, Lenin said at a session of the Central Executive Committee, we got a breathing spell only because the imperialist war still continued in the West, and in the Far East imperialist rivalry is raging wider and wider. This alone explains the existence of the Soviet Republic. This exceptional combination of circumstances could not last forever. We have now passed from war to peace, said Lenin in 1920. But we have not forgotten that war will come again. So long as both capitalism and socialism remain, we cannot live in peace. Either the one or the other in the long run will conquer. There will be a funeral chant either for the Soviet Republic or for world capitalism. This is a moratorium in a war. The transformation of the original breathing spell into a prolonged period of unstable equilibrium was made possible not only by the struggle of capitalist groupings, but also by the international revolutionary movement. As a result of the November Revolution in Germany, the German troops were compelled to abandon the Ukraine, the Baltic states and Finland. The penetration of the spirit of revolt into the armies of the Entente compelled the French, English, and American governments to withdraw their troops from the southern and northern shores of Russia. The proletarian revolution in the West was not victorious, but on its road to victory it protected the Soviet state for a number of years. In July 1921, Lenin summarized the situation: we have got a certain equilibrium, although extremely fragile, extremely unstable, nevertheless such an equilibrium that a socialist republic can exist, of course not for long, in a capitalist environment. Thus passing from weeks to months, from months to years, the party only by degrees assimilated the idea that a workers' state might for a certain time, of course not for long, peacefully continue to exist in a capitalist environment. One not unimportant conclusion flows from the above data quite irrefutably: if according to the general conviction of the Bolsheviks the Soviet state could not long hold out without a victory of the proletariat in the West, then the program of building socialism in a separate country is excluded practically by that fact alone. The very question is withdrawn, so to speak, in its preliminary consideration. It would be, however, a complete mistake to assume, as the Epigone school has attempted to suggest in recent years, that the sole obstacle seen by the party on the road to a National Socialist society was the capitalist armies. The threat of armed intervention was in reality practically advanced to the front rank, but the war danger itself was merely the most acute expression of the technical and industrial predominance of the capitalist nations. In the last analysis, the problem reduced itself to the isolation of the Soviet Republic and to its backwardness. Socialism is the organization of a planned and harmonious social production for the satisfaction of human wants. Collective ownership of the means of production is not yet socialism, but only its legal premise. The problem of a socialist society cannot be abstracted from the problem of the productive forces, which at the present stage of human development are worldwide in their very essence. The separate state, having become too narrow for capitalism, is so much the less capable of becoming the arena of a finished socialist society. The backwardness of a revolutionary country, moreover, increases for it the danger of being thrown back to capitalism. In rejecting the perspective of an isolated socialist development, the Bolsheviks had in view, not a mechanically isolated problem of intervention, but the whole complex of questions bound up with the international economic basis of socialism. At the 7th Congress of the party, Lenin said, "If Russia passes now, and she indubitably is passing, from a Tilsit peace to a national boom, then the outcome of this boom is not a transition to the bourgeois state but a transition to the international socialist revolution." Such was the alternative, either an international revolution or a sliding back to capitalism. There was no place for National Socialism. How many transitional stages there will yet be to socialism, we do not and cannot know. That depends upon when the European Socialist Revolution begins on a real scale. In April of the same year, when calling for a reformation of the ranks for practical work, Lenin wrote, "We can give serious cooperation to the socialist revolution in the West, delayed for a number of reasons, only to the degree that we succeed in solving the organizational problem which stands before us." This first approach to economic construction is immediately included in the international scheme. It is a question of cooperation to the socialist revolution in the West, and not of creating a self-sufficient socialist kingdom in the East. On the theme of the coming hunger, Lenin said to the Moscow workers, "In all our agitation we must explain that the misfortune which has fallen upon us is an international misfortune, that there is no way out of it but the international revolution. In order to overcome the famine we must have a revolution of the world proletariat," says Lenin. In order to create a socialist society, a revolution in a separate country is enough, answer the Epigones. Such is the scope of the disagreement. Who is right? Let us not forget anyway that, in spite of the successes of industrialization, hunger is not yet conquered to this day. The Congress of the Councils of People's Economy, in December 1918, formulated the plan of socialist construction in the following words: "The dictatorship of the world proletariat is becoming historically inevitable. This is determining the development both of the whole world society and of each country in particular. The establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of the Soviet form of government in other countries will make possible the inauguration of the most close economic relations between countries, an international division of labor in production, and finally the organization of international economic organs of administration." The fact that such a resolution could be adopted by a Congress of the state bodies confronted with purely practical problems, coal, firewood, sugar beets, proves better than anything else how inseparably the perspective of the permanent revolution dominated the consciousness of the party during that period. In the ABC of Communism, the party textbook composed by Bukharin and Preobrazhensky, which went through a great many editions, we read, "The communist revolution can be victorious only as a world revolution. In a situation where the workers have won only in a single country, economic construction becomes very difficult. For the victory of communism, the victory of the world revolution is necessary. In the spirit of these same ideas, Bukharin wrote in a popular brochure reprinted many times by the party and translated into foreign languages, "There rises before the Russian proletariat sharply as never before the problems of international revolution. The permanent revolution in Russia grows into a European revolution of the proletariat." In a well-known book of Stepanovsk-Vortsov, entitled Electrification, issued under the editorship of Lenin and with an introduction by him, in a chapter which the editor recommends with special enthusiasm to the attention of the reader, it says, "The proletariat of Russia never thought of creating an isolated socialist state. A self-sufficient socialist state is a petty bourgeois ideal. A certain approach to this is thinkable with an economic and political predominance of the petty bourgeoisie. In isolation from the outside world it seeks a means of consolidating its economic forms, which are converted by the new technique and the new economy into very unstable forms." These admirable lines, which were undoubtedly gone over by the hand of Lenin, cast a clear beam of light upon the most recent evolution of the epigones. In his theses on the national and colonial questions at the Second Congress of the Communist International, Lenin defines the general task of socialism, rising above the national stages of the struggle, as the creation of a united worldwide economy, regulated according to a general plan by the proletariat of all nations, as a whole, the tendency towards which is already revealed with complete clarity under capitalism, and undoubtedly will receive further development and full achievement under socialism. In relation to this heritable and progressive tendency, the idea of a socialist society in a separate country is reaction. The condition for the arising of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the conditions for the creation of a socialist society are not identical, not of like nature, in certain respects even antagonistic. The circumstance that the Russian proletariat first came to power by no means implies that it will first come to socialism. That contradictory unevenness of development which led to the October Revolution did not disappear with its achievement. It was laid down in the very foundation of the first workers' state. The more backward the country which is compelled, as a result of the zigzags of history, to begin the socialist revolution, said Lenin in March 1918, the harder for it will be the transition from the old capitalist to the socialist relations. This idea finds its way through the speeches and articles of Lenin from year to year. For us it is easy to begin a revolution and harder to continue it, he says in May of the same year. In the West it is harder to begin a revolution, but it will be easier to continue. In December, Lenin developed the same thought before a peasant audience, one which finds it hardest of all to transcend national boundaries. There the transition to a socialist economy will go faster and be achieved more easily than with us. In union with the socialist proletariat of the whole world, the Russian laboring peasantry will overcome all handicaps. In comparison with the advanced countries, he repeats in 1919, it was easier for Russians to begin the great proletarian revolution, but it will be harder for them to continue it, and carry it through to decisive victory in the sense of the complete organization of a socialist society. For Russia, Lenin again insisted on the 27th of April, 1920, it was easy to begin the socialist revolution, whereas to continue it and carry it through to the end will be harder for Russia than for the European countries. I had to point out this circumstance at the beginning of 1918, and the 2 years' experience since then have fully confirmed this judgment. The ages of history live in the form of different levels of culture. Time is needed to overcome the past, not new ages, but decades. The coming generation, although more developed, will hardly make the complete transition to socialism, said Lenin at a session of the Central Executive Committee on April 29, 1918. Almost 2 years later, at a Congress of Agricultural Communes, he named a still more remote date: we cannot now introduce a socialist order. God grant that in the time of our children, or perhaps our grandchildren, it will be established here. The Russian workers took the road earlier than the rest, but they will arrive later at the goal. This is not pessimism, but historic realism. We, the proletariat of Russia, are in advance of any England or any Germany in our political structure, wrote Lenin in May 1918, and at the same time behind the most backward of West European states, in the degree of our preparation for the material productive inauguration of socialism. The same thought is expressed by him in the form of a contrast between two states, Germany and Russia, incarnated in 1918 most obviously of all the material realization of the economic productive, socio-industrial conditions of socialism on the one side, and the political conditions on the other. The elements of the future society are split up, so to speak, among different countries. To collect and subordinate them one to another is the task of a series of national revolutions building into a world revolution. The idea of the self-sufficient character of the Soviet economy Lenin laughed out of court in advance. While our Soviet Russia remains a solitary suburb of the whole capitalist world, he said in December 1920, at the 8th Congress of Soviets, during that time to think of our complete economic independence would be an utterly ridiculous fantasy and utopianism. On the 27th of March, 1922, at the 11th Congress of the party, Lenin gave warning, "We are confronted with a test which is being prepared by the Russian and international market, to which we are subordinate, with which we are bound up, from which we cannot break away. This is a serious test, for here they may beat us economically and politically." This idea of the dependence of socialist economy upon world economy, the Communist International now considers counter-revolutionary. Socialism cannot depend upon capitalism. The epigones have been ingenious enough to forget that capitalism, like socialism, rests upon a worldwide division of labor which is to receive its highest development under socialism. Economic construction in an isolated workers' state, however important in itself, will remain abridged, limited, contradictory. It cannot reach the heights of a new harmonious society. The authentic rise of a socialist economy in Russia, wrote Trotsky in 1922, will become possible only after the victory of the proletariat in the most important countries of Europe. These words have become an indictment, nevertheless they expressed in their time the general thought of the party. The work of construction, said Lenin in 1919, depends entirely upon how soon the revolution is victorious in the most important countries of Europe. Only after this victory can we seriously undertake the business of construction. Those words express not a lack of confidence in the Russian Revolution, but a faith in the nearness of the world revolution. But now also, after the colossal economic successes of the Union, it remains true that the authentic rise of a socialist economy is possible only on an international basis. From the same point of view the party looked upon the problem of the collectivization of agricultural industry. The proletariat cannot create a new society without bringing the peasantry to socialism through a series of transitional stages, the peasantry being a considerable, in a number of countries a predominant, part of the population, and a known majority on the earth as a whole. The solution of this most difficult of all problems depends in the last analysis upon the quantitative and qualitative correlations between industry and agriculture. The peasantry will the more voluntarily and successfully take the road of collectivization, the more generously the town is able to fertilize their economy and their culture. Does there exist, however, enough industry for the transformation of the country? This problem, too, Lenin carried beyond the national boundaries. If you take the question on a world scale, he said at the 9th Congress of the Soviets, such a flourishing large-scale industry as might supply the world with all products does exist on the earth. We put that at the basis of our calculations. The correlation of industry and agriculture, incomparably less favorable in Russia than in the countries of the West, remains to this day the basis of the economic and political crises which threaten at certain moments the stability of the Soviet system. The policy of so-called military communism, as is clear from the above, was not based upon the idea of building a socialist society within the national boundaries. Only the Mensheviks, making fun of the Soviet power, attributed such plans to it. For the Bolsheviks the further destinies of the Spartan regime imposed by the ruin and the Civil War, stood in direct dependence upon the development of revolution in the West. In January 1919, at the height of military communism, Lenin said, We will defend the foundations of our communist policy in production, and we will carry them through unshaken to the time of the complete and worldwide victory of communism. Together with the whole party, Lenin was mistaken. It became necessary to change the policy in production. At present we may consider it established that, even if the socialist revolution in Europe had taken place during the first 2 or 3 years after October, a retreat along the line of the new economic policy would have been inevitable just the same. But on a retrospective appraisal of the first stage of the dictatorship, it becomes especially clear to what a degree the methods of military communism and its illusions were closely interwoven with the perspective of permanent revolution. The deep internal crisis at the end of the 3 years of civil war involved the threat of a direct break between the proletariat and the peasantry, between the party and the proletariat. A radical reconsideration of the methods of the Soviet power became necessary. We have to satisfy economically the middle peasant, and adopt freedom of trade, Lenin explained. Otherwise it will be impossible to preserve the power of the proletariat in Russia in view of the delay of the international revolution. Was not the transition to the NEP accompanied, however, by a break in principle of the bond between domestic and international problems? Lenin gave a general estimate of the new stage then opening in his theses for the Third Congress of the Communist International. From the point of view of the worldwide proletariat revolution as a single process, the significance of the epoch Russia is passing through lies in its practical experimental test of the policy in relation to the petty bourgeois mass of a proletariat holding the state power. His very definition of the framework of the new economic policy cleanly removes the question of socialism in one country. No less instinctive are those lines which Lenin wrote for his own use in the days when the new methods of industry were being considered and worked up: 10 to 20 years of correct relations with the peasantry and victory on a world scale is guaranteed. The goal is set, to accommodate ourselves to the new, more prolonged period which may be necessary for the maturing of the revolution in the West. In this sense and only this, Lenin expressed his confidence that, from Russia of the NEP will come a socialist Russia. It is not enough to say that the idea of international revolution was not here revised. To a certain degree it received a deeper and more distinct expression, in the countries of developed capitalism, said Lenin at the 10th Congress of the party, explaining the historic position of the NEP. There is a class of hired agricultural laborers which has been forming itself in the course of some decades. Where this class is sufficiently developed, the transition from capitalism to socialism is possible. We have emphasized, in a whole series of writings, in all our speeches, in all our press, the fact that in Russia the situation is not like this, that in Russia we have a minority of workers in industry and an enormous majority of petty landowners. In such a country the social revolution could achieve its final success only on 2 conditions: first, on condition of its timely support by a social revolution in one or several advanced countries. The other condition is an agreement between the proletariat which holds the state power and the majority of the peasant population. Only an agreement with the peasants can save the socialist revolution in Russia until the revolution begins in other countries. All the elements of the problem are here united in one. A union with the peasantry is necessary for the very existence of the Soviet power, but it does not replace the international revolution, which can alone create the economic basis of a socialist society. At the same 10th Congress a special report was made on the Soviet Republic in a capitalist environment, dictated by the delay of the revolution in the West. Kamenev was put forward as spokesman for the Central Executive Committee. We never set ourselves the task, he said, as of something unquestioned by all, to create a communist structure in a single isolated country. We find ourselves, however, in a position where it is necessary to hold the foundation of the communist structure, the foundation of the socialist state, the Soviet proletarian republic surrounded on all sides by capitalist relations. Can we fulfill this task? I think that this question is scholastic. To this question in such a situation no answer should be made. The question stands thus: how in the given relations can we hold the Soviet power, and hold it up to that moment when the proletariat in this or that country shall come to our aid? If the idea of the spokesman, who had undoubtedly more than once gone over his outline with Lenin, was in contradiction with the tradition of Bolshevism. Why did the Congress not raise a protest? How did it happen that there was not one delegate to point out that on the very basic question of the revolution, Khamenei was developing views having nothing in common with the views of Bolshevism? How was it that nobody in the whole party noticed this heresy? According to Lenin, Stalin affirms, the revolution finds its force first of all among the workers and peasants of Russia itself. Trotsky has it that the necessary forces can be found only on the arena of the world revolution of the proletariat. To this manufactured contrast, as to many another, Lenin made his answer in advance. Not for 1 minute have we forgotten, nor will we forget, he said on May 14, 1918, at a session of the Central Executive Committee. The weaknesses of the Russian working class in comparison with other detachments of the international proletariat. But we must remain at our post until our ally comes, the international proletariat. On the third anniversary of the October Revolution, Lenin confirmed this: we always staked our play upon an international revolution, and this was unconditionally right. We always emphasized the fact that in one country it is impossible to accomplish such a work as a socialist revolution. In February 1921, Lenin declared at a Congress of the Workers in the Needle Trades, we have always and repeatedly pointed out to the workers that the underlying chief task and basic condition of our victory is the propagation of the revolution at least to several of the more advanced countries. No. Lenin is too much compromised by his stubborn desire to find forces in the world arena. You cannot wash him white. Just as Trotsky is placed in opposition to Lenin, so Lenin himself is placed in opposition to Marx, and with the same foundation. If Marx assumed that the proletarian revolution would begin in France but be completed only in England, this is explained, according to Stalin, by the fact that Marx did not yet know the law of uneven development. In reality, the Marxist prognosis contrasting the country of revolutionary initiative with the country of socialist accomplishment, was based wholly upon the law of uneven development. In any case, Lenin himself, who permitted no reticence upon big problems, never and nowhere recorded his disagreement with Marx and Engels in regard to the international character of the revolution. Exactly the opposite. If things have turned out otherwise than Marx and Engels expected, Lenin said at the Third Congress of the Soviets, it is only in relation to the historic sequence of the countries. The course of events has allotted to the Russian proletariat the honorable role of vanguard of the international social revolution, and we now see clearly how the development of the revolution will proceed further. The Russian began, the German, the Frenchman, the Englishman will carry it through, and socialism will conquer. We are further admonished by an argument from the standpoint of state prestige. A denial of the theory of National Socialism, according to Stalin, leads to the uncrowning of our country. This phraseology alone, intolerable to a Marxian ear, gives away the depth of the break with Bolshevik tradition. It was not uncrowning that Lenin feared but national bigotry. We are one of the revolutionary detachments of the working class, he taught in April 1918 at a session of the Moscow Soviet, advanced to the front not because we are better than others, but precisely because we were one of the most backward countries in the world. We will arrive at complete victory only together with all the workers of other countries, the workers of the whole world. The appeal to sober self-valuation becomes a leitmotif in Lenin's speeches. The Russian Revolution, he says on June 4, 1918, was due not to the special merits of the Russian proletariat, but to the course of historic events, and this proletariat was placed temporarily in the first position by the will of history and made for a time the vanguard of the world revolution. The first role occupied by the proletariat of Russia in the world labor movement, said Lenin at a conference of factory committees on July 23, 1918, is explained not by the industrial development of the country, just the opposite, by the backwardness of Russia. The Russian proletariat is clearly aware that the necessary condition and fundamental premise of its victory is the united action of the workers of the whole world, or of several countries advanced in capitalist relations. The October Revolution was evoked not only by the backwardness of Russia, and this Lenin well understood. But he consciously bent the stick too far in order to straighten it. At a Congress of the Councils of People's Economy, the organs especially called to build socialism, Lenin said on May 26, 1918, "We do not shut our eyes to the fact that we alone, with our own forces, could not achieve the socialist revolution in one country, even though it were a good deal less backward than Russia." And here, anticipating the future voice of bureaucratic bigotry, he explained, "This cannot cause a drop of pessimism, because the task which we have set ourselves is a task of worldwide historic difficulty." At the 6th Congress of the Soviets on November 8, he said, "The complete victory of the socialist revolution is unthinkable in one country, but demands the most active cooperation at least of several advanced countries, among which Russia cannot be numbered." Lenin not only denies Russia the right to her own socialism, but demonstratively gives her a secondary place in the building of socialism by other countries. What a criminal uncrowning of our country! In March 1919, at a Congress of the party, Lenin pulls up on the too meddlesome, "We have a practical experience in taking the first steps in the destruction of capitalism in a country with a special relation between proletariat and peasantry. Nothing more. If we swell ourselves out like a frog, and puff, and blow, this will be utterly laughable to the whole world. We shall be mere braggarts. Will anybody be offended by this?" On the 19th of May, 1921, Lenin exclaimed, "Did any one of the Bolsheviks at any time ever deny that the revolution can conquer in a final form only when it comprises all or at least several of the more advanced countries?" In November 1920, at a Moscow provincial conference of the party, he again reminded his audience that the Bolsheviks had neither promised nor dreamed of making over the whole world with the forces of Russia alone. "Such madness we never reached, but we always said that our revolution will conquer when the workers of all countries support it. We have not," he writes at the beginning of 1922, "completed even the foundation of a socialist economy. This can still be taken back by the hostile forces of a dying capitalism. We must be clearly aware of this, and openly acknowledge it. For there is nothing more dangerous than illusions and turned heads, especially in high places. And there is absolutely nothing terrible, nothing offering a legitimate cause for the slightest discouragement, in recognizing this bitter truth, for we always have taught and repeated this ABC truth of Marxism, that for the victory of socialism the combined efforts of the workers of several advanced countries are necessary." A little over 2 years later Stalin will demand a renunciation of Marxism upon this basic question. And upon what ground? On the ground that Marx remained ignorant of the unevenness of evolution, ignorant, that is, of the most elementary law of the dialectic of nature as well as society. But what is to be said of Lenin himself, who according to Stalin is supposed to have first discovered this law of unevenness as a result of the experience of imperialism, and who nevertheless stubbornly held fast to the ABC truth of Marxism? We should seek in vain for any explanation of this. Trotskyism, according to the indictment and sentence of the Communist International, derived and continues to derive from the proposition that our revolution in and of itself is not in essence socialistic, that the October Revolution is only the signal, impetus, and starting point for a socialist revolution in the West. Nationalistic degeneration here masks itself with pure scholasticism. The October Revolution in and of itself does not exist. It would have been impossible without the whole preceding history of Europe, and it would be hopeless without its continuation in Europe and the whole world. The Russian Revolution is only one link in the chain of international revolution. Its strength lies exactly where the epigones see its uncrowning. Exactly because, and only because, it is not a self-sufficient whole but a signal, impetus, starting point, link, exactly for that reason does it acquire a socialist character. Of course the final victory of socialism in one country is impossible, said Lenin at the Third Congress of Soviets in January 1918, but something else is possible, a living example, a getting to work, somewhere in one country, that is what will set fire to the toiling masses in all countries. In July at a session of the Central Executive Committee, our task now is, to hold fast this torch of socialism so that it may continue to scatter as many sparks as possible to the increasing conflagration of the social revolution. A month later at a workers' meeting, the revolution is growing, and we must hold the Soviet power until it begins. Our mistakes must serve as a lesson to the Western proletariat. A few days later at a Congress of Educational Workers, the Russian Revolution is only an example, only a first step in a series of revolutions. In March 1919, at a Congress of the party, the Russian Revolution was in essence a dress rehearsal of the worldwide proletarian revolution. Not a revolution in and of itself but a torch, a lesson, an example only, a first step only a link. Not an independent performance, but only a dress rehearsal. What a stubborn and ruthless uncrowning. But Lenin did not stop even here. If it should happen, he said on November 8, 1918, that we were suddenly swept away, we would have the right to say, without concealing our mistakes, that we used the period of time that fate gave us wholly for the socialist world revolution. How far this is, both in method of thinking and in political psychology, from the bigoted self-complacence of the epigones, imagining themselves an eternal belly button of the earth. A lie upon a fundamental question, if political interest compels you to cling to it, leads to innumerable resulting mistakes and gradually revises all your thinking. Our party has no right to deceive the working class, said Stalin at a plenary session of the Executive Committee of the Communist International in 1926. It ought to say frankly that a lack of confidence in the possibility of building socialism in our country will lead to a renunciation of power, and the passing of our party from the position of a ruling to that of an opposition party. The Communist International has canonized this view in its resolution. The denial of this possibility on the part of the opposition is nothing but a denial of the premises for a socialist revolution in Russia. The premises are not the general condition of world economy, not the inner contradictions of imperialism, not the correlation of classes in Russia, but a guarantee given in advance of the possibility of realizing socialism in a separate country. To this teleological argument advanced by the epigones in the autumn of 1926, we may reply with the same considerations with which we answered the Mensheviks in the spring of 1905. Once the objective development of the class struggle confronts the proletariat at a certain moment of the revolution with the alternative, either take upon yourself the rights and obligations of state power or surrender your class position, the social democracy will place the conquest of state power on the order of the day. In doing this it will not in the least ignore developmental processes of a deeper kind, processes of growth and concentration of production. But it says, when the logic of the class struggle, resting in the last analysis upon the course of economic development, impels the proletariat towards dictatorship before the bourgeoisie has fulfilled its economic mission, this means only that history has put upon the proletariat a task colossal in its difficulty. Perhaps the proletariat will even become exhausted in the struggle and fall under its weight, perhaps. But it cannot refuse these tasks through fear of class degeneration and of plunging the whole country into barbarism. To this we could add nothing at the present time. It would be an irreparable mistake, wrote Lenin in May 1918, to declare that once the lack of correspondence between our economic and our political forces is organized, it follows that we should not have seized the power. Only people in a glass case reason that way, forgetting that there will never be a correspondence, that there cannot be, either in the evolution of nature or in the evolution of society, that only by way of a whole senses of attempts, each one of which taken separately will be one-sided, will suffer from a certain lack of correspondence, can complete socialism be created out of the revolutionary cooperation of the proletarians of all countries. The difficulties of the international revolution will be overcome not by passive adaptation, not by a renunciation of power, not by a national watching and waiting for the universal insurrection, but by live action, by overcoming contradictions, by the dynamic of struggle and the extending of its radius. If you take seriously the historic philosophy of the epigones, the Bolsheviks ought to have known in advance on the eve of October, both that they would hold out against a legion of enemies, and that they would pass over from military communism to the NEP, also that in case of need they would build their own national socialism. In a word, before seizing the power they ought to have cast their accounts accurately, and made sure of a credit balance. What happened in reality was little similar to this pious caricature. In a report at the Party Congress in March 1919, Lenin said, "We often have to grope our way along. This fact becomes most obvious when we try to take in with one glance what we have been through." But that did not unnerve us a bit, even on the 10th of October, 1917, when deciding the question about the seizure of power. We had no doubt that it was up to us, according to Comrade Trotsky's expression, to experiment, to make the trial. We undertook a job which nobody in the world had ever before undertaken on such a scale. And further, who could ever make a gigantic revolution, knowing in advance how to carry it through to the end? Where could you get such knowledge? It cannot be found in books, no such books exist. Our decision could only be born of the experience of the masses. The Bolsheviks did not seek any assurance that Russia would be able to create a socialist society. They had no need of it. They had no use for it. It contradicted all that they had learned in the school of Marxism. The tactics of the Bolsheviks, wrote Lenin against Trotsky, were the only international tactics, for they were based not on the cowardly fear of the world revolution, not on Philistine lack of confidence in it. The Bolsheviks contributed the maximum possible in one country to the development, support, stimulus, of revolution in all countries. With such a tactic it was impossible to mark out in advance an infallible line of march, and still less possible to guarantee yourself a national victory. But the Bolsheviks knew that danger was an element of revolution, as of war. They went to meet danger with open eyes. Placing before the world proletariat as an example and a reproach the manner in which the bourgeoisie boldly risks war in the name of its interests, Lenin branded with hatred those socialists who are afraid to begin the fight until they are guaranteed an easy victory. Bootlickers of international socialism, lackeys of bourgeois morality who think this way deserve triple contempt. Lenin, as is well known, did not stop to choose his words when he was choking with indignation. But what shall we do? Stalin has kept on inquiring, if the international revolution is destined to be delayed. Is there any light ahead for our revolution? Trotsky does not give any light. The epigones demand historic privileges for the Russian proletariat. It must have a roadbed laid down for an uninterrupted movement towards socialism, regardless of what happens to the rest of humanity. History, alas, has prepared no such roadbed. If you look at things from a worldwide historic scale, said Lenin at the 7th Congress of the Party, there is not the slightest doubt that the ultimate victory of our revolution, if it should remain solitary, would be hopeless. But even in this case it would not have been fruitless. Even if the imperialists should overthrow the Bolshevik power tomorrow, said Lenin in May 1919, at a teachers' congress, we would not regret for 1 second that we took the power. And not one of the class-conscious workers would regret it, or would doubt that our revolution had nevertheless conquered. For Lenin thought of victory only in terms of an international succession of development in struggle. The new society is an abstraction which can take living body not otherwise than through a series of differing incomplete concrete attempts to create this or that socialist state. This sharp distinction, and in some sense contrast, between socialist state and new society offers a key to the innumerable abuses perpetrated by the epigone literature upon the texts of Lenin. Lenin explained with the utmost simplicity the meaning of the Bolshevik strategy at the end of the 5th year after the conquest of power. When we began at the time we did the international revolution, we did this not with the conviction that we could anticipate its development, but because a whole series of circumstances impelled us to begin this revolution. Our thought was, either the international revolution will come to our aid, and in that case our victories are wholly assured, or we will do our modest revolutionary work in the consciousness that in case of defeat we have nevertheless served the cause of the revolution, and our experiment will be of help to other revolutions. It was clear to us that without the support of the international world revolution a victory of the proletarian overturn was impossible. Even before the revolution, and likewise after it, our thought was, immediately, or at any rate very quickly, a revolution will begin in the other countries, in capitalistically more developed countries, or in the contrary case we will have to perish. In spite of this consciousness we did everything to preserve the Soviet system in all circumstances and at whatever cost, since we knew that we were working not only for ourselves, but for the international revolution. We knew this, we frequently expressed this conviction before the October Revolution, exactly as we did immediately after it and during the conclusion of the Brest-Litovsk peace. And, generally speaking, this was right. The dates have shifted, the pattern of events has formed itself in many respects unexpectedly, but the fundamental orientation remains unchanged. What can be added to these words? We began the international revolution. If a revolution in the West does not begin immediately, or at any rate very quickly, assumed the Bolsheviks, we will have to perish. But in that case too, the conquest of power will have been justified, others will learn from the experience of those who perished. We are working not only for ourselves but for the international revolution. These ideas, saturated through and through with internationalism, Lenin expounded to the Communist International. Did anybody oppose him? Did anybody offer a hint of the possibility of a National Socialist society? Nobody. Not one single word. 5 years later, at the 7th plenum of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, Stalin developed ideas exactly opposite to these. They are already known to us. If there is not confidence in the possibility of building socialism in our country, then the party must pass over from the position of a ruling, to that of an opposition party. We must have a preliminary guarantee of success before taking the powers. It is permitted to seek this guarantee only in national conditions. We must have confidence in the possibility of building socialism in peasant Russia, then we can get along quite well without confidence in the victory of the world proletariat. Each of these links in a chain of reasoning slaps in the face the tradition of Bolshevism. To cover up their break with the past, the Stalin school have tried to make use of certain lines of Lenin, which seem the least unsuitable. An article of 1915 on the United States of Europe throws out incidentally the remark that the working class in each separate country ought to win the power and enter upon the socialist construction without waiting for the others. If behind these indisputable lines there lurked a thought about a National Socialist society, how could Lenin so fundamentally have forgotten it during the years following, and so stubbornly have contradicted it at every step? But there is no use resorting to oblique inferences when we have direct statements. The program theses drafted by Lenin in the same year, 1915, answer the question accurately and directly. The task of the proletariat of Russia is to carry through to the end the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia, in order to kindle the socialist revolution in Europe. This second task has now come extremely near to the first, but it remains nevertheless a special and a second task, for it is a question of different classes cooperating with the proletariat of Russia. For the first task the collaborator is the petty bourgeois peasantry of Russia, for the second the proletariat of other countries. No greater clarity could be demanded. The second attempt to quote Lenin is no better founded. His unfinished article about cooperation says that in the Soviet Republic we have on hand all that is necessary and enough in order without new revolutions to accomplish the transition to socialism. Here it is a question, as is perfectly clear from the text, of the political and legal premises of socialism. The author does not forget to remind his readers that the productive and cultural premises are inadequate. In general, Lenin repeated this thought many times. We lack the civilization to make the transition directly to socialism, he wrote in an article of the same period, the beginning of 1923, although we have the political premises for it. In this case as in all others, Lenin started from the assumption that the proletariat of the West would come to socialism along with the Russian proletariat and ahead of it. The article on cooperation does not contain a hint to the effect that the Soviet Republic might harmoniously and by reformist measures create its own national socialism, instead of taking its place through a process of antagonistic and revolutionary development in the world socialist society. Both quotations, introduced even into the text of the program of the Communist International, were long ago explained in our criticism of the program, and our opponents have not once attempted to defend their distortions and mistakes. The attempt would be too hopeless. In March 1923, in the same last period of his creative work, Lenin wrote, "We stand, at the present moment before the question, shall we succeed in holding out with our petty and very petty peasant production, with our ruined condition, until the West European capitalist countries complete their development to socialism?" We see again, the dates have shifted, the web of events changed, but the international foundation of the policy remains unshaken. That faith in the international revolution, according to Stalin a distrust in the inner forces of the Russian Revolution, went with the great internationalist to his grave. Only after pinning Lenin down under a mausoleum, were the epigones able to nationalize his views. From the worldwide division of labor, from the unevenness of development of different countries, from their mutual economic dependence, from the unevenness of different aspects of culture in the different countries, from the dynamic of the contemporary productive forces, it follows that the socialist structure can be built only by a system of economic spiral, only by taking the inner discords of a separate country out into a whole group of countries, only by a mutual service between different countries, and a mutual supplementation of the different branches of their industry and culture, that is, in the last analysis, only on the world arena. The old program of the party, adopted in 1903, begins with the words, "The development of exchange has established such close bonds between the peoples of the civilized world that the great liberating movement of the proletariat must become, and long ago has become, international. The preparation of the proletariat for the coming social revolution is defined as the task of the international social democracy." However, on the road to their common final goal, the social democrats of various countries are obliged to set themselves dissimilar immediate tasks. In Russia the overthrow of Tsarism is such a task. The democratic revolution was thus regarded in advance as a national step to an international socialist revolution. The same conception lies at the bottom of our program adopted by the party after the conquest of power. In a preliminary discussion of the draft of this program at the 7th Congress, Miliutin proposed an editorial correction in the resolution of Lenin. "I propose," he said, "that we insert the words International Socialist Revolution where it says the era of social revolution now begun." I think it is unnecessary to argue this. Our social revolution can conquer only as an international revolution. It cannot conquer in Russia alone, leaving the bourgeois structure in the surrounding countries. I propose that this be inserted to avoid misunderstanding. The chairman Sverdlov, Comrade Lenin accepts this amendment. A vote is therefore unnecessary. A tiny episode of parliamentary technique refutes the false historiography of the epigones more convincingly perhaps than the most painstaking investigation. The circumstance that Miliutin himself, like Skvortsov-Spanov whom we quoted above, and like hundreds and thousands of others, soon after condemned his own views under the name of Trotskyism, makes no change in the facts. Great historic currents are stronger than human backbones. The flood tide lifts up and the ebb tide sweeps away whole political generations. Ideas, on the other hand, are able to live even after the physical and spiritual death of those who carried them. A year later, at the 8th Congress of the party which ratified the new program, the same question was again illumined in a sharp exchange of retorts between Lenin and Podbolsky. The Moscow delegate protested against the fact that in spite of the October overturn the program still spoke of the social revolution in the future tense. Podbolsky, says Lenin, attacks the fact that in one of the paragraphs the program speaks of the coming social revolution. His argument is obviously inconsequent, for in our program we are talking about the social revolution on a world scale. Truly the history of the party has not left the epigones a single unillumined corner to hide in. In the program of the Communist Youth adopted in 1921, the same question is put forward in an especially popular and simple form. Russia, says one paragraph, although possessing enormous natural resources is nevertheless in the matter of industry a backward country in which a petty bourgeois population predominates. It can come to socialism only through the socialist world revolution, the epoch for the development of which we have now entered. Ratified in its day by the Politburo, with the participation not only of Lenin and Trotsky but also of Stalin, this program was in full force in the autumn of 1926 when the Executive Committee of the Communist International converted the non-acceptance of socialism in a separate country into a mortal sin. In the 2 years ensuing, however, the epigones were compelled to file away in the archives the program documents of the Lenin epoch. Their new documents, patched together out of fragments, they called the program of the Communist International. Whereas with Lenin in the Russian program the talk is of international revolution, with the epigones in the international program the talk is of Russian socialism. Just when and how did the break with the first openly reveal itself? The historic date is easy to indicate, since it coincides with a turning point in the biography of Stalin. As late as April 1924, 3 months after the death of Lenin, Stalin was modestly expounding the traditional views of the party. To overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie and establish the power of the proletariat in one country, he wrote in his Problems of Leninism, does not mean to guarantee the complete victory of socialism. The chief task of socialism, the organization of socialist production, lies still ahead. Can this task be accomplished? Is it possible to attain the final victory of socialism in one country, without the combined efforts of the proletarians of several advanced countries? No, it is not. The efforts of one country are enough for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. This is what the history of our revolution tells us. For the final victory of socialism, for the organization of socialist production, the efforts of one country, especially a peasant country like Russia, are not enough. For this we must have the efforts of the proletarians of several advanced countries. Stalin concludes his exposition of these thoughts with the words, such in general are the characteristic features of the Leninist theory of the proletarian revolution. By autumn of the same year, under the influence of the struggle with Trotskyism, it was suddenly discovered that Russia is the very country, in distinction from others, which will be able to build the socialist society with her own forces, if she is not hindered by intervention. In a new edition of the same work, Stalin wrote, having consolidated its power, and taking the lead of the peasantry, the proletariat of the victorious country can and must build a socialist society. Can and must. Only in order fully to guarantee the country against intervention, is the victory of the revolution necessary, at least in several countries. The proclamation of this new conception, which allots to the world proletariat the role of border police, ends with those same words, such in general are the characteristic features of the Leninist theory of the proletarian revolution. In the course of 1 year, Stalin has imputed to Lenin two directly opposite views upon a fundamental problem of socialism. At a plenary session of the Central Committee in 1927, Trotsky said about these two contradictory opinions of Stalin, "You may say that Stalin made a mistake and afterward corrected himself. But how could he make such a mistake upon such a question? If it were true that Lenin already in 1915 gave out the theory of building socialism in a separate country, if it were true that subsequently Lenin only reinforced and developed this point of view, then how, we must ask, could Stalin think up for himself during the life of Lenin, during the last period of his life, that opinion upon this most important question which finds its expression in the Stalinist quotation of 1924? It appears that upon this fundamental question Stalin had always been a Trotskyist, and only after 1924 ceased to be one. It would be well if Stalin could find at least one quotation from his own writings showing that before 1924 he said something about the building of socialism in one country. He will not find it. This challenge remained unanswered. We should not, however, exaggerate the actual depth of the change made by Stalin. Just as in the question of war, of our relation to the provisional government, or the national question, so on the general perspectives of the revolution. Stalin had two positions, one independent, organic, not always expressed, or at least never wholly expressed, and the other conditional, phraseological, borrowed from Lenin. Between two people belonging to one and the same party it would be impossible to imagine a deeper gulf than that which separated Stalin from Lenin, both upon fundamental questions of revolutionary conception and in political psychology. Stalin's opportunist character is disguised now by the fact that his power rests upon a victorious proletarian revolution. But we have seen the independent position of Stalin in March 1917. Having behind him an already accomplished bourgeois revolution, he set the party the task of putting brakes on the splitting away of the bourgeoisie, that is, of actually resisting the proletarian revolution. If that revolution was achieved, it is not his fault. But together with all the bureaucracy, Stalin has taken his stand upon the basis of accomplished fact. Once there is a dictatorship of the proletariat, there must be socialism too. Turning inside out the argument of the Mensheviks against the proletarian revolution in Russia, Stalin, with his theory of socialism in a separate country, began to barricade himself against international revolution. And since he has never thought any question of principle through to the end, it could not but seem to him that in essence he always thought as he thought in the autumn of 1924. And since he moreover never got into contradiction with the prevailing opinion of the party, it could not but seem to him that the party too in essence thought as he did. The initial substitution was unconscious. It was not a question of falsification, but of ideological shedding. But in proportion as the doctrine of National Socialism came up against a well-armed criticism, there was need of an organized, and predominantly surgical, interference on the part of the machine. The theory of National Socialism was then decreed. It was proven by the method of contraries, by the arrest of those who did not agree with it. At the same time the era was opened of systematic remaking of the party's past. The history of the party was turned into a palimpsest. This destruction of parchments still continues, and moreover with steadily increasing fury. The decisive factor, however, was not repressions nor falsifications. The triumph of the new views corresponding to the situation and interests of the bureaucracy, has rested upon objective circumstances, temporary but extremely powerful. The possibility has opened before the Soviet Republic of playing both in foreign and domestic politics a far more significant role than anybody before the revolution could have estimated. The isolated worker state has not only held its own among a legion of enemies, but has elevated itself economically. This weighty fact has formed the social opinion of the younger generation, who have not yet learned to think historically, that is, to compare and foresee. The European bourgeoisie got too badly burned in the last war to lightly undertake another. A fear of revolutionary consequences has so far paralysed the plans of military intervention. But the factor of fear is an unstable one. The threat of a revolution has never yet replaced the revolution itself. A danger which remains long unrealized loses its effect. At the same time the irreconcilable antagonism between the workers' state and the world of imperialism pushes towards the surface. Recent events have been so eloquent that the hope of a neutralization of the world bourgeoisie up to the completion of the socialist structure, has been abandoned by the present ruling faction. To a certain degree it has even been converted into its opposite. The industrial successes attained during these peaceful years are an imperishable demonstration of the incomparable advantages of a planned economy. This fact in no wise contradicts the international character of the revolution. Socialism could not be realized in the world arena, were not its elements and its points of support prepared in separate countries. It is no accident that the enemies of the theory of National Socialism were the very protagonists of industrialization, of the planning principle, the 5-year plan, and collectivization. Rakovsky, and with him thousands of other Bolsheviks, are paying for their fight for a bold industrial initiative with years of exile and prison. But they too, on the other hand, have been the first to rise against an overestimation of the results attained, against national complacency. On the other hand, the mistrustful and short-sighted practicals, who formerly thought that the proletariat of backward Russia could not conquer the power, and after the conquest of power denied the possibility of broad industrialization and collectivization, have taken subsequently exactly the opposite position. The successes attained against their own expectations, they have simply multiplied into a whole series of 5-year plans, substituting the multiplication table for a historic perspective. That is the theory of socialism in a separate country. In reality, the growth of the present Soviet economy remains an antagonistic process. In strengthening the workers' state, the economic successes are by no means leading automatically to the creation of a harmonious society. On the contrary, they are preparing a sharpening of the contradictions of an isolated socialist structure on a higher level. Rural Russia needs, as before, a mutual industrial plan with urban Europe. The worldwide division of labor stands over the dictatorship of the proletariat in a separate country, and imperatively dictates its further road. The October Revolution did not exclude Russia from the development of the rest of humanity, but on the contrary bound her more closely to it. Russia is not a ghetto of barbarism, nor yet an Arcadia of socialism. It is the most transitional country in our transitional epoch. The Russian Revolution is only one link in the chain of international revolution. The present condition of world economy makes it possible to say without hesitation, capitalism has come far closer to the proletarian revolution than the Soviet Union to socialism. The fate of the first workers' state is inseparably bound up with the fate of the liberating movement in the West and East. But this large theme demands independent investigation. We hope to return to it. Volume 3, Appendix 3. Historic references on the theory of permanent revolution. In the appendix to the first volume of this history we gave extended excerpts from a series of articles written by us in March 1917 in New York, and from our more recent polemic articles against Professor Pokrovsky. In both cases the matter concerned was an analysis of the moving forces of the Russian, and partly also of the international, revolution. It was upon the basis of this problem that the fundamental principled groupings had crystallized themselves in the Russian revolutionary camp ever since the beginning of the century. In proportion as the revolutionary tide rose, they acquired more and more the character of a strategic program, and then finally a directly tactical character. The years 1903 to 1906 were a period of intensive crystallization of political tendencies in the Russian social democracy. It was at that time that our work, Summaries and Perspectives, was written. It was written in sections and for different purposes. An imprisonment in December 1905 permitted the author to expound more systematically than before his views on the character of the Russian Revolution and its prospects. This collected work appeared as a book in the Russian language in 1906. In order that the excerpts from it given below may take a proper place in the mind of the reader, we must remind him again that in 1904-05 no one of the Russian Marxists defended, or even uttered, the thought of the possibility of building a socialist society in a single country in general, and particularly in Russia. This conception was first expressed in print only 20 years later, in the autumn of 1924. In the period of the First Revolution, as also in the years between the two revolutions, the dispute concerned the dynamics of the bourgeois revolution, and not the chances and possibilities of a socialist revolution. All the present partisans of the theory of socialism in one country, without a single exception, were during that period confining the prospects of the Russian Revolution to a bourgeois democratic republic, and until April 1917 they were considering impossible not only the building of National Socialism, but also the conquest of power by the proletariat of Russia before the dictatorship of the proletariat should be inaugurated in more advanced countries. By Trotskyism, in the period from 1905 to 1917, was meant that revolutionary conception according to which the bourgeois revolution in Russia would not be able to solve its problems without placing the proletariat in power. Only in the autumn of 1924 did Trotskyism begin to mean the conception according to which the Russian proletariat, having come to power, would not be able to build a national socialist society with its own forces alone. For the convenience of the reader we shall present the dispute schematically in the form of a dialogue in which the letter T signifies a representative of the Trotskyist conception, and the letter S means one of those Russian practicals who now stands at the head of the Soviet bureaucracy. 1905 to 1917. T. The Russian Revolution cannot solve its democratic problem, above all the agrarian problem, without placing the working class in power. S. But does not that mean the dictatorship of the proletariat? T. Unquestionably. S. In backward Russia? Before it happens in the advanced capitalist countries? T. Exactly so. S. But you are ignoring the Russian village, that is, the backward peasantry stuck in the mud of semi-serfdom. T. On the contrary, it is only the depth of the agrarian problem that opens the immediate prospect of a dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia. S. You reject, then, the bourgeois revolution? T. No, I only try to show that its dynamic leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. S. But that means that Russia is ripe for the building of socialism? T. No, it does not. Historic evolution has no such planned and harmonious character. The conquest of power by the proletariat in backward Russia flows inexorably from the correlation of forces in the bourgeois revolution. What further economic prospects will be opened by the dictatorship of the proletariat depends upon the domestic and world conditions under which it is inaugurated. It goes without saying that Russia cannot arrive at socialism independently. But once having opened an era of socialist transformation, she can supply the impetus to a socialist development of Europe and thus arrive at socialism in the wake of the advanced countries. 1917 to 1923. S. We must acknowledge that Trotsky even before the revolution of 1905 advanced the original and now especially famous theory of permanent revolution, asserting that the bourgeois revolution of 1905 would go directly over into a socialist revolution and prove the first of a series of national revolutions. 1924 to 1932. S. And so you deny that our revolution can arrive at socialism? T. I think, as before, that our revolution can and should lead to socialism after having acquired an international character. S. You do not believe, then, in the inner forces of the Russian Revolution? T. Strange that this did not prevent me from foreseeing and preaching the dictatorship of the proletariat when you rejected it as utopian. S. But you nonetheless deny the socialist revolution in Russia? T. Until April 1917 you accused me of rejecting the bourgeois revolution. The secret of your theoretical contradictions lies in the fact that you got way behind the historic process and now you are trying to catch up and pass it. To tell the truth, this also is the secret of your industrial mistakes. The reader should have always before him these three historic stages in the development of revolutionary conceptions in Russia, if he wishes correctly to judge the actual issues in the present struggle of factions and groups in Russian communism. Excerpts from the article of the year 1905, Summaries and Perspectives. Section 4. Revolution and the Proletariat. The proletariat will grow and strengthen together with the growth of capitalism. In this sense, the development of capitalism is the development of the proletariat toward dictatorship. But the day and hour when the power will pass to the hands of the working class depend directly not upon the level obtained by the productive forces, but upon relations in the class struggle, upon the international situation, and finally upon a series of subjective factors, traditions, initiatives, preparedness for fighting. In a country economically more backward, the proletariat may come to power sooner than in a country capitalistically advanced. The idea of some sort of automatic dependence of the proletarian dictatorship upon the technical forces and resources of a country is a prejudice derived from an extremely oversimplified economic materialism. Such a view has nothing in common with Marxism. The Russian Revolution, according to our view, will create conditions in which the power may pass to the proletariat before the politicians of bourgeois liberalism get a chance to develop their statesmanly genius to the full. Marxism is above all a method of analysis, not analysis of texts but analysis of social relations. Is it true in regard to Russia that the weakness of capitalistic liberalism necessarily means a weakness of the labor movement? The numbers of the industrial proletariat, their concentration, their culture, their political weight, undoubtedly depend upon the degree of development of capitalist industry. But this dependence is not direct. Between the productive forces of the country and the political force of its classes at each given moment, various socio-political factors of national and international character intervene, and they displace, and even completely change the form of, the political expression of economic relations. Notwithstanding that the productive forces of industry in the United States are 10 times higher than ours, the political role of the Russian proletariat, its influence upon the policy of the country, and the possibility of its coming influence upon world politics, is incomparably higher than the role and significance of the American proletariat. Section 5. The proletariat in power and the peasantry. In the event of a decisive victory of the revolution, the power will come into the hands of that class which played the leading role in the struggle, in other words, into the hands of the proletariat. We add at once as self-evident that this does not exclude the entry into the government of revolutionary representatives of non-proletarian social groups. The whole question is, who will supply the content of the government policy? Who will consolidate in the government a homogeneous majority? It is one thing when representatives of the democratic layers of the people participate in a government which is working class in its majority. It is another thing when representatives of the proletariat participate, in the character of more or less respected hostages, in a definitely bourgeois democratic government. The proletariat cannot perpetuate its power without broadening the base of the revolution. Many strata of the toiling masses, especially in the country, will be first drawn into the revolution and acquire political organization only after the vanguard of the revolution, the city proletariat, stands at the helm of state. The character of our socio-historic relations, which throws the whole weight of the bourgeois revolution upon the shoulders of the proletariat, will not only create enormous difficulties for the workers' government, but will also, at least in the first period of its existence, give it priceless advantages. This will express itself in the relations between the proletariat and the peasantry. The Russian Revolution does not permit, and for a long time will not permit, the creation of any sort of bourgeois constitutional order which might solve the most elementary problems of democracy. In consequence of this, the fate of the most elementary revolutionary interests of the peasantry, even of the entire peasantry as a caste, is bound up with the fate of the whole revolution, that is, with the fate of the proletariat. The proletariat in power will appear to the peasantry as an emancipator class. But perhaps the peasantry itself will crowd out the proletariat and occupy its place? That is impossible. All the experience of history protests against this assumption. It shows that the peasantry is completely incapable of playing an independent political role. The Russian bourgeoisie will surrender all revolutionary positions to the proletariat. It will have to surrender also the revolutionary leadership of the peasantry. In the situation which will be created by a transfer of power to the proletariat, the peasantry will have nothing left to do but adhere to the regime of workers' democracy. Granted even that they will do this with no more consciousness than they have in adhering to the bourgeois regime. But whereas every bourgeois party after winning the votes of the peasants makes haste to use its power in order to rob them and deceive them of all their hopes and faith in promises, and then when worst comes to worst yields its place to another capitalist party, the proletariat, relying upon the peasantry, will bring all its forces into play to raise the cultural level of the village and develop in the peasantry a political consciousness. Section 6. The proletarian regime. The proletariat can come to power only while relying upon a national awakening, upon a universal popular inspiration. The proletariat will enter the government as a revolutionary representative of the nation, as the recognized leader of the people in their struggle with absolutism and feudal barbarism. But having come to power, the proletariat will open a new epoch, an epoch of revolutionary legislation, of affirmative politics, and here the preservation of its role as recognized spokesman of the nation is by no means guaranteed. Each day will deepen the policy of the proletariat in power, and more define its class character. And therewith the revolutionary bond between the proletariat and the nation will be broken. The class dismemberment of the peasantry will appear in political form. The antagonism between its constituent parts will increase in the same degree that the policy of the workers' government defines itself and from being a general democratic policy becomes a class policy. The destruction of feudal serfdom will have the support of the entire peasantry as a burdened caste. But legislative measures in defense of the agricultural proletariat not only will win no such active sympathy from the majority, but will come up against the active resistance of the minority. The proletariat will find itself obliged to carry the class struggle into the country, and thus destroy that community of interests which is undoubtedly to be found in every peasantry, although within comparatively narrow limits. The proletariat will be obliged, in the very earliest moments of its rule, to seek support in opposing the rural poor to the rural rich, the agricultural proletariat to the peasant bourgeoisie. Once the power is in the hands of a revolutionary government with a socialist majority, at that moment the difference between minimum and maximum program loses both its significance in principle and its directly practical significance. A proletarian government cannot possibly restrain itself within the limits of this distinction. Entering the government not as impotent hostages but as a ruling power, the representatives of the proletariat will by this very act destroy the boundary between minimum and maximum program. That is, they will place collectivism on the order of the day. At what point the proletariat will be stopped in this direction depends upon the correlation of forces, but not at all upon the original intentions of the party of the proletariat. That is why there can be no talk of any special form of proletarian dictatorship in a bourgeois revolution, namely a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat. The working class cannot guarantee the democratic character of its dictatorship without transgressing the limits of its democratic program. Any illusions on this point would be absolutely ruinous. Once the party of the proletariat takes the power, it will fight for it to the end. While one means of waging this struggle for the preservation and perpetuation of its power will be agitation and organization, especially in the country, another means will be a collectivist policy. Collectivism will become not only an inevitable inference from the position of the party in power, but also a means of preserving its position while relying upon the proletariat. When the idea was formulated in the socialist press of an uninterrupted revolution, linking up the liquidation of absolutism and of civil serfdom with a socialist revolution, thanks to multiplying social clashes, uprisings of new layers of the masses, unceasing attacks of the proletariat upon the political and economic privileges of the ruling classes, our progressive press raised a unanimous howl of indignation. The more radical representatives of that same democracy, not only considered fantastic the very idea of a workers' government in Russia, but also denied the possibility of a socialist revolution in Europe in the coming historic epoch. The necessary premises are not yet at hand. Is this true? It is not, of course, a question of setting the date of a socialist revolution, but of giving it a place in the actual historic perspective. Within the closed boundaries of separate states a socialist production could not in any case be introduced, both for economic and political reasons. Section 8. A workers' government in Russia and socialism. We have shown above that the objective premises of a socialist revolution have already been created by the economic development of the advanced capitalist countries. But what can be said in this respect about Russia? Can we expect that the transfer of power to the Russian proletariat will be the beginning of a transformation of our national economy upon socialist principles? The Parisian workers, as Marx said, did not demand miracles of the Commune. Now, too, you cannot expect instantaneous miracles of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The state power is not omnipotent. It would be absurd to imagine that the proletariat has only to receive the power and it will replace capitalism by socialism with a few decrees. An economic structure is not a product of the activity of the state. The proletariat can only employ the state power with all its might in order to promote economic evolution in the direction of collectivism, and shorten its road. The socialization of production begins in those branches which offer the least difficulties. During the first period socialized production will take the form of oases united with private industrial enterprises by the laws of commodity circulation. The broader the field already seized by socialized industry, the more obvious will be its advantages, the solider will the new political regime feel, and the more bold will be the further industrial undertakings of the proletariat. In these undertakings the proletariat will be able to, and will, rely not only upon the national productive forces, but also upon international technique, just as in its revolutionary politics it will rely not only upon the experience of national class relations, but also upon the whole historic experience of the international proletariat. The proletarian regime will be compelled from the very first to undertake the solution of the agrarian problem, with which is bound up the fate of the immense mass of the population of Russia. In solving this problem, as in solving all others, the proletariat will take as its point of departure the fundamental effort of its economic policy, to conquer as large a field as possible for the organization of socialist industry. And the forms and tempo of this policy on the agrarian problem will have to be determined both by those material resources in the command of the proletariat, and by the necessity of so deploying its activities as not to push possible allies into the ranks of the counter-revolution. But how far can the socialist policy of the working class go in the industrial conditions of Russia? Only one thing can be said with certainty. It will run into political obstacles long before it comes up against the technical backwardness of the country. Without direct state support from the European proletariat, the working class of Russia cannot remain in power and cannot convert its temporary rule into a prolonged socialist dictatorship. Political optimism may take two forms. It may exaggerate its own forces and the advantageous aspects of the revolutionary situation, and set itself tasks whose solution is not permitted by the given correlation of forces. But it may, on the other hand, optimistically set about to its revolutionary tasks beyond which the logic of the situation will inevitably push us. We may set about to all the problems of the revolution by asserting that our revolution is bourgeois in its objective aims, and therefore in its inevitable result, and we may thus shut our eyes to the fact that the chief agent of this bourgeois revolution will be the proletariat, and the proletariat will be pushed toward the power by the whole course of the revolution. You may lull yourself with the thought that the social conditions of Russia are not yet ripe for a socialist economy, and therewith you may neglect to consider the fact that the proletariat, once in power, will inevitably be compelled by the whole logic of its situation to introduce an economy operated by the state. The general sociological definition, bourgeois revolution, does not by any means solve those politico-tactical problems, contradictions, and difficulties which will be put forward by the mechanics of the given bourgeois revolution. Within the framework of the bourgeois revolution at the end of the 18th century, whose objective task was to establish the rule of capital, a dictatorship of the sans-culottes proved possible. In a revolution at the beginning of the 20th century, which is also bourgeois in its immediate objective tasks, there appears in the near perspective the inevitability, or at the very least the probability, of a political rulership of the proletariat. That this rulership shall not prove a mere passing episode, as certain realistic Philistines hope, the proletariat itself will see to this. But it is not too early now to pose the question, must this dictatorship of the proletariat inevitably be shattered against the boundaries of the bourgeois revolution? May it not, upon the given world historic foundations, open before itself the prospect of a victory to be achieved after shattering these limited boundaries? It should be added that during the first years of the existence of the Communist International the above-quoted work was officially published in foreign languages as a theoretic interpretation of the October Revolution.